Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our first meeting of January 2023. I have my other thing on here. It is muted.
It was me. I muted.
Okay. Are we okay now? No, it's still echoing. Hang on just a second. How's that? There we go. Looks good. Okay, well, welcome to our first meeting of 2023. Glad to see so many folks here in the audience, and we're going to go ahead and start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, great. Well, and as a first thing, I want to welcome our new supervisor, Supervisor Natalie Arroyo, to the dais up here. Welcome, Natalie. And look forward to a great meeting together, and glad to see a lot of participation here in the audience. So as always, we do have our hybrid meeting, so we have folks available on Zoom as well. If you are on Zoom, it's useful if you turn off the video feed when you're trying to participate, because it has a delay. And so I just wanted to mention that. And then, of course, when we get to the point where we're getting public comment, I'll probably take comment from those in the Zoom platform first, and then those here in the public. And what you'll do is press *9 to raise your hand. And then once you're called upon, you can press *6 to be able to unmute yourself. So I think that's some of the preliminaries that we have. And with that, Madam CAO, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Chair Madrone. We do have one change. Item D23 is being pulled for discussion. Oh, excuse me, and L4 is being pulled and will return at a later date. Correction,
Where's the
L3.
volume?
Stand by 1 second, please. D3.
Sorry,
Trying to get rid of the echo here. Sorry, folks.
And I was trying to work on this volume. What got pulled? L3, D23, L3?
Okay.
Excuse,
I think we got my volume down. It sounds good. Any echo out there? Echo,
Yeah,
echo?
L3.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll just to reiterate, for modifications to the agenda item, D3 is being pulled for discussion, D23 is being pulled for discussion, L4 is being pulled and will return at a later date.
Great. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So with that, do we have any discussion on the consent agenda, or do we have a motion to approve as is with what's been pulled?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I will second, but I do have a couple comments, that's all.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Supervisor Bushnell and a second by Supervisor Wilson to approve the consent agenda with the modifications as were described, which was we're pulling item D3 and D23 for discussion, and L4 will come back to us at a later date. So with that, I would entertain any discussion from the board. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I just wanted to just highlight, we have the letter to proceed with preliminary analysis for an energy project or potential energy project in southern Humboldt. I had reviewed it. I had reached out to staff because we have an energy project, and then didn't necessarily mention interfacing with RCEA, our local agency, energy agency, but staff has assured me that will happen in the process, and so I think this is good that we explore all of our options with relationship to alternative energy, not just production, but storage and management, and especially in southern Humboldt. So thank you.
And that item number was?
That item was number 14.
D14.
Yep.
So it's very helpful if we say what item we're speaking to when we bring it up. I think that helps the audience and others to follow along with us. Any other discussion on consent items by the board? Seeing none, I would ask our clerk of the board assistant, Ms. Turner, if there are any hands up in the Zoom for comment on the consent agenda. And again, if you do want to comment, please press *9 to raise your hand.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. We have caller 7454 as the first caller.
7454, I know you know how to unmute, so *6. *7454, go ahead. Are you there, 7454?
There, you unmuted.
I see you unmuted.
Chair Madrone, it looks as though he's trying to talk, but we're not hearing anything.
Yeah. Any idea what's going on at that end?
Well, let me try this. Hold on.
Hello, can you hear me?
There we go.
Now we can hear.
Welcome.
Thank you. We're all having technical difficulties this morning. Yeah, you were skipping out majorly on the phone portion for those of us who listen to the phone, the part of the meeting. Appreciate the clarification going over it again. I did wish to make a comment. I guess item number 3 has been pulled. Item number 11, you have appointments on there, and it was a little bit bothersome to me. Some of those appointments were for your people in the Planning Commission. And apparently your at-large Planning Commissioner, Melanie McCaver, will be off of the Planning Commission as of the date of January 31st, but nobody may be reappointed or something until March 7th, as far as I could tell. I think you need to change your policy so that maybe this notification comes out in enough time so that we don't have a lax having the people on the Planning Commission. That's one of our most important commissions. Hate to see vacancies on there when there's a way to avoid that. Also, number 14, I did find that energy project quite interesting. With Train Company, it appears to be there's a non-disclosure agreement between both parties, you and Train, the county and Train. And so apparently the public will not be able to get that information as far as what comes from that. It's preparatory or something. I don't quite understand why that would be there. Let's see. We also have number 12, which is has the general maintenance for the veterans buildings. And again, I'm looking forward to the Garberville thing, as I mentioned, in that particular thing being completed and being brought online as soon as possible. I think that pretty well takes care of the ones I have, other than you pulled number 3. I'll comment on that one later. There was another appointment there, if I have a second or two. The Planning Commissioner, I was a little bit worried because the Planning Commission meeting, I believe John Ford, and I could be correct, has said our county hydrologist, or who we use, recommended only assessing within 1,000 feet of a thing. Water travels hundreds of miles, and to only assess by a hydrologist for 1,000 feet didn't seem wrong. And I was a little distressed that the new Planning Commission, there being an engineer, wasn't aware that the person who was making all these hydrological recommendations was not a hydrologist, just an engineering contractor. So hopefully everybody will be brought up to speed. I saw another well done by this Mr. Lindquist or whoever he was. It looked just like the last one Steve went over. It looked like it was quite clear that it could be hydrologically connected, but was determined to be no. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. And just for a clarification with our CAO, my understanding is if the appointment runs out, they continue to fill the position until we refill it. Is that correct? So for instance, with the Planning Commission, if the term were to run out and then, as was stated, we might not deal with it till March, does the person still stay in that position with voting privileges?
I defer to your clerk staff on that. Is if Tracy D'Amico's on, she manages all the boards and commissions.
And I see Tracy there ready to speak. Thank you, Tracy.
Hi. So according to the updated board protocol that was established back in 2021, the way that it's handled is that we can't post the vacancy until the term runs out. This is part of the MADI Act requirements. So because Melanie's at-large appointment terms out on January 31st, that is the day that we post the vacancy. And then the board had decided in that protocol that an agenda item would follow 4 weeks after the vacancy is posted or the closest meeting to that 4-week period. which is likely to be the first meeting in March, and that's to consider the appointment for that position. It gives a 4-week period at least to accept applications. So this is the protocol that's been established and that we run all boards and commissions on for any at-large membership.
So Tracy, could you speak to the fact that that then creates a gap? Would the existing person continue to serve until
No.
replaced? No, there'll be a
No,
vacancy.
it's not clear in our protocol. That's not the case. In our protocol, that vacancy occurs, and then there is a empty seat on the board for the 4-week period.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification.
Yes, they would still have a quorum because they
Yeah.
are a 7-member.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, and then next hand up on Zoom looks like 0116. So go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
Hey there, it's Ash Teeter, LostCoastPopulist.com. I'm commenting first on item 2 on the consent calendar, the continuation of the drought emergency. I mean, to me, it just seems kind of ironic or funny, being that there's like also a pretty much a statewide flood emergency going on. Should we have the wildfire emergency going at the same time too, just in case it pops up later this year also, and maybe a lack of earthquake emergency, or a where is the wind emergency? And just seems kind of strange having 2 things going on that butt heads at the same time. But beyond that, there's also the childhood adverse effects item on the consent calendar. And one comment on that is that I think according to the CDC, masking in medical environments is no longer advised. And yet here, in the county and in the state, it's still being pushed, even on kids who have, disabilities where they, like asthma, where they can't breathe right with masks, and it harms them medically. And so I just ask that the board keep that in mind, that, following these state and sometimes national guidelines is not in the best interest of the community at all points in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do not see any other hands up on the Zoom, so we'll go ahead and take public comment here in the room. Please come forward. Give us your name and what item you're here to speak on, please.
I was going to pull this item. This is number 1 for the Boys and Girls Club, so
Great.
I don't know if you want to take it now or do you want to just pull it and take it after?
Let's do it now.
That'd be fine.
Great. Great, thanks. Try that. No, I didn't. Technical difficulties. So the button down would be on, correct? Yeah. They're both down and on at my end. Why don't you try one of those mics? No, hang on. Nikki will help you out here. Or let's try this other one on the... Both switches are down. But I do not see any lights on them. Of course. This one? Great.
Does this one work? Should
Go
I
ahead
pick
and
it
have
up?
a seat. Have a seat.
Okay.
Get yourself comfortable.
All right. I'm
Great.
Michelle Rowland. I'm the current board chair for Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast. And we're just here to chat a little bit about our organization. Mentoring means so much to me personally for so many reasons. But one of the big things is 78% of youth who have a big sibling are more likely to be involved in community programs. And it's so important for us to have a voice and to be heard. So thank you for having us here today. And I think Florence will chat a little more.
Good morning. I'm Florence Parks, the Executive Director with Big Brothers Big Sister of the North Coast. And I am excited to be here with you this morning. Thank you so much, Natalie, for your first meeting. Thank you for all your preparation to be here. We're looking forward to your leadership in our community. and to Rex. I first just want to, we have a small gift for you because you are a big deal to our community. And we wanted to make sure that you knew that we appreciate you showing up in person to so many of our events. For our big chili, you were a big advocate. And we have a big event that really funds most of our efforts in mentoring throughout this community, and that's Bowl for Kids' Sake. It's March 3rd and 4th this year, and we are looking forward to each of you having teams and rallying your community in different ways so that we can enjoy those days together as a community. And for that commitment, we have gifts for you all, little bees that we'll be giving out to you guys today. So we're excited about that. But another note that I just want to remind everyone, one of the things that we've really been championing the last few years is Defender of Potential. So our children have untapped potential, and we don't know often the choices that they do not make because of those that are investing in their lives, but we know the choices that are made. We get to see those. So it's that potential that we're all working so hard for. And even if we cannot dedicate that 1 hour a week, 52 hours a year to a child directly one-on-one, there are many ways to engage in mentoring. Through spontaneous mentoring, you can give visibility to a child or to a family in need. You can give them a smile. You can raise awareness in something they just did that was purposeful. There are so many ways that we can engage in mentoring one another and supporting each other, and especially our youth. We have 24,000 youth in our county, and each and every one of them need 5 positive adults in their lives to thrive. Thank you for helping us defend potential, and thank you for all the community members that invest in mentoring throughout the year.
Thank you very much. And I think Supervisor Bohn has a proclamation to read, and yes, I agree. He is one of the hardest working members of our community, frankly.
I've got a picture you could use in advertising. I think the first year of the Bowl for Kids' Sakes was 47 years ago. 40th year. Okay, I was in the first year. I was dressed up as a Jolly Green Giant, and I had a bunch of fruits and vegetables around me. I've got the picture still, so it's not one you use a lot. Maybe I'll use it in a campaign photo. Anyway, I've got a proclamation, and we have some amazing groups helping our youth. And I think the only thing that holds them back from doing more is the rest of us doing our part to help them do their part. It does, like she just said, a couple hours, 1 hour a week, 2 hours a week. Anyway, proclamation of the Board of Supervisors. Whereas this year's Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast, CASA of Humboldt, Boys and Girls Clubs of the Redwoods celebrate the 138 combined years of service provided to the youth in Humboldt County. Together, it is recognized that the future of Humboldt County rests on the success of its youth. Whereas a mentor is caring, consistent presence who devotes time to help a young person develop personal strength, achieve their potential through structured and trusting relationship, quality mentoring encourages positive choices, promotes self-esteem, supports academic achievement, and introduces young people to new ideas. Whereas research shows that young people matched with a caring adult through a quality mentoring program are 55% more likely to be enrolled in college, 81% more likely to report participating regularly in extracurricular activities and sports, 78% more likely to volunteer, and twice as likely to say they held a leadership position than those who did not have a mentor. Whereas youth development experts agree that mentoring is critical to the social, emotional, and cognitive development of youth, helping them navigate path to adulthood more successfully. Whereas our community has a number of community volunteers, teachers, advocates, and many others who support the mentoring movement and work selflessly to improve our children's odds for success. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors recognizes January 2023 as National Mentoring Month and thanks all of our local heroes who participate in quality mentoring programs to equip our youth with the tools to lead healthy and productive lives. The board also calls on residents to help close that gap between the availability of mentors and the number of children facing challenging circumstances who would love to spend time with a big brother, big sister, a CASA advocate, or the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Redwoods Mentor. Moved this day, January 10th, 2023.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And I see we have a third speaker. Did you want a chance to offer something?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Amber Madrone. I am the Development Director for CASA, and I want to thank the board for acknowledging how important mentors are and the collaboration that we have to serve all the kids in this county. At CASA, we serve kids that are and families that are experiencing crisis and children that are living in foster care. During the first 6 months of being in foster care, children will be removed from their home, oftentimes in multiple placements, will experience at least 3 social workers. They will experience a change, oftentimes a change in school, and basically all of their stability is pulled out from under them. A CASA advocate is oftentimes the only stable person in that child's life that helps create that stability and sense of hope. Right now we have close to 400 children in foster care. And our goal is to serve every child in foster care. And so thank you for recognizing the importance of mentors. And we're very excited that this year we'll be bringing back our big night on May 13th. It will be our annual gala that really recognizes the work of CASAs in our community. And we look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, could you give us your name?
Amber Madrone.
Thank you. Proud Papa.
Mentoring month. Say 1, 2, 3. Mentoring.
I'm a Willa.
All right. A little bit. I do have comment.
Great. Come on up. Have a seat there. There you go.
Have a seat. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Vonnie Fierro, and I'm a community member. I originally became involved with Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast as the coordinator for the DHHS teams. That's such an honor because that's such an amazing group of staff. You all will be getting an email from me this week. Bowl for Kids' Sake is an amazing event. Can I unveil the theme? Is it Going Wild at the Zoo? Going Wild Zootopia. So that's the theme. I know you all are just going amazingly wild with thoughts and themes and costumes. This is such a wonderful event, March 3rd and 4th at Harbor Lanes. Community members come out, members who have been at this and involved with this event for years come out. We have a family who has been involved in this event for as long as I can remember, and they go on the last wave on Saturday night, and their costumes are homemade every single year and are amazing. I can't even tell you. They're just amazing. So if you're just wondering what to do with your Saturday night on March 4th, come on down to Harbor Lanes and check them out. Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast is such a wonderful organization. Being part of their board, gosh, it was such an honor being on their board for 6 years. The impacts to not only the children, because I know we talk a lot about the kids, but the impacts on the bigs and their lives. So if you are at home and you are thinking, I have 2 hours a week that I can go watch a movie, I can go teach someone how to fish, how to balance a checkbook, if we have checkbooks anymore, or web design, or things that you are passionate about, baking, making the best cupcake, anything along those lines, and you have a little bit of time and a little bit of energy to sit with a kid who could also share that passion, it really is such an impact on an adult's life. In addition to that, I also want to talk just a little bit about the area of coverage. So if you're sitting in Southern Humboldt and you want to see Big Brothers Big Sisters of the North Coast, come present that part of the county on the board. Board members are always needed. Or come to the office and talk about volunteering opportunities. Or if you're in north part of the county or even the east part of the county, come on down. Board membership, being a member on the board is also really important. That decision-making, being able to talk about budgets, really talking about and having a full understanding of nonprofit organization through the year and how they keep their doors open and their service provision continuing is massive. So thank you for your time. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. And one more time, let's give thanks to Big Brothers Big Sisters and CASA of Humboldt. Boys and Girls Club, yes, all of those wonderful things. So with that, we have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. If we could have a roll call vote, please.
Absolutely.
Yet?
Oops, let me get to.
Okay.
Hold on just a second. Sorry about that. Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo. Yes. You got to turn.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Thank you very much. And I believe we now have a time set item at 9:30. And who will be presenting that? Okay. Supervisor Bushnell, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I brought this item forward not because there's a single person that, there were many people that responded to the earthquake on December 20th, but the one thing that stood out to me is when I got to Riadel the morning of the 20th and when daylight started coming, we had a lot of damage to structures. And the only thing I could think of was, I need building inspectors. And I called Director Ford at 6:30 and said, I need your building inspectors, even though Riadel is, an incorporated town. And he didn't hesitate, nor did his inspectors. And so I would like Director Ford to come forward and introduce the inspectors that came that day. And then we also have Kyle Knopp, the city manager, on the line as well. And if I could have the inspectors, as he calls your name, come up, please.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. If I could just add through the chair, I'd like to just say that thank you for recognizing this group of people. They're a hardworking bunch that day in and day out quietly goes about their job with great competence. And when they were called, as you mentioned, to step up, they showed who they are, and they just stepped up willingly and came. Some went to Riadel, some, a couple, stayed back and took care of all the county business by themselves. So it was absolutely a team effort. I'd like to introduce Keith Ingersoll, the chief building official. Micah Matheson, he's a plan checker. Dean Beck, a senior building inspector. Rob Edwards, building inspector. Ross Eskra, building inspector. Rudy Marini, senior building inspector. John Backman, building inspector. Gus Dumler is a plan checker, and Mike Townsend is a building inspector. I know that we may not have the full crew here today because some are sick.
Thank you for that introduction. So as this team came to Riadel, they came to the Riadel Fire Department and met with Kevin Caldwell. And not working in that city before, they segregated the city up into 4 sections, and they went out to try to assess buildings. One thing that was very significant is that this team and Kevin Caldwell were the first people to respond to people and inspect their homes and telling them sometimes that they needed to leave. And that was very emotional. And I don't know, so when this team came back to the fire hall that afternoon at 1, I could tell that it was emotional for them. And it was hard, it's hard to tell someone you have to leave your home, and having nowhere to go that day because it was so early in the response. Not only did this team come that day, they continued to come for 4 days. And I this is Director Fort's team, but I was so proud as a supervisor in this county to have this team there and be talking with people, caring, asking me, what do we do? Where do we send these people? We can't just tell them to leave. And it meant so much to the city of Rio Dell, to myself. And I just really want to thank you from this board and tell you how important it was to that community that you made them feel safe in their homes once you inspected them, and then also helping them to find places or directing them to go to the fire department as you had to tell them to leave. And so really my heartfelt thanks for all you guys did. Additionally, when the second earthquake hit on January 1st, Sunday, 6:30 in the morning or whatever time, I think it was 10 actually, I called Director Ford again and said, I'm sorry to do this, but I need some help. And they came, not all of them, because some of them weren't feeling so great, but they did come, and they continued to come until the state inspectors could come back. So additionally, I know City Manager for Rio Dell is on, and I would like to give him an opportunity.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Chair Madrone and members of the board. As Michelle said earlier, that there are a lot of people to thank. And fortunately, with the Brown Act, we get to focus in on this special crew that John Ford fielded without question or reservation, as Michelle said. In the initial hours of the response from the 1220 event, we had the crew out and fielded by 9 a.m. And later that day, they had red tagged approximately 25 structures. And I will say that that number kind of held firm through until New Year's Day. So within the first 8 or so hours of this event, we got to, thanks to the county crew, most of these red tag structures. And so I think building inspectors don't necessarily get enough credit for the work that they do. They save lives every day, and and often their work goes unnoticed. And I think it's really important to note that, part of the lived experience in Rio Dell and Humboldt County is that the aftershocks tend to cause more damage than the initial event. And that was what we were afraid of, was another aftershock coming in with people in structures that should be red tagged. And it was really through John Ford's crew that we were able to get to those structures, make sure that people were aware that their homes were unsafe and they were put into a safe position. Fortunately, the aftershock didn't occur until New Year's Day, and so our numbers here have doubled. Behind me, you can see we're still in the process of cleanup and debris removal here in Rio Dell. But again, I just really got to say my hat is off to John Ford's crew, to the building inspectors that the county provided. You guys did a fantastic job and are a model, really, for a quick response. Really, I call it triage in those initial hours. We were able to secure some additional building inspectors from the state to go back through and weed through the list. And again, we ended up after the first event with about 25. So these guys in the immediate aftermath got right to the problem and saved people's lives. So with that, I just want to say thank you again. Thank you to the county OES. I think this has been a good experience in terms of bringing the community together and showing our ability to respond to the initial aftermath. There is a lot more to go, but we're determined to deliver for the people of Rio Dell and Humboldt County. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. So additionally, as the building inspectors came in daily, I think it was the second day, I think it was around 1 o'clock, and one specific building inspector, when he came in that afternoon, said, I got to this house and I could hear somebody yelling. Yeah. And I think Rob, right? Can you come forward? So he was telling the story, but I would like for him to tell the story. And he really, it was really touching, and I'm sure very dramatic for him. But the bottom line is that there was a woman trapped in her home, and the door we couldn't get the door, or she couldn't get the door open. So if you would, please.
So first, go ahead and have a seat. Get down to the mic there. There you go. Get comfortable.
The community of Rio Dell, those are the people that should be up here. They came together. You guys got water. They had B&Bs. I mean, us going there every morning at 9 o'clock and getting together they got it together. Kyle, the building inspector out there. So thank God John Key sent us out there to go door to door, to each house. What happened in this incident, I knocked on the door. I thought it was a dog barking or something, but I thought I heard help. So I pushed the door in. It wasn't like I broke the door, and it opened up. And so there's a lady in her room. Help, I'm in here. And I'm like, there's no power, no water. I'm like, I'm here, building inspector. It was pitch black. So this is a lady who had MS, and her electric wheelchair had died, from the no power, and it was jammed in her doorway. So I climbed over her bedroom door, and here's this lady, I'm in here, and she was okay. She's like, I'm just scared. So I held her hand. I called fire. They came right away. We moved the wheelchair. I don't know if she was there since the earthquake or since the power. It was pretty sad. She was pretty scared. But thank God that we were going door to door. It was a blessing for us to go door to door and help that lady. So
Thank you. And so I asked for him to reference to this because each one of them that through the next 4 days came upon instances like this. And it's not something normally that building inspectors have to deal with. And I know that still today that they're reliving the 4 days of, what they did. And so once again, thank you, all of you.
it was physically and emotionally. It was a lot. But thank God we were there.
Yes,
We
and
did
I
our
could
job.
tell that when you guys, every day, I could tell. And so, and like Kyle had said, there's so many people to thank, and this is just the start, but I really wanted to recognize you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Bushnell. And I think really you guys deserve a standing applause, being heroes that you are. And I know that you are just a few of the many unsung heroes in our community that have stepped up to help, including people helping neighbors and all that kind of stuff. So thank you for your dedication and your work. Did any one of you want to also make any comments? You're all good. People of, go. I can imagine. Yeah, you want to say that on the mic? You're good, okay.
And on the third day, I drove back from Rio with my lights off at 6 o'clock at night because there was nothing left.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, thank you for everything you give. Appreciate it. And it continues in North County with the electrical outages. It really is all about looking out for your neighbors and everybody pitching in and doing whatever we can. That's the real power in our community right there. So thank you all. Appreciate it. Okay, great. And so at this point, we'll see if there is any comments on Zoom, and then we'll come to the public here in the room. I see one hand up.
Yes, Chair Madrone, we have 0150.
And if you wanted to speak on this issue, I know your hand was up earlier, but we had moved on to public comment in the room. So if you want to speak, please press *6 to unmute yourself. 0150. There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Dottie Russell, and I'm trying to pull up something on my computer. And this is a letter that I recently wrote that represents the Christian Science Church community. So it starts off, this was written to some legal help that we're getting. And, excuse me, it starts with, good morning. Nothing is more important to us than our faith in God. Our faith helps us to believe that all things good and true are possible. We live in a country built to promote justice, equality, honesty, and opportunity. We enjoy the freedom of speech, religious freedom and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, Dottie,
It is the wrongdoing.
Dottie, excuse me. Is this on the item in front of us? It doesn't sound like it. This is about honoring our public, our inspectors and such. So would you, this sounds more like a general public comment?
Okay, I'm completely mixed up. I thought it said public comment on the agenda, so
No problem.
I apologize. Maybe we can figure out when the public comment is.
Yeah.
And as far as the people responding to Rio Del, we had a young couple that had an unfortunate situation with a baby that were involved in having a lot of damage in Rio Del, and we put them up for a while, and we're hoping that the county's going to, help get everything together for the family and for the budgeting. And so every single person is stepping up in our community in one way or another, and it's a great community. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Dottie. And public comment on non-agenda items will be coming up right after this. So look forward to your input at that point. So at this point, is there anybody in the audience that wanted to speak on this current item in front of us about the inspectors? Seeing none, then I would, is there a motion to accept?
So I would make a motion recognizing the planning department's building inspectors during the earthquake emergency response.
Great.
Second.
Moved and seconded. If we could have a roll call vote on that, please.
I'd like to speak to my second, if
Please.
I may. I want to commend the staff that worked on this, I mean, with the inspectors and the people that stayed behind to support the inspectors. But also just, and the word that was not unnoticed, it's like the work of inspectors and so many people in our building and planning departments goes unnoticed because things don't happen, right? And so we were dealing with the things that did happen, and they're minimized by the work that you're already doing every day, and this is just such a graphic representation of the value of the work that you do daily, not just the work that you did in this very intense and emergency that we were dealing with. And I just want to recognize you for your work as public servants in the things that really do and get unnoticed because we want them to be unnoticed. And I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Any other board members? Okay. All right, let's go ahead with the roll call, please.
All right, thank you, Chair Madrone. We'll start with you.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo. I that easily. Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn. Sorry.
I've never paid attention before. 10, 11 years up here. Thanks. Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
All right, good way to start the new year. Thank you all for your service. So with that, we will go to public comment on non-agenda items, and we'll start with those that are in the Zoom platform. And I see two hands, so we'll go right back to Dottie Russell, 0150. Dottie, if you want to press *6 and unmute, this is your 3 minutes, and I'm going to be strict on the time so that we can all be fair to each other. Go ahead, Dottie. There you go.
All right, thank you. Good morning. This was a letter written to some supporting attorneys to help us with some issues. Nothing is more important to us than faith in God. Our faith helps us to believe that all things good and true are possible. We live in a country built to promote justice, equality, honesty, and opportunity. We enjoy the freedom of speech, religious freedom, and the pursuit of happiness. It is the wrongdoers, it's the wrongdoing of others, including unfair practices, that destabilize each and every community in America. It is with your help and devotion to these principles that we can live with hope for a better life and better country. As we move forward into this new year, we pray that we can find peace and blessings throughout this process. If the county continues to stand firm on the abatement costs, including 18% interest on the Christian Science Church property, justice will never be realized. Being held in limbo partially due to these costs keep us all from moving forward. With 2 pending trials looming in the future, our joy and progress is stifled. We embrace the healing so our hearts and souls can unite with progress and grace. With unending gratitude, the First Church of Christ Scientist, Garberville. The reason that I read that to you is because there's such a state of fear in our community. There's so much confusion about the abatements. I'd like for you to consider, however, compromising, working things out on these abatements going forward, and whatever's still standing in the past is to assign somebody that's an ombudsman. They've done this in other counties before, and they're people that really love other people that work for the planning department. You have plenty of people that could be an ombudsman for helping to see how to find a solution rather than how to, throw things away. Have people all in fear, going to having heart attacks and everything. I mean, it seems like I'm exaggerating, but I'm really not. So I could help you pick out an ombudsman that's on the staff right now of the planning department that would really be amazing at coming forward and saying, okay, how do we make the best of this situation? So Adult Protective Services need to be more involved. They're pretty slow at responding sometimes. And then if somebody signs an abatement, tries to agree, does everything that they're asked to do, at the end, if they spent all their money and then they're sent something
Dottie.
that says,
I'm sorry, Dottie, that's the 3 minutes, and I want to thank you for your input. But to keep it fair for everybody else, we're going to close it right there. Thank you so much. And I see next we have 0116. Press *6 to unmute. 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, this is Ash Teeter with LostCoastPopulist.com. I'm commenting on the resolution of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors concerning the recent hate events in Humboldt County. One part of the resolution states that there is no room for any form of intolerance in our society. This simply isn't true. That's why we have laws, because some things just are not tolerated. One recent event where a group of concerned parents was labeled a hate group took place at the Jefferson Community Center. There would never have been a protest there if not for the all-age drag show with sexualized dance routines and cash tips taking place in front of children as young as 3 years old. Raise your hand if you would support drag shows for children as young as 3 and teaching them that accepting money for sexualized behavior is a good thing. In the following audio, you will hear the Human Rights Commission walk back their statement that called parents who protested this event a hate group. They made their proclamation without considering both sides of the story. The principal foundation and values of our nation demand that you do more than pick what is politically trending to act upon.
I've heard a lot of concern that we as a commission did not know all of the facts when we had our rapid response. I feel a little bit responsible because I was the one who suggested we have something that was a rapid response. And I have learned a lot tonight about how we need to respond rapidly, but with all the facts. And I think it's something that we're going to need to talk about again at the commission. I do think that people need to understand that we did say alleged and did not try to condemn anything other than what we heard as alleged disrespect. Everyone needs to back up just a little bit, including the commission, and we need to be sure that we have, that we learn from this and that we have what is an even better response if we are going to have a rapid response.
And yeah, that's pretty much it here. If I have any more time.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, and next we have 7454 on Zoom. *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello, Ken Sawatsky here again. I have some major concern. I left a message for your new Supervisor Arroyo there, and I said my suggestion was to kind of look at everything you do from Mother Nature's viewpoint rather than mankind's, at least kind of understand what she would want. And I would suggest that to all of you supervisors. I think that's possibly in everybody's best interest. I think we should be able to coexist, but if we take that viewpoint, it helps. I have problems with people that, cause major problems in our world. And right now, in my opinion, we have a person who's participated here before, and I'll name him Frank Dulcich, and he basically controls monopoly on our fishing business and our crab fishery. And I know our crab fishermen can't go out right now, but they don't have a price. Last year, I think, was $4.25. This year, all that's being offered is next to nothing. $2.25 doesn't even pay for fuel, most likely. And yet Mr. Dulcich has a whole bunch of frozen crab that he wants to sell first. So I strongly support the community supporting our crab fishermen, find some way that we can get around this monopoly and this person who is known for bullying people right out of the business if he doesn't like what they're doing. Also in the crab business, there's been a major failure in that they've been required to have pots now that have floating devices that come to the surface. And those things, I think, add $1,000 per pot. Well, they misfire allegedly 5% of the time, which basically totally leaves time bombs down there that could set off at any time. They trigger on their own. And hopefully that those will get fixed, because those are going to cause all kinds of entanglements for Mother Nature's whales out there. So thank you for my opportunity to speak on a few items that are not on your consent calendar today.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And as just a quick update, we normally do not comment on public comments on non-agenda items, just for the public's information. Okay, and I think that's it on Zoom. Thank you, Nikki. And so those here in the audience today, please come forward, and this would be the mic and chair to go ahead and sit down, and you've got 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hello, I'm a teacher, and I want to start by recognizing that we are on WIOT land, and it is unceded, which means that your government is illegal. As a teacher, I have heard and observed children who are being assaulted. I know many, more than 3 children that have been raped, and child welfare services had done nothing to protect them. One of those child was murdered after they were raped. There's children getting trafficked. Many of you may know about murdered and missing Indigenous people. So this is a very dangerous place for our children. This is an emergency that Child Welfare Services is not doing their job, that the district attorney is not arresting known predators, charging, and that the police and sheriff are not arresting known predators. So I'm just going to raise that concern to the community and to the Board of Supervisors, whose oversight. Please, we all live in this community and it affects all of us.
Thank you. Anybody else here in the audience today who would like to speak to us on items not on the agenda? And we do have one speaker, and we've got plenty of time. No hurry. Welcome.
First of all,
Pull the
I'm
mic down.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
There. I don't get 21st century technology. Everybody knows that. I apologize for being late. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Holly Klingel. I'm the very proud grandmother of 3 Ferndale High alumni scholar athletes. And I was raised here, Humboldt, Eureka High, Humboldt State. I'm so old and addled, I had forgot about the marvelous new configuration of the board. We truly are in a beautiful place where there is help available for those who need it. And I apologize for being late to the meeting, but those blood-sucking vampires at PG&E are planning to cut down a Douglas fir tree in eastern Mendocino County that has a an occupied bald eagle nest, and the chainsaw deadline is, I think, tomorrow. Tom Wheeler was talking about it on K-Mud, and I couldn't tear myself away from the radio. I have no idea if any of that's on the agenda or not, but there was a wonderful article in the Eureka Times Standard. There are 3 items on the agenda that I'm interested in, so I will be hanging around in this lovely room. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Appreciate it. And we do have a lovely, diverse board. I think it's wonderful, the diversity that we represent for the community. So thank you, Holly. Okay, with that, I believe we're done with the consent. Well, no, we've got, next is going to be items pulled from consent, which would be, I'm sorry, Supervisor Wilson, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just was hoping that today we would close our meeting in memory of Dave Silverbrand.
Great, thank you.
And then we'll get to them.
Great, great. Okay, we'll do that. I'm making note. So with that, we'll go to items pulled from consent, which would be item D3. Supervisor Bohn.
And I pulled this just for the basic reason. I think Alan Bongio served on the Planning Commission, I think, for twice as long as most everybody that's been up here. I don't think he ever missed a meeting as chair. I think he was a very integral part of that board, and I appreciate his service. And I caught quite a bit of heat one time about saying I wouldn't fire my friend, and I'm sorry, I have a lot of friends. But I think I really appreciate everything Alan has done for the Planning Commission, and actually provided housing for the last 40-some-odd years for the citizens of Humboldt County, because housing is the number one issue, one of the number one issues we're facing. So I would like to personally thank Alan for his service, and unequivocally, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. Any other input, comments from board members? Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I just really, it's a volunteer mostly position, and I think the commitment that all our commissioners do is worthy of a recognition once they've completed. And 10 years is a long time to be committed to our county and do the good work. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other supervisor input? Okay. Do we have any input on Zoom from the public? I see 7454. *6. Unmute.
Ken Sawatsky. I would like to echo what Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Bushnell said. Alan, I think, did an exceptional job as far as running the meetings. I want to apologize to Alan for the way his family were treated during this objection to some things he did there. That, in my opinion, is very low. It's unforgivable. So my apologies to Alan and his family. For those of us that are out there and have an opportunity to participate and encourage people not to attack other people's families and not to use that kind of thing. Otherwise, it'll come back. And for those who do it, I have no problem with, of course, other people bullying them in the same way. My apologies. Great job Alan did there. Many of us did understand the points he was bringing forward, maybe not in the manner he expressed them. There was a perception, basically, that he was actually working out on this particular house. He was not. They really didn't have a dog in the fight, as far as I could tell. Alan did a great job. I want to thank him. And for those out there who like to play politics a little bit more than they should, I recommend maybe they control people that harass people's family. Thank you again for your service, Alan.
Thank you, Speaker. And I see we next have 0116. And again, this is the topic of honoring Alan Bongio for his 10 years of service.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes. Ash Teeter, LostCoastPopulist.com. I just wanted to put out my thanks to Alan Bongio's service and my kind of disdain for the way that he was put out of office with Heidi Benzanelli and all that. But anyways, thank you, Alan. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, any comments from those here today in the audience? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any final comments? Okay, do we have a motion? Or go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
With an amendment, I wasn't honoring Alan. I was thanking him for the job he did because he was doing a job for the county at basically a volunteer stage. And we tend to honor people every time they do their job. And I think what we need to do is thank people for doing a job above and beyond.
Thank you.
Because there are very few. I think we honor Medal of Honor winners. I think we honor people that do. I think we cheapen the word honor when, you know, I get this with awards. I'm being honored. I don't want to be honored. Just thank me for doing it. I don't even care if I get thanked because that's not why I do it. But I think the clarification of words to throw honor out there really diminishes our true people that we honor. And that's just me. So I pulled this to thank Alan Bongio, my friend, for 10 years of service on the Planning Commission.
Thank you for that clarification.
And I move the item.
And we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And we have a second by Supervisor Bushnell. Any further comment? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson.
Aye.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
And a point of order, Chair, please,
Yes.
if I could. It looks like my iLegislate platform is now working, so we could try on the next item to use it.
Wonderful.
I know I'm on training wheels here today, so I'm just learning how to use our
We all
equipment.
are. There's
Okay.
always lots of technical stuff. Thank you.
I'd
for
love
that.
to give it a try. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a nice feature when it works. And you're ready for that as well? Great. Okay, so item D23 was the next item that was pulled from consent. And we have Director Ford from the Planning and Building Department.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Good morning. Good morning, Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. I asked for this item to be pulled because it includes a provision to provide funds to support a regional housing trust fund. If a regional housing trust fund is established, it may be desirable to have a regional decision-making body have discretion over how the funds are utilized. And so what I wanted to do was add a recital to the resolution just indicating that that may be something that is done, that it's not strictly up to the Director of Planning and Building, that there may be a regional body making those decisions in the future. I'd like to present that language to you if I could share my screen.
Yep. There we go.
And I need to make that a little bigger. Probably got too big. So basically, it would be a new recital that is in the red. No other changes would be made to the resolution. It would simply identify that, I'm sorry. I'm watching it happen on my screen and up there, and they're happening at different
Yes,
intervals.
Of course. Oh, you should make it easy.
Whereas it may be that the participating jurisdictions choose to collaborate and develop or assign a decision-making body to implement a regional housing trust fund. These funds may be used for that purpose, and that body will have discretion on use of these funds in accordance with all program requirements. It's just a pretty simple acknowledgement that there may be a different body making decisions on how these are exercised. I offer that to you as something that's a placeholder for that future eventuality or possibility.
Great. Thank you, Director Ford. And that's pretty much it in terms of changes.
Correct.
Great. So any input from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
I appreciate that change to this item, but I appreciate the work that's done without it. Excuse me, as we talk about housing trust funds, we're seeing more and more regionalization of those throughout other counties in the state. And it's great that we're able to just add that as a tool with relationship to this funding. So I'm happy that we would have that flexibility in the future. I'm happy to make a motion to move staff recommendation with the change.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other board input? Seeing none, let's see if there's any input from those that are on Zoom. 3 minutes. We got 7454. *6, please.
Yes, I think the public should know this is basically the beginning of a process. We're making an application to the Department of Housing and Community Development for $2,680,000 is my understanding. And I want to thank the people for moving this forward. Maybe these are the equivalent of grant writing and things like that to make these applications. We discussed that the other day. But this is one of the biggest problems we have, not just in Humboldt County, the state, the nation, but it's in the world, regarding developing housing that's affordable, and especially with all the constraints that us builders have to deal with in California, particularly. So hopefully we'll receive the fund. Hopefully there'll be more money in the pipe to implement that in the future. And I wish to thank all of you for starting the process. It's about time. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. And next we have 0116.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, Ash Teeter again, lostcoastpopulist.com. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on this and thank the Planning Commission for anything they can do for making affordable housing. This is information from the national debt clock. It's in the year 2000, the median income was $32,000 or so. Now the median income is around $36,000, an increase around 12.34%. In the year 2000, the median cost of a new home was $168,000 or so. Now the median cost of a new home is $446,000. That's an increase of 164%. It's just pretty ridiculous. So anything we can do to get some affordable housing for people, make it a reality that people can actually buy a home without that gap between what their income is and this dream of owning a house. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. And next we have 0150. *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hi, Dottie Russell again. Definitely a housing trust fund is necessary. I know that trying to do something and make a decision is very difficult in Humboldt County because there's usually somebody to try to throw an axe at you when you make a decision, whether it's good or bad or indifferent. So having a group of people help with that is the best thing for everyone all involved. As far as the housing trust fund goes in the county and purchasing properties, there's a piece of property that was available in Redway, and when I contacted the Housing Trust Fund about it, they said that they only consider buying a piece of property for the trust fund if it is below market value. I think that should be looked at and changed. Value for whoever owns a piece of property should be achieved. And if they have the means to come down on the price, let them. But I think that the Housing Trust Fund is necessary. There isn't any way that we're going to make progress with the housing situation for people unless we do lot splits. And we also need to consider the project that I believe Sean Armstrong did right across in Arcata that has little small units that are individually owned, but on what was one parcel. Seems to me that should be done all over the county. It's affordable, it's wonderful, people can buy and own their own place, and I'd love to be a part of seeing that happen all over the county. Thanks.
Thank you. And it looks like that's it on Zoom. So anybody here in the audience today who would like to come up and provide us some input, and I think you can probably use the mic to the, well, yeah, there we go. Director Ford's going to shift over. Thank you. We're adapting.
Yeah, Janelle Egger, and I asked to have this pulled for a different reason. Actually, I support the Regional Housing Trust Fund. I was involved with, made comments on Eureka, Arcata, and Humboldt County housing elements. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, just speak into the mic here.
And mentioned Regional Housing Trust Fund in my comments to the Arcata. So that's not the reason I pulled this. I pulled this because I wanted to know your intent in terms of public participation. And that's really important to me. It's one of the things, civil rights and open government are like things I am sort of fanatic about, you might say, but I try to be nice about it. So that's what, and when I looked, when you, last May, you all said specifically that trust fund, that was when you were talking about local, well, you weren't, but the board was talking about a local trust fund, and specifically said that there'd be public participation. And I, in my naivety, or maybe I'm right, hopefully, assumed that would be Brown Act participation and for the trust fund. So because that has been an issue for me in the past with the housing trust fund, the current housing trust fund, I wanted to clarify. And before, I almost didn't write anything because then I went and I looked at the actual resolution, I went to the codes, and that are mentioned there, and it also said public participation. So that's why I just wanted to come and know your intent. Do you mean a robust public participation a la Brown Act where people have, because literally I have horror stories from Eureka, sorry, about Brown Act issues during the housing element. So, yeah, that's why I wanted to just reaffirm that the board is interested in a robust public participation. And I can talk, you know, I only have 30 seconds, so I won't talk about other, you know, my experience in the housing element stuff. I can talk about that later. But I just want to know that there's going to be a robust public participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so at this point, I think it'd be good to ask Director Ford to come back and see if he wants to provide any other feedback on the issues that have been brought up to us, and then we'll bring it back to the board for final discussion. Director Ford.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Madrone. So I wanted to make 2 points really clear. One is that these grant funds do come with a requirement for a public process in order to allocate the funds. The portion of the funds that are being designated here for the Regional Housing Trust Fund It's a little bit premature to identify what that's going to be, because if it is part of a regional effort with cities and the county participating, that'll look very different than something that's just happening at the county level. And I think there's a growing desire on the part of the entire county to see some regional efforts take place. And so if there is a different decision-making body, that will obviously be a Brown Act meeting. And so that will clearly be a robust public process. I just want to affirm that the previous direction that the board gave on PLA funds, or PLHA funds, sorry, was that there be a public process to decide about how approximately half of those are spent. We've not engaged in that process yet. We've not spent the funds, but we've also not engaged in the public process yet. That is still forthcoming. I apologize that that is late. But it is not lost on us that there needs to be a public discussion about that.
Great. Thank you very much for those additional pieces of information. Any board members? Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you for that addition, Director Ford. I really appreciate the intent of that, and I do realize it's a bit premature to talk about how that group will function, but I do, recognize that you're saying it'll be a standing committee, not something ad hoc committee or board that'll be formed. I do hope that we include other jurisdictions locally, and then that can be an interagency effort. That would be my hope. And I think in 7-8 years ago when we first met in these chambers jointly, the City of Eureka and the Board of Supervisors met to talk about housing. And we talked about a housing trust fund at that time and how much that was needed for matching funds. And my only other comment about, the makeup of that group would be, the funding mechanisms for housing are extremely complex and frankly hard for me to understand sometimes. All of the different tax credits and grants and the constellation of funding is really complex. So my hope would be that we could also consider some members of that group who have specialized knowledge about the financing component. Because really the trust fund would be intended to match other funding sources and fill gaps. So that is my hope, and thank you for bringing this forward and making that addition.
Thank you. Any other board members? Yeah, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I thank you for this item, because if you don't just read the headline, and if you read the rest of the agenda item, it answers all the questions that are brought up, a lot of them, and I appreciate that. And as far as having the knowledge on the tax credits and everything else, it sounds like we just need to find somebody from Danco to serve on it, because they seem to have a control. They seem to be doing a pretty good job on putting housing up. So I appreciate the housing that is being done throughout all of the North Bay, all the way from Cloverdale. So when we do that and try to make it as stealth as possible or as quick as possible, because we can talk about this all day, because as Supervisor Arroyo said, we talked about this 7 years ago. So we need to keep going forward, because housing is, as mentioned earlier, housing is an issue. But I appreciate you putting an agenda item together that if you read the whole agenda item rather than the headline, it's pretty explanatory that you've covered all your bases. So thank you.
Okay, any other board members? Seeing none, do we have a motion? Did we? Oh, very good. Thank you very much. All right, given that that's where we're at, let's go ahead and have a vote on our thing. We have it up. Double check. No.
You don't have it up, Supervisor Bohn? Okay.
I'm trying to find mine underneath. Oh, mine failed. Sorry.
Okay. Well, it was a good try. Did yours work, Supervisor Arroyo? Because I don't have it recorded over here.
Oh, well, I'm continually clicking it.
Okay, we'll do roll call again.
Please do. Thank you.
Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
He's going to pay attention.
I'm going to be able to fill my whole bingo card.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Okay, well, we're going to just keep going through the agenda here. We do have an 11:30 time set for our legislative platform, so let's see how much work we can get done between now and then. And I'll I'll try and end the meeting maybe 5 or 10 minutes before 11:30 so we can have a quick break at that point before we go into that platform. So given that, we're on item I1, appointment to the Humboldt County Redevelopment Oversight Board. And who is presenting on this? We got Cheryl Dillingham here, the director or the auditor controller. Thank you. Speak into the mic.
Little green light.
Is the green light.
There we
There
go.
we
How's
go.
that sound?
Beautiful.
Good morning, Chair Madrone and supervisors. I'm here to fill an appointment to the Humboldt County Redevelopment Oversight Board. So this board was developed to help with the dissolution of the redevelopment agencies, which was started by in September of 2015. We have a redevelopment agency in Arcata, Eureka, and Fortuna. This board was vacated by former Supervisor Bass, and that's why there's a vacancy. This is a basically permanent appointment, meaning once you're there until you resign. And it meets about 1 or 2 times annually. The purpose is to provide oversight on the ROPS, which are the recognized obligation payment schedules. And this is done annually, and this impacts how the increment from redevelopment is distributed to the agencies. And part of the dissolution was intended to get more money back to counties and local government and schools. And it also helps with the oversight on the properties that the redevelopment agencies own and how they're distributed, sold, or otherwise utilized. So I'm looking for an appointment.
Great. Okay, and that's your presentation? Thank you. Any input from the board? All right, let's go to the Zoom and see if we have any public comment there. Nikki,
Chair Madrone, I don't see anybody on here with their hands raised.
all right, anybody here in the public today that wants to provide us with any input? Seeing none. So do we already have a recommendation? No, we're
I do not
putting.
have a recommendation.
So, yes, it is. Okay, so do we have any motions that folks would like to make? Somebody needs to do a motion.
It should probably be somebody who is either in the Arcata, Eureka, or Fortuna area.
Thank you for that.
Draw straws.
It doesn't seem like everybody's jumping on this. I'm here every day. So it won't be a special trip for me if
I make a motion to nominate Supervisor Bohn.
I'll second.
Moved by Bushnell and seconded by Arroyo. And any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and see if we've got our voting tabs up. I do, yes. Everybody else have theirs up? And we're voting. And
I'm going to have Brooke come in here because your system is not recording for some reason. So I'll do roll call vote again.
okay, thank you.
I've got it up and I'm pressing the button.
I'll text her to have her
Try
come
using
in.
the cursor, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
She's been around.
Well, Supervisor Bohn, we will
Thanks,
start
Mike.
with you first.
Ooh, number one.
I voted.
I know, but I have to
what's
do
your
roll
verbal
call.
vote?
That one says no, but I'll say yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn.
All right, and now we have a very exciting item on our agenda, the item I2, which is the appointment of board members to various boards, commissions, and committees for the calendar year 2023. And what I would like to do with this, there's a lot of them. I'd like to go through with them starting at the top of the page one by one. And if we have agreement, then we can simply note that. Kathy and I will keep notes as we go along. If there are more than one person that wants to try and fill a particular seat, then I'd like to pull those, and then we'll bring those all back at the end. That way we could get, I think, 3/4, maybe 90% of this done, maybe all of it. And then we'll come back to those where there may be more than one that would like to serve. So with that, Kathy Hayes, would you like to start a presentation?
I will do that.
Clerk of the board.
Good morning, Chairman Madrone and members of the board. As Supervisor Madrone stated, the item before you today is to appoint board members to various boards, commissions, and committees for the calendar year 2023. Each year, your board reviews a previous list of appointments for boards and commissions and has the option to disband or eliminate boards and commissions that have finished their charter. So with that, I will move it back to the board for discussion.
Thank you, Clerk Hayes. Appreciate it. Okay, so with that, the first one we have on our list is the Air Quality Management District, North Coast Unified. And we have currently Supervisor Bohn and Wilson as members and Supervisor Madrone as an alternate. And do the members want to continue to serve?
I think I've been on it for 10 years, and I think I've made a difference and actually caught a few things, and I'm pretty involved, and know most of the players in the game. But I would continue serving. Yes.
Okay.
Continuity and
thank you.
Good.
Supervisor Wilson.
Happy to continue.
Happy to continue. Any other interest by other members of the board? All right. Well, that one looks pretty easy, and I guess I'm the alternate, and I also would be willing to continue to do that. Look how easy that is. See, let's set that trend. Okay, Area 1 Agency on Aging Advisory Council. The current member is myself, and the alternate is Supervisor Bohn. I think we both have served on this for a while. Supervisor, as chair this year, I'm going to have a lot of duties, and so I'm going to be willing to let go of some things, but I enjoy working with them as the senior member of the board. But of course, if others are interested, I'd be more than willing to step aside and let that occur. Supervisor Bohn, how are you for your position?
Well, and I think I served both terms when I was chair of the board, and senior by age, not by years, so, and not by much. But I think it's worked so far. It seems to me you make all the meetings, I imagine.
I do. Some of them are on Tuesdays.
It's been pretty easy with Zoom, but I mean, yeah. So you're the old guy, so yeah, let's just put you back on there.
Any other interest on the board?
Point of clarification, are you interested in staying on it, or are you saying that you would like someone else to step up?
No, I'm more than willing to continue to serve. I like working with the group, but I just want to be available to make room for those that might want to step up. So it is a great group of people.
It is great. I'd be glad to be the alternate if you want to give up the alternate position. All right.
Okay, so any disagreement there? It looks like we have myself will stay as the member, and Supervisor Arroyo will, I'm sorry? What? You felt something? What's it? Yeah, we're all a little bit on eggshells for certain. For her, it's earthquakes. For me, it's windstorms. Yeah. All right, so I think the change there is that Supervisor Arroyo would step in as the alternate. All right, good. Next one, Humboldt County Audit Committee, and I think by ordinance or by policy, we set that up as the chair and the vice chair. So I would just simply step in and take over for outgoing Supervisor Bass, and then Supervisor Bohn as the vice chair would be that other position. So that's pretty much done by policy, is it? Or did we do an ordinance?
It's done by policy.
Policy, I thought so. Okay, great. All right, Humboldt County Association of Governments. Currently, we have Supervisor Wilson as the member and myself as the alternate. I have filled in for Supervisor Wilson a few times, and as chair this year, I would like to step up to be member, if that's agreeable with the board.
Agreeable by me.
And I'd like to see if there's other interest on the other parts, or if you wanted to stay as the alternate, Supervisor Wilson.
I don't need to
switch positions,
but
okay.
If there's an interest from another person, I'm happy to do it though. Yeah, I'll stay. It's fine.
Okay. Any other interest there?
And
yes.
and this was changed years ago, I think, when Ryan Sundberg was on there. Historically, we changed it every year to the chair. And since the biggest thing for a lot of these committees is long-term continuity, there was no historical knowledge left. So we changed it to do exactly what we're doing. So I'm good with, you staying on and Mike having his continuity of knowledge on that, unless Supervisor Bushnell wants anything to do with it. But that was changed, I think, in 2000, I want to say 15, something like that, for that reason. So we're just going to continue that that trend, it looks like.
Sounds like. Supervisor Bushnell.
I would be interested in the future. However, I'm satisfied with the appointment as is for now.
Okay. Supervisor Arroyo.
I'm happy with that arrangement. I did just want to note, and I think it might be helpful as we're going through these, if we know there's a different standing meeting date and time, it might be helpful for our staff to identify that. For example, HCOG meets at 4 p.m. on the fourth Thursday of the month.
Thank you very much for that update.
Definitely not at 7.
Great. Thanks for that update. Appreciate that, and it is helpful. Please, Supervisor Bushnell.
So I would ask our clerk, Kathy, could you get an updated times for all those?
I can for some, but for some, every year, the first meeting of the year, some of the boards and commissions set their schedules, and usually that's based upon appointments made by your board. So once you make appointments to those committees, we can reach out to those boards and commissions and find out what their set schedule. Some will schedule for 6 months for the first part of the year and then set a schedule for the last part of the year. Some will schedule for the full year. Okay. So we can reach out. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we have agreement there, as well as some interest in the future, possibly. Okay, the next item is the California Cannabis Authority, and we have Supervisor Bohn as the member. And we had John Bartholomew as the alternate, but of course he's gone. Amy Christensen is now our tax collector. Of course, John had a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge. He was involved during all the discussions about the cannabis taxes and banking. And this statewide committee did form around these banking issues initially, but it has taken on other issues since then. So how are we feeling about that one? Supervisor Bohn, do you want to continue to serve there?
I can, and we're actually, I'll give them some credit, and I know you were on there, and you had some trepidation on some things, like it wasn't going anywhere. Well, now they've decided to add cities and a whole bunch of other entities to make this work a little bit more focused. So as we move forward, is it earth-moving? No. Is it something that we need through CSAC and their participation at this point in time, especially with the federal banking and state banking? I think I would continue to serve, yes.
Great, thank you very much. And as far as the other alternate position, do we think that we want to see if Amy Christensen would be willing to serve, or what's the
She has been. She did attend the last two
Okay.
meetings, I believe, under that
Great.
precedent.
Okay.
So I would certainly think that's the policy I'd follow.
Okay, any discussion from the board on that? All right, and we have agreement on that one. The next one is the Cannabis Ad Hoc, which was actually discontinued in 2022 early. And that's because ad hocs aren't supposed to be ongoing like standing committees. And we had done some great work together, Supervisor Bushnell and myself and others, for a couple of years, but then we did disband it last year. So at this point, I guess we'll just move on past that. Of course, ad hocs can come back, but it's good to have a break in between, so it's not a standing committee. I see nodding from the county council. Yes, any other input there?
If I could, through the
Please.
chair. So we had talked with, in our last board meeting about that coming back. So would that need to come, Director Fordham, would it need to come back, or could it be reappointed here?
Probably need to do it as an agenda item. But we'll see what he says.
We are actually bringing an item back at the end of February to address three things. Item number one, to address the initiative. Item number two, to address other changes to the cannabis ordinance that may not be associated with the initiative. And then item three is the ad hoc committee.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yep.
Sounds like there's some work to do starting late February and beyond for another ad hoc series there. So we'll wait for that agenda item to come back and then appoint accordingly at that time. Okay, great. Next is CSAC, and as we may remember, we did appoint Supervisor Bass a couple of months ago, but of course that was really to honor her a longstanding position there on her way out. And now with her leaving the board, that is open, and so I'd like to see, we have Supervisor Bushnell as the current alternate, and I'm assuming you might want to step up as the member.
I would like to be the member.
I thought you might.
Thank
And
you.
is there anybody else that wanted to be able to do that? Oh, just even as the member, we're just keeping things open and seeing where we're at.
Oh, there is two members?
There's an alternate and a member. So,
One member,
Right.
Supervisor Wilson.
there you go.
Oh, is that how?
So Supervisor Bushnell,
When she was head,
go ahead.
when she was head of it, they opened another seat, so she got to be a queen for a year, and we actually appointed another member to fill the seat on the board.
But right now, what we have is one member and one alternate, and currently Supervisor Bushnell is the alternate and has expressed an interest in becoming the member. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I do follow the committees, well, 3 of the committees, and I do provide input occasionally on those committees, but I do think it might be if Supervisor Arroyo is interested in it, I would say, a good place to get feet wet. I know that's kind of what, were you in there just right at the beginning?
Are you referring to her as the alternate or the member?
Yeah, the alternate, yeah.
So I became the alternate when I was first elected to gain knowledge, which I did a lot through CSAC, and then I attend and I'm doing the CSAC classes. It was very helpful for me, and I'm looking forward to being the member, having done the work for the last 2 years. And if you're asking if it was helpful, yes.
Okay, that's what I was, yes, that is what I was asking.
And Supervisor Arroyo.
I'd be happy to be the alternate. I fully want you to be able to have the opportunity to be the full member.
Looks like we have agreement on that one. We are just rolling right along.
Chair,
Thank you.
may
Yes.
I ask for a very short break?
Yes, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
I know we're so close to 11:30, but.
That's okay. We're not that close, so. All right, we've got Caltrans North District External Advisory Liaison. We've got Supervisor Bohn as the member, and I am the alternate. Supervisor Bohn, did you want to continue to serve there?
Yeah, that's fine. I've had a pretty good presentation. And it meets here in
Yeah.
town upstairs, and
How often do you meet?
quarterly.
Quarterly, okay, great.
So, and there's representation, and we go over quite a bit of stuff. So, I'd love to continue to serve just for the basic reason it's a pretty good committee to serve on.
You bet. And I'm the alternate currently, but if somebody else is interested, Supervisor Bushnell would be interested, I'm more than willing to step down. Any other interest? Okay, looks like. Yeah, you have lots of Caltrans in your district? No, you don't. Well, you got a highway. So it looks like we have agreement on that one. And then we have the Convention and Visitors Bureau, where Scott Adair, our Economic Development Director, is the member, and we have Supervisor Bushnell as the alternate.
I would just like to clarify with Alicia, if I could, through the chair, that Diana Rios is currently the one attending the meeting, so should it reflect that, or does it stay the director?
Can I follow up with Scott on that one? Can we hold this one for a few moments?
Okay, we'll pull that one for a few moments and come back to it. Yeah, put it at the end. And then we have the Court County Facilities Group. We've got Supervisor Wilson as the member and Supervisor Bohn as the alternate. Supervisor Wilson, still interested in serving?
Sure, it sounds like it.
Meets weekly, so I mean, it's pretty hard on your schedule, but yeah, we can keep it the same.
Yeah, okay. And everybody looks good on that
And by
one?
weekly, I mean every 2 years, one day a week.
Right, I was going to say. Okay, no changes on that one. Thank you both. Disaster Council, that's the chair and a member, so I guess I would be filling Supervisor Bass's position, which means somebody else could step into the member because I'm currently was listed as the vice chair. So it says chair and member, is that correct? Not chair and vice chair?
It's actually chair and member.
Chair and member. So we need somebody to fill in the member on that. Any interest?
I'm willing.
Supervisor Arroyo and any others?
For discussion, if I could, for continuity, wouldn't it be chair and vice chair, since the following year it would then go to the chair, which would be District 1
Well, that was certainly the way it's set up right
Yeah.
now, but I asked for that clarification. The clerk of board's telling us that it's chair and a member. So the member doesn't need to be the vice chair is what I'm hearing.
That's correct, but the member is usually the chairman of the board, unless the chairman abdicates and someone else is appointed.
So I'm assuming they're both voting members because it doesn't say alternate. And so is there interest beyond Supervisor Arroyo in serving on that?
I've always wanted to be in a band called the Disaster Council, but this isn't it, I think. So thanks.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and I'll move into the chair position there and Supervisor Arroyo for the member.
To clarify, I'm happy
Yes.
for Supervisor Bohn to serve in that position if that continuity piece is desired.
When it hits the fan, I'm usually there because I've been doing it for 40 years, filling generator and everything else. So I usually get a lot of phone calls anyway. I don't need it'd be good for you to learn that. And you already do that through you have disaster preparedness up the yinger with all your military service.
All right.
Perfect fit.
Up the yinger. Thank you.
Yinger,
All right.
Okay, we'll move on from that definition. Next, we have the Eel Russian River Joint Powers Commission, and typically we have the members of our board that have the Eel River in their district. So currently that is Supervisor Bohn as the member and Supervisor Bushnell as the alternate. Please.
Clarifying,
Supervisor Wilson.
does that commission, or does it still exist?
On a limited basis, but it has not been disbanded because I mean, the joint powers, the Huffman alternative, a lot of that has gone by the wayside, and we're all victims to hoping PG and everybody else we can come to a happy ground. So
sounds good.
Okay, so we're going to leave that one as is. Next, we have the Redwood Coast Energy Authority, and currently we have Supervisor Bohn as the member, Virginia Bass as the alternate. So that seat needs to be filled, or at least one seat on there. And who is interested in those positions?
Can I make a pitch?
Supervisor Wilson, and then I saw Supervisor Arroyo, and then
I want to make a pitch for Supervisor Arroyo as the member seat for us on there, mainly because of the geography of what is currently the biggest issue we're going to be dealing with RCEA, which is related to wind energy, offshore wind energy, and then also, the experience around Humboldt Bay with relationship to the Coast Guard and those sorts of things. I just, I'm feeling like that's the pitch I'm going to make.
And Supervisor Arroyo, and then Supervisor Bohn.
I was going to put my interest forward, but Supervisor Wilson did it for me, and that summarizes pretty much what I was thinking as well.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
well, and I appreciate that. As somebody that has worked within probably 200 yards of Humboldt Bay for the last 50 some odd years, both in the fuel business. Here, I'm still close to the bay and everything else. This is the second time I've served on that. I think I have an advocacy voice for a little bit of everything. So I would continue to serve, but but that's going to be the pleasure, and we'll see what goes on now.
Okay, so I'm hearing an interest in two board members wanting to serve as the member. In an ideal world, one would be the member and then one the alternate. And it sounds like you both would like to be the member. So let's bring that back at the end. We'll do that.
We can do it now.
You want to do it now?
Why would you wait till the end?
I was just trying to go through everything in a
Oh,
certain
okay.
way, get
All
it all
right.
done,
All right.
and then come
Okay.
back to those where there is more than one person interested.
All right.
So I'd like to continue with that process. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn.
You're welcome.
Okay, Eureka City and County Roundtable Committee. We've got Supervisor Bohn for the first district, Supervisor Bass for the fourth, so that would seem logical that Supervisor Arroyo would fill in for Supervisor Bass there, and that would be the only change.
I am willing
Eureka
to serve.
City and County Roundtable Committee, yeah. Okay, great. So let's put in Arroyo there. Okay, and then to the next page. Doing great, everybody. Fire Services Ad Hoc. Currently, myself and Supervisor Bushnell are the members. I would like to continue serving. I see Supervisor Bushnell would. Is there other interest in serving on that? All right, I think we have agreement there to continue. First five, Humboldt. Supervisor Bushnell is the member. Virginia Bass was the alternate, so there's a slot there. I think we've all served there and really enjoyed the work there. It's a great experience, so would Supervisor Arroyo like to step up and fill that alternate position for
I'd
first
be
five?
happy to serve as the alternate. Yes.
Okay.
May I ask the alternate for that particular board or commission? What is that? Are they able to attend?
Yeah.
So, yes, you can, as an alternate, you can attend any commission that you're on. Supervisor Bass went with me often and attended, and then also went to, we had a convention in Monterey. She went with me as well there. And she was the member previously, and so she really enjoyed that commission. Great.
Yeah, all have been members, and if two show up, the alternate can't vote if the member's there,
Sure.
but you can certainly listen, participate.
Great, thank you.
And they're public meetings, so anybody can attend. Anybody on, you run into, yeah.
All right.
And it's one of the greatest groups of people to work with.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We all feel like that's our baptism in some ways, I guess. So, there's my Catholic upbringing. Okay, Hazardous Materials Response Authority. We've got Supervisor Wilson as the member, Supervisor Bohn as the alternate. Have you guys even ever met lately?
Met yesterday,
Wow.
actually.
Okay.
But I'm happy to switch this one up if you want. If anyone wants to be the member, I'm happy to, whatever.
Any interest in member by other board members?
You want to take it?
Might be the only guy up here that's done a whole bunch of hazardous response and was a licensed leader and stuff, but maybe.
You want to step up, switch roles?
I can. It's fairly simplistic.
Yeah, that'd be great. We can switch spots.
Switch spots? Go ahead.
And I was gonna say, I used to have my 40-hour OSHA training, but I don't have it anymore.
And Supervisor Arroyo.
So my Coast Guard billet is almost entirely hazmat. So I'm very up on it, but I've been the alternate and never attended because, anyway, for the city. So I'd be happy to be the alternate if you'd like to be the primary member.
All right, and I'm seeing agreement with Supervisor Wilson on that. Any further discussion? Looks like we have agreement on that. We'll have Supervisor Bohn become the member, Supervisor Arroyo as the alternate. Thank you both. Headwaters Fund Subcommittee. Currently, we have Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Bohn as the members. Willing to serve?
Yeah.
Yep. Any other board input? Looks like we're good there. Yep.
We have survived that. So.
Thank you. Multi-Agency Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, a fantastic organization. We have Supervisor Bushnell as the member, and we have a slot for alternate open with Supervisor Bass's departure.
So currently, I am not able to attend a lot of these meetings, and so I would like to not continue forward with the next two.
The next two, both as member and/or alternate.
I'm member on both.
Yeah, so what about alternate?
I would be happy to do alternate, but I do not wish to be
Understood.
the member.
Anybody else want to step in? I did it for, I think, 3 years. Fantastic groups, but with my workload right now, I'm trying to keep it mellow.
This was my trial by fire, and actually took Jimmy's place on it, so, who was a great member, so. It'd be a great learning curve again if we're on the learning basis right there.
Yep.
I'd be happy to serve. I will say that I don't know how the rest of the decisions are going to shake out, but for those who attend the HCOG meeting, there's a conflict
Right.
on the time. So,
And we did HCOG already, didn't we?
yeah. I mean, this is sort of jumping ahead to a different item, but I would be interested in continuing on HTA, and the chair does go to the HCOG meeting as the Policy Advisory Committee representative. So that means that that conflict exists. So I'm sure that could be worked out if that is the pleasure of the board to continue with that. But
HTA is on Wednesdays.
yeah, but the chair goes to the HCOG Policy Advisory Committee. I'm currently I was the chair up until
As
this
a
last
Eureka
month.
rep, okay.
Yeah, the chair goes
To the HCOG.
to the HCOG meeting on behalf of HTA.
Okay, well, let's see how all that works out down the list. It would be good to get somebody to step up to be the member there for both of those. They really fit together. Juvenile Justice Coordinating Committee and the Delinquency Prevention. You can do that, Mike? Mike will do both as the member. That's great. And then Supervisor Bushnell will become the alternate for both those.
I would actually like if Supervisor Bohn to be the alternate, because, in terms of like conflicts with the.
Oh, if you can't make it anyway. Supervisor Bohn, would you be the alternate for those?
Sure.
Okay. And Supervisor Bushnell?
Be suspiciously.
That works good for you? All right, again, a great board working. I really appreciate the congeniality and professionalism that we're all working together here on to fill these slots as we move forward. So just to confirm, we've got Supervisor Arroyo will be the member for both those committees, and I'm sorry.
No, Wilson.
Supervisor Wilson will be the member for both those committees, and Supervisor Bohn will be the alternate. Okay, and let me take quick notes. Sorry, and Kathy, you got those?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
great. Okay, and then we got the Klamath Basin Coordinating Committee. I am currently the member. Mike Wilson is the alternate, and I would like to continue to serve as it is in my district.
And I appreciate the alternate position in there. It's been good.
Okay, any other interest?
Fully agree. If it's in your district, I think you should probably represent it.
Like the eel, you bet. All right, we're good there. That one stays the
Supervisor
same.
Madrone,
Yes.
my only comment on that one was
Yep.
that, I was going to step up as the alternate if there was interest, but I do serve on the Klamath River Renewal Corporation Board, so I don't know if that creates some good insight or whether there's actually a potential conflict there. So, that organization is, I'm a gubernatorial appointee, so I'm a California state appointee to that board.
Yeah, I think it's great that we have you on that board. I don't know about the conflict issue. Supervisor Wilson?
Unless it's enumerated in the legislation that created the commission that you're on. Well, this actually isn't a decision-making body.
No, it's not.
So I would say probably not, but I would check with the state attorney's office.
I think if we leave it as is, we avoid that issue entirely. I just wanted to mention that was my connection to the Klamath.
Well, I think it's great we got both of you involved, frankly, and myself, so that's three in different ways with no conflict. So, all right, we're going to leave that one as is. The Local Agency Formation Commission, also known as LAFCO, we currently have Bass and Bushnell as members and Wilson as an alternate, and of course Bass is no longer with us on the board. I would like to step up and be a member for LAFCO. I was the alternate. I gave that up and you moved into that position, but I would like to step up and be a member for LAFCO. Is there other interest on the part of the board? There's two members. Yes, that's correct. That's correct. Two members. No, yeah, two members and one alternate.
I would like to stay.
Okay.
Yep.
And Wilson is the alternate?
Yeah, I don't need to be that.
Okay. All right, so I'll just fill in the slot for Supervisor Bass. Okay, behavioral health, another incredible organization. We have so many wonderful ones. I'm currently the member. Supervisor Bushnell is the alternate, and she participates regularly. Thank you, Supervisor. I like my involvement, engagement there, but I'm more than willing to allow opportunities for others if there is an interest. Supervisor Bushnell, are you fine as alternate? Okay.
I have a conflict at 2 o'clock that day that would be a little tight, so I think that would be best to not.
Okay. All right, let's leave that one as it is then. Next is NACO. And currently we have Supervisor Bohn as the member, Supervisor Bass as the alternate. Again, I would, as chair, like to step up as the alternate. I think Supervisor Bohn does a great job, as Bass did, with that organization. And Supervisor Bohn, I'm assuming you'd like to continue to be a member?
Yeah, it ties in pretty good with being on the executive committee and still serving with all the committees I do with RCRC, so.
Absolutely.
So.
Okay, any other interest? Yes?
So the only thing I would say is also with CSAC, I would be interested in the alternate position just because it also ties in. But, you know, you're the alternate for CSAC now, so, you know, I guess we could.
Am I?
Aren't you?
CSAC, where were we? Right up front, CSAC, no, well, Bass was the member.
Oh, it's Arroyo. Yeah, it's,
And
yeah, Natalie,
so I'm
okay.
not, yeah.
So I guess because you're not the alternate and it does really tie in, I would like to be the alternate with NACO if possible. I guess we.
Okay, any other interest? Well, let's wait and bring that one back at the end as well. Thank you for your expression of interest. And that's bring back. We're doing really good. North Coast Emergency Medical Services Governing Board, we have Supervisor Bohn as the member and the Public Health Director as the alternate. Supervisor Bohn?
I'm chair of that and have been on it for, oh my God, 8 years, 9 years now. So I'm the chair. It's pretty cool because we've been dealing with a lot of the mental health issues at the emergency rooms. We've been able to rate the trauma centers both at Mad River and Providence St. Joe's, and the STEMI research. So there's a lot of stuff going on. It's very busy, but it's kind of nobody knows what they are or what they do. But it's been I'm trying to think whose place I took, and I don't even remember. It's been so long. So,
All right.
Yeah.
So you're good staying in the member position?
Sure.
Great, thank you. And then I assume our Public Health Director, Sophia Pereira, would continue to serve in that position. All right, we got that one covered. And, yep, please.
Dr. Baird was the alternate before. And so I don't think it's I think it's our
It doesn't say.
clarification, but I never saw Sophia Pereira added. It was always Dr. Baird as the alternate, and that's who I discussed everything with. So I don't know if we have Candy. And that was a position that Dawn fulfilled as our health officer.
Okay,
I think it was the public health officer, not director. I think that might be just a wrong clarification because she is our public health officer, right?
So I heard Director Connie Beck say that they'd get back to us and see which one would be best. Is that correct? I know. Come on up here, please, Connie. Thank you. Director Beck? Yeah, and the podium's working now, so yay, technology. Reboot.
You can hear me?
No.
You're saying yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, speak up.
Michelle Stevens is Public Health Director. I used to attend those meetings, so if Sophia's missing, we'll check into that. She should attend that meeting also, but I also believe that we want, we also want Candy to attend, Dr. Stockton.
Sounds like we may have triple coverage. Sounds good. So to clarify, you're going to let Kathy know who would be the person?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me, Supervisor Madrone, I
Yes.
have Tracy D'Amico with her hand raised.
Great. Tracy, please.
Hi. So I previously worked at North Coast DMS, and it is actually the health officer that is the other member for Humboldt County.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And I see a thumbs up from Director Beck. Okay. We've got that one covered. Next is, it should state the Great Redwood Trail Agency. The clerk of the board is correcting that. And this is, there are two positions. One is a community member, one is a board member, and then an alternate. I'm currently serving as the member. Supervisor Bushnell is currently the alternate. I would like to continue to serve. I'm currently the vice chair of the board.
Point of clarification, it's a 2-year appointment, and I don't think we did it last year, so I don't know if we need to redo this
It was done
one.
in January of last year.
I believe so. That's when I was.
Right, and so 2 years are up, I believe. For my position.
Oh, for yours.
As member, the community member we just did, so they're, what do you call that?
Rotating.
Rotating, yeah, so that we
Okay.
don't have two at once. Okay, and so on that one, I would like to continue to serve, and Supervisor Bushnell, you are the current alternate?
I would like to stay.
Okay, any other interest from board members on either of these positions? No? Okay, great, we'll stick with that. Thank you, and that's a 2-year appointment.
I would say I have interest, but I would say that I'm fully, I believe that the makeup is good currently. No, thanks.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we're both very engaged. Yeah? Annie and Mary. Yeah, it's in all of us, that's correct. Any one of us would do a great job of serving on this. And it is an emerging entity, so there we have it. Okay, next is REDEC. And we currently have Supervisor Bushnell as the member and Supervisor Bohn as the alternate. Supervisor Bushnell.
I'm happy to step aside if someone else would like it, and if not, I'm happy to stay.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn. Status quo, and yes, please, Supervisor Arroyo.
I'd be happy to serve as the member.
Okay, and I'm hearing that sounds like we have an agreement there. You guys
I'd
are
be
awesome.
happy to do the alternate. Is there an alternate, or is there?
There is an alternate.
Yeah, I don't have to. I'm just saying.
Okay, so we have 2 people interested. Supervisor Bohn? Okay, Supervisor Wilson as the alternate, Supervisor Arroyo as the member. Awesome. RCRC, Golden State Finance, and Connect. And we already did that? Correct, we did that very recently, so nothing to do there, correct? Nothing new to do there. We often do those in October, just before their annual meeting. And we did that this last October, so we're good there. We've got Supervisor Bohn as the member, Supervisor Bushnell as the alternate. Next, we have the Semper Virens Joint Conference Committee, and Supervisor Bass was the member, as well as myself. There are 2 members there. We meet about once every 3 years or something. It's pretty irregular at this point. I'm not even sure if we ever met, but at any rate, we all good on leaving that as is, although we need to fill in for Supervisor Bass.
That used to meet quarterly until COVID hit. So,
Okay.
just so you know, and then COVID kind of threw everything for a loop. But it was pretty interesting when they met all the time.
What would you say, short form, is the goal or work of that group?
Basically, to stay on top of any expansion, what they plan for future medical. The big thing back then was trying to make sure that we advocating for the residency program, which now Open Door, Mad River, and Providence are all, actually benefiting from, and us as patients are benefiting from. Right. There was a big advocacy through the state and through the Medical Association to get that program. Ms. Shanahan was the kind of a lead on it. So it was basically the, I think, largest employer in Eureka, basically knowing what was going on before you actually heard it. So
okay.
It was a great committee. It has fallen off due to COVID. Can't get in the hospital, can't meet there, can't do this, can't do that. I don't know if that is going to change or not. If it does change, it was a pretty worthwhile organization there for quite a while.
Question.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, has it met since the new CEO has taken over, or do you even think it's? Yeah, do you think it's even on there? On the radar?
I see Shanahan, and yeah, it's still on their radar. It's just they have a lot of things going on with besides everything else. So I think it's probably up to us to push the envelope. I mean, we had city representation on it. City was a representative on it. County, there was Connie Beck was a before she was a regular at attending, usually her and
Okay, I think.
anyway, Nancy Stark was because of legislation and everything else that helped basically was to help rural health as much as possible.
So we have a vacant slot with Supervisor Bass moving on. Is anybody interested in filling that slot? You've got a lot of institutional knowledge. I'm seeing here 2 members, Semper Virens Joint Conference Committee. There's 2 members. Yeah, you guys are mixing in St. Joe's.
We both jumped ahead.
You did. I was going to correct you, but that's okay. You did it yourself. Yeah, this is Semper Virens.
Okay.
Supervisor Arroyo.
It does sound like, Supervisor Bohn, like you have a lot of background knowledge and interest in this, and you also serve on the Emergency Medical Services, which has some nexus there. I don't know about the Advocacy Committee piece as well. It does seem like there's a connection there too.
There is.
With providing care and continuity of care. I would be happy to see the same folks serve on those. I mean, I guess then you wouldn't get the benefit of new perspectives, but you would have a lot of that inter-organizational cooperation.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, so we'll have, for the Semper Virens Joint Conference Committee, it would be Supervisor Bohn and myself as members. For the St. Joseph's Hospital Advocacy Committee, it would be the same thing. And then one of us would be member. Currently, Supervisor Bohn is the member. I'm the alternate. I'm fine with that. Supervisor Bohn? That's on the back of that's on page 3. Top of page 3. St. Joseph's Hospital. Supervisor Bohn, member. Supervisor Madrone, alternate.
All right. Okay.
Okay, so we're good there, leaving that as is. Transient occupancy tax ad hoc working group, that was just formed. We haven't met yet, but we did appoint Supervisor Bushnell and Supervisor Wilson as members.
No, we haven't yet. Not on this.
We haven't met yet, but you're both the members, and I'm assuming you want to continue to serve, because that
Yes.
action was just a few months ago. All right, I'm seeing thumbs up on that one. We're good there. Humboldt Transit Authority, currently we have Wilson and Bohn as members, and I am an alternate. And what's the pleasure of the board there?
We have a bit of
Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, we have a bit of an interesting situation because we actually have 3 members that have been serving of this board currently. They've been serving there for
10 years.
A long time. And so.
Of course, one was at City Council.
Yes, yes. But it is germane.
Absolutely.
And so many of the customers are within that jurisdiction. I will say also, as currently has been the chair of the organization, as mentioned before, I think we probably have 3 members that are interested in this, because I'm interested because we're also now looking at the transition. We're starting to discuss a little bit the idea of the transition that Eureka has gone through now. Those discussions are starting a little bit with regards to Arcata, and so I have interest in maintaining in that space. So you may want to move this one to the.
May want to. Let's see the rest of the
not
input.
Speaking for Supervisor Bohn, but.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. And Supervisor Bohn? You're currently a member along with Supervisor Wilson.
And I have been and championed electric buses, just went and toured the hydrogen facility. Actually was there quite a bit when we redid the remodel of the fueling stations. Pretty active member, talk with Director Pratt, or actually Executive Director Pratt and Jimmy in service and stuff quite a bit, but I can see where there'll be pushback on this one, so.
Okay, so, and then Supervisor Arroyo, you longstanding interest, you want to continue to try and be involved as a member somehow?
That's correct. I think I've been on the board for 7 years and would like to continue. And there's some big projects that are in my district coming forward for that organization.
Okay, I do agree. I think we need to bring that back because we have multiple interests. And I'm more than willing to step out of the alternate position, which would be a 3rd position. So let's see, we'll bring that back. Right now, we only have 3 coming back. I think we're doing great. Next is the Northwest California Resource Conservation and Development Council, meets quarterly. Currently, I am the member, Supervisor Bohn is the alternate, and Supervisor Wilson is the second alternate. So I'm more than willing to continue to serve. It's right down my alley, but Supervisor Bohn, what's your interest?
I'll serve at the board's pleasure.
Okay. And Supervisor Wilson?
I think this organization is really cool. I mean, and I love, and it was fun to be on that board, and but I also feel like Supervisor Arroyo would have would do a good job of at least being an alternate. I'm happy to trade out on this. Her experience with our CAA and her watershed work, I think, would fit well with this organization. Yeah, there's just so much going on there, and it's just a wealth of really. But anyways, if you're willing to take the second alternate position, I'm happy to pass that along.
Supervisor Arroyo?
I'm certainly willing to take the second alternate position. That doesn't sound like a role that comes into play very often, but I'm sure that I could participate as I'm able if I were in that role. So yeah.
That's great.
Thanks.
Okay. And sounds like Supervisor Bohn, you're wanting to continue as alternate?
Well, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's just replace Supervisor Wilson with Supervisor Arroyo. And we've got that one done. Next is the Trinity River Basin Fish and Wildlife Subcommittee. And currently that's Supervisor Wilson and myself both as members. I would like to continue to serve in that position in my district. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so as well. It's been...
Okay. Any other interest? All right, we're good on that one. Waste Management Authority, a lot going on there these days. Supervisor Bohn served there for many years and did a lot of great work. I'm currently the member. Supervisor Bohn is the first alternate, and Supervisor Bushnell second alternate. I would like to continue to serve as the member. Supervisor Bohn, first alternate, or any other interest?
Pleasure of the board.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell. All right, we'll leave that all as is. Next is the North Coast Resource Partnership, and we have Supervisor Bohn and myself as members. I'm currently the vice chair. I would like to continue to serve. We have Supervisor Wilson as an alternate. Supervisor Bohn, interest? Continuing?
This was my apple to take away the waste management last year, so I would like to continue to serve after 1 year.
Okay.
I'm just getting my feet wet, and I have some projects I want to bring forward. And
great.
So.
Sounds good. And then Supervisor Arroyo, Wilson, you want to continue as a second? Or as
I think under the same premise, I'm happy to have Supervisor Arroyo.
Okay.
It's really another really great organization.
Supervisor Arroyo, does that sound good?
Sure.
All right.
I've definitely been on the working with them and from the nonprofit perspective, but not from the government perspective. So it'd be an interesting role.
Perfect. Thank you. We got agreement there with Supervisor Arroyo taking over for Supervisor Wilson. Workforce Development Board, we've got Supervisor Bushnell as the member and Supervisor Bohn as the alternate. We're good there? Any other interest? Okay.
I have a question about that one. I'd heard that they had trouble maintaining a quorum, and I don't know what the reasons were, who was participating or not. But is that schedule continuing to work for everyone who's?
Their issue with the quorum was because of Zoom and not Zoom, and not because of me.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was not trying to throw you under the bus. I just want to make sure
That's
that.
okay. That's obviously what you were saying. So.
Was it?
Well, we have an alternate too. So if I wanted to make sure that at least one of the members was able to continually participate.
When I'm not available, I let Supervisor Bohn know, and he goes.
Okay.
And
Great.
I've been able to make every time when she had a conflict. So I just, it seems
must
to
have been
worked.
another agency then. Thank you.
As my sweetheart always says, make no assumptions, ask and find out where we're at, get clarification. So, very good. So we are doing great. I think the last one is on the back on page 4, and that's the Airline Recruitment Subcommittee with Supervisor Wilson and Bass as a member. So we have an open slot. Supervisor Wilson, are you still interested?
This is one of those I don't even know if it's a thing because I haven't heard any.
Okay.
We haven't had any meetings with relationship to it in a long time that I can remember. But
Okay.
I'm happy to maintain a position on a ghost of a committee, but and I'm happy to if anyone else is interested.
Well, we have an open slot with Supervisor Bass going away, so is there anyone on the board interested in filling that slot? Supervisor Arroyo says, well, yeah, sure.
There you go.
I'm assuming that's what.
If needed, I will serve in that role. Is anyone else excited about it, passionate about that topic?
Okay, so let's replace Supervisor Arroyo for Bass there. That completes everything but the 3 items we want to come back where there may actually be a vote needed. We're at 11:25. We have a time set at 11:30.
We haven't done public comment either.
No, we haven't, and we're going to do it, well, I think we should do it at the end after we've done all of them.
Yep.
So my proposal to the board, I want to see if we have agreement, would be that we would adjourn for 5 minutes and then come back for the legislative platform.
We already did the adjournment, though.
What's that?
We already adjourned.
I know we did, but I want to make sure that we have, because we're going to go right from the ledge platform into closed session at noon. So I would like to give this opportunity for the board for a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for the ledge platform. Then we have some closed sessions at noon, and then we have another time set at 2:30. So we'll be back probably about 3 o'clock to pick this up and work on the rest of the agenda. That's my sense of it. Sound good? Okay, let's take a 5-minute, not 10-minute, 5-minute break, and ledge platform is next. Wow. All right, we are back from our brief break. Thank you very much. And now we have on our agenda a 11:30 time set, which is the legislative platform. And to present that, we have Sean here from CAO's office. Or is it CAO wants to? Okay, I'll leave it to you two.
Good morning, Chair Madrone and members of the board. Sean Quincy, Deputy County Administrative Officer. On an annual basis, departments in cooperation with the County Administrative Office and our state and federal advocates bring forward the state and federal legislative platform. Before your board today is the 2023 version of that document. I will note that the last time this item came to your board was for the 2021 legislative platform. There was not a 2022 legislative platform that was presented to your board. Essentially, each platform is in this document is a plea advocating for changes to issues that are affecting the county. The platforms are divided by topic, and each topic is noted as one that applies to either the state, the federal government, or both. You also notice that this document before you is significantly reformatted from previous versions of the document. In prior versions, the document was separated into state and federal issues, and then each of those issues was separated into funding and legislative requests. It made for some unnecessary repetition, in my opinion, and so this platform is a little bit more streamlined and is organized by issues. There are a wide variety of topics in the platform, and they are addressed in a generalized manner, such as public safety and agriculture. Items in the platform become more specific as staff become aware of specific legislation. For example, this document includes a state and federal platform around offshore wind. As you are aware, the provisional winners of the 2 offshore wind lease areas off Humboldt's coast were announced in December, and in November, your board adopted a resolution stating some of the principles that the county will adhere to as the project progresses. Therefore, this platform supports collaborative development of offshore wind with local stakeholders, mitigation of impacts related to development, and compensation for unavoidable impacts. It also supports efforts to increase local workforce and supply chain, investment in necessary infrastructure, and efforts to ensure that development benefits tribal and unrepresented communities. Also, items are removed from the platform as legislative remedies are passed. After consulting with county departments, outside agencies, and our advocacy firms, here are some of the new and noteworthy platforms for 2023. The platforms around cannabis cultivation and efforts to support small farms, climate resilience and infrastructure to support energy and zero emission goals, county workforce and program flexibility, funding for abandoned vehicles, and funding for indigent legal defense. It's important for your board to provide input and direction into the legislative platform as it is an influential policy directing statement. The recommendations before your board include, first, to provide input and direction to staff as desired regarding the proposed state and federal legislative platforms. The second and third recommendations are to provide input and direction to staff regarding federal and state policy issues that should receive priority advocacy services. Staff is seeking direction on identifying legislative priorities based on the relative importance to the board and in consideration of the state and federal agendas. Identifying a primary list of state and federal priorities will allow our state and federal advocates to work more effectively with state legislators and members of Congress, as well as applicable agencies, and would ensure that the county's effectiveness is not diluted. Recommendations for 2023 priorities are included in your packets. Recommendations number 4 through 6 will adopt the legislative platform, incorporating any changes made by your board, and direct the county administrative officer to submit final versions of the county's to the county's appropriate state and federal representatives and stakeholders. And the final recommendation is to authorize the county administrative officer to submit letters to state and federal representatives as needed to support the county's legislative platform during 2023. This recommendation also authorizes the CAO to advocate on matters that are passed by board resolution. This recommendation will allow the county to quicken the time it takes to respond to legislative changes. Once your board's modifications are incorporated, the county administrative office will finalize the 2023 state and federal legislative platforms and transmit them to state legislative and federal congressional delegations and the county's legislative advocates. That concludes my staff report. I will note that our partners from Shaw Yoder, Antwi, Schmelzer, and Lang are on the line, as well as Paragon, our state and federal legislative advocates. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much, Sean. And so would they like to also present at this time or answer questions?
I think that they're just ready to help answer questions should your board have.
Well, we appreciate them being here. They do a lot of hard work for this county, and we appreciate all of that. So I'll turn to the board. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, how would you, as the chair, would like to, are we going to take each section or just take comments from the board?
Well, let me just see, is there a lot of discussion that board wants to have or certain points? What's your? I have some points. You got several points you'd like to make? Questions? And how about you, Supervisor Bohn?
I'll see what goes on. The only thing I saw, well, no, I'm good right now.
Okay, and down here, Supervisor Arroyo?
I have a few more comments than questions or requests to include specific things.
Okay, I think some organization would probably be useful, as was suggested by Supervisor Bushnell. So the first part is the state platform and then the federal.
Sure.
And that's the way you've basically got it broken down?
Correct.
Now? Supervisor Wilson?
And you may want to decide when you want to take public comment, at the beginning or the end of what we put out there. So.
I'd like to hear from the board and see what kind of questions and discussions and answers to that, and then bring in the public at that point to give us their feedback as well, if that sounds good. I see nods all the way around. So we'll start with, let's do the state questions that we might have and get those clarified. Supervisor Bushnell.
The first question I would have is for the cannabis portion would be provide funding to support local enforcement of illegal water diversions. I'm wondering if we're duplicating there when Fish and Wildlife and the Water Board tend to do that, and would like a little clarification around that.
Okay, and would that be for Director Ford to follow up?
Sure, he could, whoever can give me the answers.
Okay. How does the board feel? Should we go ahead and get answers with each one as we go? That'd be a little clearer?
I would like that.
That sounds good to me. All right, Director Ford.
And first, really quickly before Director Ford chimes in, this platform was included probably 6 years ago by the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Downey, was the one who wanted to put this in. So I'm not sure what the terms are, but that's how far back this idea dates.
And that's probably why I have questions about it, and I think Director Ford probably can let us know how that's going currently.
Thank you. I think 6 years ago, probably there was not as robust an enforcement effort at the state level as there is now. Currently, CDFW is policing watersheds as well as the Regional Water Quality Control Board. So from a civil standpoint, the county, and this is zoning, doesn't have authority to legislate water withdrawals. That's not part of our code. That is part of the state code. That could be a criminal offense, but CDFW typically works with the sheriff to go out and identify those violations and visit those sites and serve a warrant in those situations.
Okay. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell?
So I guess my question then would be, is it appropriate to have on this platform?
So it's not, I mean, if you're asking for my opinion, I would say it's not directly something the county enforces. Would it be beneficial for the sheriff to have resources to be able to assist CDFW and the water board, which they often do? Yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
And I don't have that particular language right in front of me at this moment, but oftentimes when we ask for or propose funding, it doesn't necessarily mean the funding comes to us directly. It could be just like more funding for the state to spend on these things. And so I don't know if the legislative language is enumerating that in particular, but it can be speaking to not just our budget, but to the state or federal budgets as well.
Thank you for that. And so one other comment I would like to make, perhaps in the future, there's a lot of direction here, but there's not a lot of reason why we're going in that direction in this document. And so possibly that could be helpful if sometime in the future, maybe that was a consideration, or maybe if that came to our board previous to this document coming out. Thank you.
So it sounds like possibly an addition to the platform that just says we support additional enforcement measures, something like that? Okay. All right, and your next item? That's it for state?
Well, I would also like to, for my board to consider, so in this document there, I think it's in, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's in the state, but the issue with PG&E in the southern Humboldt area, it is listed in one area of this document, but it really does involve more than just one area of this document, and I would like to have it probably replicated, or so I definitely want it lifted up more than just as energy resilience.
Okay, countywide, but in particular southern Humboldt's been ID'd as a big bottleneck.
Sure. I mean, there's direct impacts that are happening in southern Humboldt that are greater than just energy resilience. It affects basically everything in that area. And so I'm looking for some direction from the board as well, if we could plug it in either duplicate places or maybe have it be on a different, besides just energy resilience, maybe have it on a different platform that would bring more recognition to it.
Do you need more feedback than that?
No, I believe we can probably, so this is, I believe, the platform that Supervisor Bushnell is talking about is on page 11. It is under state and federal climate resilience and renewable energy. I believe that's the one. The title is infrastructure to support energy and zero emission goals. No, we can certainly put that under general government to kind of signal that it applies to more than just climate resilience.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my last thing would be, I would like to have a discussion with this board on the TOT. So currently under this platform, it is recognized, or we're asking the state to recognize short-term rentals. And that's not something that states usually guide, and we have an ordinance coming to us in June if Director Ford wants to talk about that. And I would ask that this portion be struck from this document.
Until we get to that place.
Until we get our own ordinance up for the county and then see what it looks like next year.
Okay, so that's short-term rentals. Director Ford, do you have? Go ahead.
I would just add that we are actively working on a draft of the ordinance. We have circulated an internal administrative draft that is being refined. We do expect to go out to the public to meet with stakeholders within the next 30 days, and do expect to have a draft that is ready for approval, or hopefully has been approved by the end of the fiscal year, which would be the end of June.
Okay, so I'm looking at it, and it looks like it's just basically saying there are these concerns, and we both have the TOT coming back. We have the short-term rental coming in the future. That's going to further define these things, is the way I understand it, and give us direction. Director Ford.
I think, yeah, if I could just throw in, I think the concern that's being expressed is what is the advocacy to the state with this? And this is actually something that we're working with within the county.
Okay.
And it doesn't really require the state to get involved at this point.
So we could perhaps just amend that part of it, because there's a lot of good stuff in here, I think.
Well, but it informs us.
Right.
It doesn't inform the state. And if this is the legislative platform for the state, then it's something that draws attention to itself without really being an issue that needs to be resolved.
So hearing the concern, you feel that what's here is good?
Well, I feel what's there could simply be stricken because we're going to take care of it locally.
Take or strike both paragraphs?
Yep.
And the rest of the board, Supervisor Wilson?
Well, I will say that the state will be probably starting to really dig into short-term rental policy in the next round of legislation. I mean, there's talk about this. And so, I mean, we can frame this from our local ordinance perspective, but I would imagine that we're going to want to respond to it. And maybe if we remove it from this discussion here, we can then be responding to the states, you know, when they start proposing legislation, because that's coming. They've been tepid about it, but the losses to housing from short-term rental is becoming pretty evident all over the state. So
that point may be something to rephrase this, if I could, through the chair, sorry to step in.
It's okay.
But you know, the real issue here is to identify that there is a loss of housing in Humboldt County in particular. It's estimated, I don't have empirical data on this, but it's estimated that there are in the neighborhood of 1,000 short-term rentals. Mm-hmm. We continue to produce housing every year, but yet our vacancy rate does not go up and our housing availability does not go up. So where is it that these units are going, and where is our cumulative number of units going?
Certainly.
And so short-term rentals do have an adverse effect on our housing availability and our housing stock.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps if there's an advocacy position to take, it would be to advise the state that there need to be increased protections for existing housing stock.
Mm-hmm. So what's the process we're going to go through here, Sean and CIO Hayes? I mean, we're already, you know, we've got time set at noon. I'm conscious of if we start trying to amend things and go deep into this, obviously there would be something coming back for final board approval. Is that the intention with those corrections? Not trying to approve things on the fly here today?
The agenda item does allow for your board to dictate any required modifications so that the platform could be adopted today. So that is the preference. One way or another, we're going to have to go through what your board as a body would like the specific language to be.
Yeah.
So whether we do that today or another day to
Well,
finalize.
just on this item alone, I'm seeing that there's some suggestions of a couple of modifications, and so that process alone would require somebody to put it together, put it up on the screen share, and for us to evaluate. I'm just not sure how many of these there's going to be. Supervisor Bohn, and then I'm Supervisor Wilson.
As we drill down on this, this is for our partners to actually take to our state and federal legislators. So when we take this to the state and federal legislators, I don't think anything is dialed in directly. I mean, I've got a couple minor things, but this is a basis that we go off of. And I don't know how many issues we've had with the old platform. It lasted for 2 years, and I haven't had one call saying, oh my God, you've got to change this. So what we want to do, and then we're all available as if the basis is on here, on our legislative platform, we've got a pretty wide berth to talk to our partners or to our CAO asking, and even to the point of writing letters if it somewhat falls under what we're saying. So we can, because this isn't law. Now we're going to take it to the electeds and ask them to take it to the other 80 senator, 80 assemblymen, and the senators and everything else. And then even worse, when it gets to Washington, D.C., where nothing's going to get done. So, I mean, we can dissect this to beat hell, or we can actually take this body that we've got that is pretty broad and run with it. And then anything that's on here, Sean, we can actually bring this back to the board later on going, oh my God, did we screw this up, and bring it back and change it anytime we want. If this is just, this is what we're saying. So I think if we're going to sit up here and dissect it, I think we're not doing a fairness to the people we serve, nor to the people that are actually going to deliver this. I think if we give them a broad base, and the nice thing about this is if you guys discuss this real quick and what your feelings are, Hassan, Paul, everybody's listening right now, and they're going to run with what the consensus is, because they are pretty flexible and they do us a great job, as you mentioned earlier. So yeah. I don't know if we need to dissect this all the way to. Okay, yeah, again, being time conscious, I mean, I'm fine with the whole document, as you said. I have one change I would like to see happen, but that's, so I have a queue that's developed here. I've got Supervisor Wilson. I've got Sean. I saw you wanted to respond. I know Karen Lang has her hand up in the queue. And then Supervisor Bushnell and Supervisor Arroyo. So Supervisor Wilson.
I think we should, well, before we start these discussions about the ledge platforms, we should preface, I think, what in a way similar to what Supervisor Bohn was saying, which is like what is the intent and the function of this document, so that we can be better about moving through it as quickly as we can. And also that we, as Supervisor Bohn mentioned, this document is informed by when we bring back items to the board all through the year. It gets amended through that process. So I'm happy to, if there's something that's just really churning, to remove it from the you know, if we need to, and then it can be brought back as a separate item for discussion, if that's really the whatever the pleasure of the board. I, like Supervisor Madrone, only have really one minor edit to this in the current context. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just real quick, CAO Hayes and County Council, we have the closed session at noon. There were 2 items. Now there's only 1. Can that be moved to 12:30? Are we okay with that, or is the attorneys only available at 12?
The attorney's available from 12 to 1, so that we can do it anytime between.
Do you think that one can be handled in a half hour or so?
I would believe so.
Okay, so let's go ahead and give ourselves till 12:30, just looking at that, and let those folks know that are involved in that item, that we'll pick up that closed session at 12:30, because we do want public comment as well. Sean, you're next up.
Oh. So I would just tag on to what Supervisor Bohn said about this document being more broad. This is not a regulating document where there are specifics and individual words that are getting parsed to support enforcement actions and things like that. And I also wanted to, like you said, Supervisor Madrone, Karen Lang had some input, and I would like to get her feedback just on the kind of general approach as well.
That sounds great. Yeah, and as I've seen it work in my 4 years here, often it's utilized to be able to support legislation, because boom, it's in our platform. It gives you guys the go-ahead in the CIO's office to immediately be able to respond versus having to take that time to come to the board and all that. So that's kind of a broad thing that is a tool that we use. So Karen Lang, please share with us.
Yes, and thank you, Supervisor. I wanted to just caution or flag for you very specifically on the short-term rental item that there has been legislation proposed that would create what was described at the time as a voluntary agreement situation where you could have the state through the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration collect the TOT for you. And the legislation was authored by Senator McGuire. And as you all know, he's your senator, it was very difficult for the local governments because he's been such a wonderful advocate for local governments all along, but there was an enormous amount of concern that what was being described as voluntary would ultimately become compulsory, because if you look at your voluntary collection agreement that you have in place now, it has a 30-day termination notice in it that's two parties. And so to the extent that you want to have a stated opinion on TOT collection and not having it be done at the state level and it be done locally, and you be able to sort of hold your own destiny in your hands with respect to how TOT is collected on short-term rentals, you might want to consider keeping something in there, because Airbnb is going to continue to try to avoid at all costs providing the address of their locations to you directly. And that's the hill they will continue to die on. And that is why they want the state to collect it for you at essentially your cost. And so if you're going to be doing an ordinance and try to bring as much control as possible locally, you may just want to reference that in your platform and object to state interference in TOT collection on short-term rentals or something to that extent, because Airbnb has been active. They will continue to be active. And I think to your planning director's credit, he understands the coming storm on why short-term rentals are sort of eroding every unit of housing you build. I've heard that during the pandemic, some of the companies that specialize in helping you collect TOT by identifying the properties that are not registered, that during the pandemic they had growth year over year of like 15% a month in homes that are going onto the platforms, and that's not keeping up with the number of units that you're building. So I think Supervisor Wilson hit it right on the head, and your planning director did as well. So I wouldn't want you to be silent in the platform unless you want to move really quickly once a bill drops into print, because I don't think Airbnb is going to go away. I should say everybody, but they're sort of the shorthand for speaking to short-term rentals, and I just wanted to caution that, since it's been an annual legislative exercise on my end.
Great. Thank you very much. Supervisor Bushnell and then Arroyo.
Thank you. I'm happy to have that addition. That would make me feel a lot better. The addition that Karen stated would be fine with me. It would make me feel better about this document.
Great. And I see Director Ford typing feverishly over there. Are you coming up with a statement that we can see here a little bit to add in? Okay, that would be great. Something simple, to the point. Supervisor Arroyo.
So just so I understand the process, are we going through and making comments that we have about any element in the document? I'm sorry?
Yes. State platform right
State. Okay, some of mine are mixed, but we'll go with.
That's okay.
We'll go with it. So I want to back up Supervisor Bushnell on the comment about PG&E transmission and distribution capacity being critically important. But I also think that makes sense to include in page 10 around community development and housing, because it's really essentially functioning as a moratorium on housing development in Southern Humboldt, where those resources are sorely needed. So I think even if it's in general, I see utility in including a short blurb about that in the housing or community development section.
Could I respond?
Sure.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Sorry, just giving with what Supervisor Arroyo said, my wish was more to add it where it can be. And so is it not, do we not duplicate in this platform, because she is correct. It is so much more involved in just climate resiliency. So that would be my question.
So part of the whole restructure of the document this year was to try to avoid duplication where possible. It's not critical. We can duplicate things in different parts of the document, but restructuring it the way that we have, I was trying to avoid duplication where we can. But I don't think it's penal to have things listed several times in there.
Okay, sounds like a good one to do that. All right, I don't have a queue anymore.
Sorry, I had a list. Chair.
Yes, okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. I know you all have worked together longer and had a chance to express some of these, and so I had just a few more specific notes that I wrote down. For page 17 under community development, I would love to see some, and I took a stab at some language, but open to suggestions. I'd love to see a section for historic preservation, facade improvement, and beautification. That's not specifically called out here, but I wrote this language: the county strongly supports the development of state and federal funding sources in the form of grants, by right or per capita funds, or based on special districts to improve the physical appearance and function of structures. So I was thinking of that with regard to essentially redevelopment or beautification of both commercial and residential areas. I know we have CDBG funds, but there really aren't opportunities for residential improvements. And so if there's any legislation that could go in that direction, I think it could be really beneficial for. Well, there are a lot of, I've certainly encountered a lot of people in my district who don't have any assets to improve the appearance of buildings. And, I don't know. I think it's the federal and state legislators' job to figure out if there's a way to do that, to make those funds available for folks. Maybe it's expanding availability of grants or loan programs. But that was one I'd like to see if folks are interested. Chair Madrone, would you like me to continue?
Yes, please.
Okay.
But I just wanted to check back with Supervisor Bushnell. Did you finish your state stuff?
I'm fine for now, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. And then on page 17, development in the wildland-urban interface, the language here, so I've recently dug in quite a bit to some of CAL FIRE's various documents and plans, and then the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. And, the language here is about appropriate development in the wildland-urban interface, and some of the other documents, really, guidance documents from the state, are starting to talk more and more about restricting or curtailing some of that development where it's not suitable. And so I don't know if that's something we want to come back to as a discussion point about where is it suitable. I guess I'm concerned that the language maybe isn't strong enough there about, right now it sounds like incentivizing good behavior, and down the line I think we will see in the near future that people will have limited development opportunities in those areas. And I'm not necessarily saying we as a board want to state that, but that it just be consistent with state restrictions. That's more of a philosophical point. Okay. On page 20, with regard to bay dredging, we have marina dredging isn't listed, and so I would like to suggest that instead of just talking about the federally dredged channel, we also include, an advocacy for marina dredging and streamlining of state and federal permits with regard to marina dredging, because we struggle with that. Page 20. And I'm happy to send these to staff, but I think if we're trying to adopt today, everyone needs to hear. On page 33, there's a section about substance use disorder and mental health. And I would just like to suggest that the language, instead of saying addiction, elsewhere in the document we say substance use disorder, that we use that. I just have two more, I swear. Page 44 and 45 is about water allocations for the county from the Trinity River. So when we talk about the Potter Valley project or the Potter Valley area, it does say that we would collaborate with tribes or encourage our partners, state and federal partners, to collaborate with tribes. That's not really specifically stated in the Trinity River, which is currently, as everyone here I think knows, there's some real hot button issues with relation to water allocations. And my preference would be for this to say that the county will collaborate with and support tribal efforts to ensure water rights or something along those lines.
That's good.
And then lastly, under drought applications, and I know this is also something Supervisor Bushnell has mentioned on page 46, there's a discussion of the small water drought grant program. I helped an organization in the county, a small CSD, with a successful grant application this last year. And I know how much work it was and that they didn't have the capacity to write the grant themselves. So it says the county will support small districts to apply for those funds, but I think perhaps taking it a step further and saying that the county requests technical assistance from outside entities or funds for technical assistance would be helpful, because it's not just that we need the funds to be available, we also need to be able to write the grants to get the funds.
Great, thank you. And just an FYI, this Friday we're meeting with tribes on the 50,000 acre feet on the Trinity River, and we've been working to move forward on an MOU to work together with those parties, and we're making some headway. And I'll be giving the board a report after that meeting on where we're at with things. Okay, so those are some several pieces of input there, and at this point, as state platform, Supervisor Wilson?
Okay, I'm pursuing this list, but I want to make sure that Supervisor Bushnell.
Okay, thank you.
This one. Oh, sorry.
Mike.
I'll just move backwards through the document. And I have to say my page numbers are a little off because I was making changes, and then when it printed, they're a little off. So within the natural resources part of this, under Potter Valley, making sure that we have that we're seeking a collaborative approach. And I just wanted to, I guess I think it's fine. I just don't want to get too much detail there. On the funding to maintain and repair deteriorated, damaged assets on Humboldt Bay shoreline, there's a typo. It says North Coast Railroad Authority, and it should say the GRTA, the Great Redwood Trail Agency. I know it says or its successor agency, but
we're there.
That has already happened. So I just wanted to make sure that was updated. On the part about the food waste in here, which I don't have in front of me in this moment, but basically at the end it says we seek legislation to reduce our. Let me see. How do I say it? Maybe I can find it real fast here. Sorry. The county supports legislation that eases food waste collection requirements. I would prefer something to the effect that the county supports legislation to develop more rural appropriate food waste. Does that make sense? It's like we don't need this. The idea of just like easing it is not really what we need to talk about. What we need to talk about is making it more appropriate in how we manage food waste. That's for me. I think that would make more sense. Because it's just too simplified to say we're just easing something. I really do feel like we need to do our part. And it doesn't really define rural in here necessarily. And that's part of the issue is like, are we talking about, with relationship to our micropolitan areas versus our more rural? It just doesn't, it's not definitive enough to say what we're easing. And that's what I'm saying, trying to make it more appropriate to rural issues.
And I think to that, Mike,
Some feedback?
I think what RCRC and I hope HWMA has been working on is we're finding out in a lot of these areas, because I think it's population is less than 75,000 people are being pested. We're finding out, since we don't have a digester, we really don't have a way to do anything with the product once it get here. Our greenhouse gases are going to be, and I've heard atrocious numbers, collecting this food waste is going to be a lot more harmful to the environment than actually, because of our mass size and our people per square mile. So with that added, they're trying to maybe get to put the money towards education on these rural people being able to compost it and handle it in so many different ways, where we don't have a food waste truck going to Alder Point to pick up grocery waste from the Alder Point store or something.
Right.
And I think, and I can't speak for HWMA because I've been off it for a year, but that's what we were pushing. But I know RCRC and our JPA with our waste authority through RCRC has been pushing for that, to have it be a little more equitable, because otherwise, by the time we put in a digester, and I think you're aware of what the power source is for a digester, it's just so restrictive. It looks really good, but then we end up, cutting our nose to spite our face. So
Right, and again, I mean, that speaks to what I was saying, which is like appropriate, not necessarily like easing, which it's just like appropriate. I mean, which some could say is easing, but easing is just too simple of a response. That's just saying we're just cutting stuff out. And I'm not saying
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying.
All right, appreciate that input. Are you done, Supervisor Wilson? Is that it? Yep, you're good? Okay, back to you, Supervisor Bohn. And then-
Hey, Jay, just a minor addition. Can you add 9th District Agricultural Association to our fair schedule? I'm really excited. Humboldt County Fair is in there, but our one state fair is our 9th District Ag, / Redwood Acres. So if we're going to advocate, we should advocate for our two locals before we do anything, which would fall under the Fair Network. But when you name one and not the other, or Fair Network and don't name any, I just think it's an idea that is our disaster relief center on this for the central. So if we can make that happen.
Okay, thank you for that. And again, just stepping back for a second, the idea with this is broad strokes, right? It's summaries, looking at it. I understand. I'm just reinforcing the fact that what this is a broad stroke document that gives us room to be able to move quickly on supporting appropriate legislation that benefits the community and ties into our platform. And some of our suggestions are getting more down into the nitty-gritty. Maybe we can make some of those changes. I don't know how much time that would take for us to go back and forth and do all that. I mean, ultimately, I'm assuming here that I see Sean taking notes. I see John taking some notes. I'm taking some notes. We all are. And at some point, we're going to have to bring back what are the changes that we're asking for this document if we expect to approve this today. I doubt we're going to get that done in 15 minutes, that kind of a process, frankly. So I'm thinking that in an ideal way, you guys have taken notes and you would come back to us in 2 weeks at our next meeting with what you've heard, and that would be brought forward to the board as amendments to this document, because I just don't see us getting this done in a professional way in the next 15 minutes, and I've pushed it out as far as we can. Everybody else has given their state part. We haven't even done the federal part right yet, so there's that. I will say that for myself, I only have one item in here that I would like to see changed. I'm pretty good with it, and I understand the broad nature of the document, and really this has to reflect us as a group. It's not one of us, it's at least 3 of us, if not hopefully all 5 of us, in some sort of agreement about, in general, how these things feel to us moving forward. For me, I have at every meeting for 4 years brought up the Richardson Grove paragraph on page 22. I have a real problem with it. I do want to support our economic development, and now that 299 is STA friendly, for the large trucks and the rest of it, I'm not comfortable with that statement being in our document. And I probably wouldn't vote for the document just because of that. But that's the only item I have in this entire document that I have an issue with. So with that, let's go to the federal parts. Yes. Please.
So in this document, in state and federal, we reference to tribal entities many, many times. And I had asked Sean yesterday, but we don't talk to them about this document ever. And we do with our department heads. And so in the future, if we're going to reference to them, I would like some involvement there with the tribes, if we're going to reference to them with so many times throughout this document. And that would be my request.
That's very good. Thank you. Okay, with that, Supervisor Wilson?
In the spirit of what you're talking about, I'm happy to be all of the things I talked about to be proposed changes in a future document, even if this is passed today in its current form.
So in general, I think we're probably all feeling pretty good about this document as a whole. But there are some pieces that we'd like to see maybe brought into a little more focus, perhaps, in certain areas. Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
I would vote for this as it sits right now. There are items that give me heartburn, but overall, I think the what's brought before us and looking at the years past and everything else and the evolution, the only, and this can be changed I think somewhere in here, onshore wind has to be looked at again, you guys, because nothing of this magnitude, except for one in Portugal with this kind of depth, floating platforms, has been off the ground yet. And I'm just saying, we're putting all our eggs on offshore. And I've been hearing eggs and offshore since we turned down Terrigen. And so I'm thinking it's not a bad idea to keep that in there, because if this, we're going to throw a lot of public monies at the infrastructure. You know, Crowley's going to want help with what they're doing. They're not going to pick up the tab. These multi-billion-dollar companies that just spent $300 million for the leases want us to take care of the infrastructure when it gets to shore and everything else. And they're multi-billion-dollar companies, and we're a $500 million company. So I don't know if onshore, it seems to me we just want to stay away from that. And if we do, that's fine. But if this doesn't happen, and I'm praying it happens, I want it to happen. But as I always said, we'd be carbon neutral in Humboldt County right now if we look at these things. And now people are saying, because of the climate change problems, Audubon Society says there's going to be bird kills, but climate change overburdens that. So I think we better look at that, because as we talk about the world's mastery of wind offshore, it's the same thing I heard about the world winds onshore. So I think we should cover our bases. I'm not advocating about go putting them on land, but I think we should cover for this, because we don't have enough property to do solar. And wind seems to be the answer, so I would hope we would look at that. Besides that, I could accept this 100% the way it sits right now. And we can put our own preferences on here. I've got a whole bunch of preferences I'd rather change, but it's not my preferences. It's what's best for Humboldt County. And I don't think we need to, I just think this is fine. Okay. And we've all had input on it before this.
So I just want to take a quick straw poll of the board. You know, there's moving forward with it as is right now in a broad way, or working on these amendments, which I think requires it to come back in 2 weeks, because I don't think we'll get it done right now. So I'd just like to see what the preference of the board is in regards to that. How many, this isn't a holding vote or anything, it's just to get a sense of the board. How many of us feel like we're good with the document as it is right now, ready to move forward? We've got one. How many feel like they'd like to see some of these changes that are being recommended brought into the document and considered in 2 weeks? Raise your hands. No hands raised? You're with Rex on that, yeah? I'm with Rex. So doing it right now and be done with it? Supervisor Arroyo.
I feel that we could make some minor changes today and I believe there could be
quick minor ones.
Quick minor changes that I would feel comfortable with.
And aren't controversial, right?
That aren't controversial and that are easy for the public to understand that we would be making. Some of the other ones I'm willing to just kind of defer on. But a few of the minor ones I think we could make today.
And I'm going to bring it back to CAO and to Assistant CAO Sean. What do you think as far as being able to make some of those minor changes and have them clear for the board?
Changes?
So I believe if we kind of go over the minor changes, you could just direct staff to make changes as has been directed by the board, adopt it with that note, and we could adopt this today.
Okay, so I've heard maybe about a dozen, 8 to 10 or so suggestions so far, maybe 12. And we haven't even talked about the Fed part of the platform yet. So why don't you take a quick look at that and think about what that process might look like, and time-wise, again, we're down to 10 minutes before our closed session. We've already moved out. We have an attorney scheduled, so I think we need to move forward with that at 12:30. But Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. I would like to respond to your comment about Richardson's Grove. And you stated you wouldn't be able to vote for this document, and I feel the same. And I feel the same that if you remove it, I am not going to vote for this document. So if there is a compromise that we could, which, I'm one person, but if there is a compromise that we could discuss, given that Oregon's road just fell out, which is a route, and 299 closes often, I would really like this board to consider leaving it, maybe with some additional language, or it does have language in there to not remove any old growths, which was added a few years back by this board. But I would really, my strong feeling, I won't vote for this document unless we have a discussion about possibly keeping that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I go?
Supervisor Bohn, and then Wilson?
Yeah,
and then Arroyo.
We've got $8.1 million spent on Richardson's Grove because of basically the litigation. It is a 1.1 mile long project that affects 2/3 of an acre of land. 2/3 of an acre of land with no old growth affected, with arborist approval saying there is going to be no significant impact to redwood trees. So with this being said, and I can guarantee I'm probably the only guy that's taken a truck and trailer through that in approximately 700 times. The biggest issue we have is when that road was actually built, it was okay. Those trees have grown and encroached on the road, which has made it narrow. That's what they do. I remember, and I think some of you probably remember, and Michael remember, when you used to park right in front of the tourist trap. You used to just pull right in off the highway, park, and then you'd back out onto the highway. So with that being said, and what she just said with 101 with Port Orford, and we keep saying 299 is an STAA route. And no offense against the trafficking public and the truckers, I don't know if you want a bunch of flatlanders coming over 299, because I've witnessed more trucks from people that don't have Jake brakes, that aren't available, don't understand the sharp declines that Oregon Mountain and Buckhorn and all those mountains give. And it is about, if you're going to do it that way, it is quite a bit of ways if you're going to LA to come in and go out.
Understood.
So we are still arguing about 2/3 of an acre of land being disturbed with no old growth guaranteed to be harmed or to have any harm to them. So I would fully, and I've been supportive of that since it was first implemented before I was on this board. So
yeah. Okay, let's see, I've got Wilson, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, on this item, I would say removal of the platform item only removes the support. It doesn't say that the board is against anything. So I would just put out that it basically takes a neutral position, or it doesn't take any position at all. We can bring it back to the board at another time for a full discussion. And I think that that's probably one of the more reasonable ways to deal with this, especially if it's going to be parsing between someone saying, well, I do with this or without. From my perspective, I'm okay with the removal of it and just basically not taking a position. So.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Well, I wasn't planning to go into that item, but I'm still ruminating on that. So I was going to talk about my what I think are minor additions that I'm very attached to. So I think they're minor in that they're simple to include. I do think it was page 11 that talks about PG&E transmission and renewable energy and conversion to electric power and how that's limited in Southern Humboldt, but it doesn't speak to the issue of housing. So my suggestion would be on page 17. Excuse me, let me get there and let me stop getting so close to the mic. Well, now I'm concerned that it doesn't quite fit here. So under the section, page 16, where we're talking about housing and RENA allocations, perhaps a sentence at the end there, 16, 17, could say that PG&E transmission and distribution capacity, in particular in Southern Humboldt, is critically important to the development of housing. Something along those lines, I think, could be a fairly simple change that talks about why we're struggling to meet our housing needs.
So I like that, if it's okay with the chair, I like that addition, as well as keeping it in the resilience, as well as putting it on the general. I'm sorry, it's just too big of an issue for me.
That sounds good to me.
So we have 4 minutes before our time's set. We haven't talked about legislative platform. We have consultants on the line who would like to be available to us to answer questions, et cetera. I think Deputy CAO Sean has told us, please give me this input ahead of time. You know, he's been begging us for the last, couple months, please give us input on this platform that we had as a draft. You're new to the board, so you're just now coming on. In an ideal way, this document would have in it stuff that we all generally fully support. And, you know, just like we did with the boards and commissions in our last agenda item, I tabled those things where we weren't in complete agreement until a later discussion. I just don't see how logistically we're going to finish this right now. I just don't see. Please, Sean, offer us some insight.
If I can offer a solution, to bring this item back on consent in 2 weeks with the input that we've received from your board between now and then. I can work with individual board members to get clarification on some of the comments we've made.
Add them in red or whatever.
Absolutely. Put it in red line.
Or
I
yellow.
can work with the planning director and other directors as appropriate, or state and federal lobbyists as appropriate, and bring this back in 2 weeks to make sure that we're all on the same page.
I think that sounds like a great suggestion. And so I would like to suggest that please anybody on the board that has any input, including suggested language and page numbers and paragraphs, please provide those to Sean as soon as possible so that they can do their work to prepare this item for our board meeting on the 24th. Does that sound like an agreeable way to move forward with this? And that way you can get your federal legislative ideas and the rest of it. And then we'll bring those up. And if we have agreement on items, those are in. They're done. If we have disagreement, we got to figure out how to resolve that. I'm not going to fall on my sword and not support this if my one item doesn't get changed. I will make that commitment because I think it's important that we all work together. And there may be some language I can offer up that might speak to that. And I appreciate that last year there was some language offered up on the old growth. So are we in agreement of that as a follow-up way to move forward?
I'll make a motion that we bring this item back in 2 weeks on consent with having our board interact with Sean before then.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
And may I make one comment?
Please.
I do want to apologize for having so many
No, you're
last minute
brand new.
edits. I was up late reading this and I really didn't get a chance to look at it very early. So I know you all have been ruminating on this for a while. So thank you for your patience with me as I dig into this.
You get to play that card for 2 years, right, Michelle?
I think 6 months.
It'll serve you well.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're in agreement. We have a motion by Bushnell and a second by Arroyo, but we have a comment by Supervisor Bohn.
I would still be able to vote for this day, and any changes you want to make, give it to Sean, and we could change it down the line, because it's not going to stay on consent, because I know everybody's going to throw in their little favorite thing. And so for our legislative partners and everything else, this is broad enough. You gotta remember, this is a broad document.
Understood.
That we can run under. And I'm ready to vote for it today instead of changing everything, because almost everything we're talking about can be enveloped without it being written in stone. I don't see anything that's a hindrance on this. So I'm just saying, I know we all want to go back and say, I did this, but I'm willing to take this, as you said, fall on your sword and accept the things I don't like and like the things I do like and move it forward for the better of the order.
I appreciate that. And at this point, we have a motion and a second to bring it back in 2 weeks. And we've got to take some public comment, so let's go ahead and do that on the Zoom. Is there anybody with their hands up? Thank you, public, for your patience.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. We have caller 0116.
Okay, 0116, star 6 to unmute. You've got 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And you don't need to use the whole 3.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I know guys are on the time set. I will keep that in mind. Yeah, Ash Teeter, Lost Coast Possums here. Just wanted to comment, on what you guys are just talking about, the legislation coming from the state, and you didn't get to the federal, but I remember someone's making a statement early back on, maybe half hour ago or so, that this also serves as a function for the county to kind of step in and arbitrate how these various legislations would play out, and not going letter for letter by how the state intends or the federal government might intend for things to happen, because one size fits all does not always fit our county. So I'd like people to keep that in mind, especially with the the energy stuff coming out with the move to renewable only and abolishing gas vehicles within the next decade or so. Recent report that people in the winter with electric cars, they just don't charge in the cold weather. Do you take that into account with people who live, rurally in the hills around here? It gets really cold. And if your vehicle doesn't charge, that means, you're stuck. You can't get out, and you're just stranded. So I just keep that in mind, because the state is not making good decisions for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We got 7454, star 6 to unmute. Thank you. Oh, you were there. Star 6. There you go.
Thank you for a second try on the unmuting. Ken Sawatsky, I don't see why this is any big hurry on this. There's no timeline. I'm at this time going to ask that this be removed from consent. I think it should be scheduled as a regular meeting. You only got half the work done, and we would like to see your comments and things rather than just being on consent, and have ability to study up on those a little bit. It'd be nice if the comments were in a week from now and we could have that posted somehow out there, because this is one of the largest things to come before the county as far as people and they're wanting to participate. I think that any item that you feel that is not going to be 100% agreement, we had one specific topic there, I think it's totally correct that one be pulled out of it this time. And instead of having long debates on some of these things, I think that I don't think you can go take this package to each of you beforehand and get pre-approval. That would be a chain through staff violating probably the Brown Act. I think this needs to be heard again completely. I do have some specific comments, probably around a time. You have a time certain there, but some of the things in there do need tuning up, and I think the public would actually like to have staff here a little bit on some of these things too. It's our document also, and we'd like to have representation on this. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you cutting it short, and both the speakers. So at this point, we have a motion and a second on the table, and I think it didn't really deal with whether it's coming back on consent or on full agenda. It seems to me it needs to come back on the regular agenda. Okay, so would you be willing to change your motion to that?
I mean, do we think that possibly we can keep it on consent and then someone has an issue, they can pull it off? Because I think we're all going to talk to Sean.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm happy to do whatever the board wishes.
How are we feeling about that? Others?
I think leaving it to the discretion of staff sounds wise, but I imagine that it may get pulled. But it'd be great if it could be on consent, but I wouldn't be surprised if a community member would like to comment on it in a separate way, but open to whatever you feel would
And
be good.
we don't, community members don't pull
No,
off
they
consent.
don't. Only in the planning commission.
So, you know that, right?
I assume
Yeah.
that they request it, and then we would pull it if we, and I think that's up to each person to determine whether they'd like to pull it. That's my
That's correct.
understanding.
So whether it's on consent and gets pulled, or whether it's on the regular agenda, it ends up the same type of thing.
I'll amend my motion to bring this item back in 2 weeks. Leave it to discretion of staff.
And I agree with that. And as chair, when I do agenda development, I'll be looking at and see how's it looking for that. So we'll leave it at that, as the motion has been amended at discretion of staff. And the seconder is fine with that?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so anybody in the public that wanted to speak on this item? Seeing none, let's go ahead and, do we have our vote tabs? Oh, yours isn't going to work no matter
Yeah.
what because of the timing. All right, let's have a roll call vote, please,
Oh.
Nikki.
Well, somehow I voted 0-0. Sorry about that. Let's try voting here.
Okay.
Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell. Yeah. And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Motion passes 4.
Thank you, Nikki. All right, at this point, we're going to adjourn to closed session, but first, if Deputy County, or Assistant, or Acting County Counsel, Mr. Miles, could read into the record what we're closing on.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss existing litigation in the case of Stephen A. Santos versus County of Humboldt, case number 1:22-CV-07485-RMI.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to adjourn till, I'm looking at the board here, I think we ought to take a break for lunch so that we can make reasonable decisions. We have time set at 2:30, I believe. And we have more agenda work to do. So this item, we should be able to finish by 1. We'll be back here by 2 o'clock. It gives folks time to get something to eat, get back, get a couple items done, hope perhaps finish the board assignments, and then we can jump into the 2:30 closed session and then come back and finish the agenda after that. Looks like we'll get it done by 5, no problem. All right, so we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock. We are adjourned.
Chair Madrone?
Yes.
We have public comment on closed session. Is that correct? 'Cause we
I'm
have a
sorry,
hand
that's
anyway.
correct. Thank you for that, Nikki. I appreciate that. So let's go to the Zoom. Anybody with public comment on this closed session item? We have one hand, 7454.
That's correct.
Thank you. There you go.
I'll be brief. I believe this topic is actually a county employee. I could be corrected if I'm wrong, Stephen Santos. And I'm just guessing that his complaint probably is related to a incident that took place in the planning commission, in the planning department regarding a supervisor who I won't name names this time. But this is something that probably needs to be settled out. When you have something that transpires like that in the workplace, that's something that it does not make your staff comfortable to work in a workplace, and they probably have a legitimate claim. So hopefully you'll move forward and do your risk management, and hopefully this will be a lesson to the county not to be put in that position again. Again, that's best guess I can give as far as what this litigation is. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on your closed session.
Thank you very much. All right, seeing no other hands up and nobody in the audience, we are adjourned. Thank you, Nikki. We are back and we are live here at the Board of Supervisors. It's just about 2:01, and we're going to pick our agenda back up. But to start out, I'll have a report out from County Council on our closed session item.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. With regard to item L3, the board voted 4-1 with Supervisors Arroyo, Wilson, Bushnell, and Chair Madrone voting yes, and Supervisor Bohn voting no, to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with Liebert Cassidy Whitmore for defense of the case of Stephen A. Santos versus County of Humboldt, case number 1:22-CV-07485-RMI.
Thank you very much. Okay, and Clerk of the Board, Kathy Hayes, thank you for being back here with us. I'm going to go ahead and proceed. We've got 3 items to finish our board appointments where we had more than one person interested in a position. So we'll just take them one at a time. They are the Redwood Coast Energy Authority, the National Association of Counties, and the Humboldt Transit Authority. So we'll start out with the Redwood Coast Energy Authority. And who are the individuals who wanted to fill that member position? I believe it was Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Arroyo. Am I correct in that you both are interested? That is the RCEA, Redwood Coast Energy Authority. So we could discuss it. I think we did hear from people on some of these already. If you have an interest in presenting why you would like to represent us on that, I would entertain that right now. Anybody interested in saying anything? No?
I think it's been said.
Yeah, I thought so too. Well, I guess what we do is we would vote. You want to vote on these one at a time? We could do that and see where we're at, and then we could make a motion for all 3 once we've done that. And I'll defer it to give it to Ms. Arroyo. Okay. Well, that's easy. Looks like we've got a generous offer of deferment to Supervisor Arroyo to fill that member position on the RCEA. And then Supervisor Bohn, would you like to be the alternate? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate the camaraderie there, or whatever you want to call it. At any rate, getting business done. The second one is NACO, and I think we had both myself and Supervisor Bushnell were interested. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing, follow Supervisor Bohn's lead, and I'll go ahead and have Supervisor Bushnell fill that role. I will say that that is the alternate role, and Supervisor Bohn will continue to be the member. And I have been involved in NACO in the past, actually about, a long time ago, we'll just say. And I enjoyed it. It's a great group, and RCRC, CSAC, that all kind of ties together. And it's great that we have amazing representation there. I have to say, when I first got on the board and saw that, we had Supervisor Bohn, chair of the RCRC, Supervisor Bass, chair of CSAC, we are a powerful little county. And I like to say that as the state of California goes, that's the way the nation goes. Well, as Humboldt County goes, that's the way the state goes, is the way I like to see it. So thank you all for your representation of our community at those larger entities, because there's a lot of important stuff going on there. Okay, so we're good there? That takes care too. Look how quick we're doing this. Then number 3, we have, I believe it is Humboldt Transit Authority. And again, I think we had interest on the part of Supervisor Bohn, as well as Supervisor Arroyo, same thing once again. And Wilson is already is a member as well. So there's really 3 people interested in HTA. I said I was willing to step out of the alternate position. There's 2 members and 1 alternate, so there's 3 positions, we'll call them. I'll step out of the way. Again, we got plenty to do. So is there any interest in anybody letting that go, or do we need to go to a vote on that one? Currently, it's Wilson and Bohn are the members, and I'm the alternate. And then as was presented, Supervisor Arroyo, as a city council member, has been part of HTA, in fact, chair, for quite a number of years. So I think we're great with all these people being engaged, but, there's 3 positions. Anybody willing to pass it to the other? Or should we take it to a vote?
I'll pass. I can count to 3.
Would you be willing
Supervisor
to?
Bohn.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Would you be willing to serve as the alternate?
No. Anybody else want the alternate? Otherwise, I'll just stay there.
Just stay.
Okay. All right, well, I believe we've had that one worked out again. I appreciate everybody working it out at whatever level that is. So we'll have Wilson and Arroyo as the members and Madrone as the alternate, and we are now done with our boards, commissions, and committees. Yes, CAO Hayes.
Chair Madrone, we left the Convention and Visitors Bureau. I was going to be checking with Scott Adair. This meeting actually poses a conflict with another standing meeting he has, so we would like Diana Rios to be the member on that
Any
committee.
disagreement? Please, Bushnell.
No, I do agree. So can I ask a clarifying question, please? So Mike and I are on the ad hoc, and I think we're going to be talking about some different things. And if the structure changes and say a board of supervisor becomes a voting member on that board, how would that work? Would it have to come back to this board at that time?
Yes, if you're changing the overall makeup of it, then that would be an overall board
I'm not
decision.
saying that. I'm just thinking in my head because we are getting ready to have those discussions. So thank you.
So we're going to leave it with
Diana Rios.
Diana Rios as the member and Supervisor Bushnell as the alternate.
Yes, please.
Okay. Clerk of the Board Hayes, are we in good shape here?
We are. We do need to take public comment and have a vote on
the
this
total
item.
picture. Appreciate that. All right, so at this time, let's get public input. I see one hand up in Zoom. That is 7454. There you go.
That went quite smoothly. I was appreciative of the time that you guys took in trading back and forth. That no fist fights, none of that stuff. No shoes were being thrown. And maybe I missed it. Is there anything of these boards or liaisons with Humboldt Polytechnic now? I did have a topic related to that. Your airline, person for recruiting airlines here, we've had a disastrous luck here. American Airlines left. I know you have a few people in there. They kind of said, well, we're really not meeting or something. But I think 3 airlines either cut back drastically or left. And many of us feel that, that's really important to try and get these other airlines in here somehow or another so we have competition. United did lower their prices considerably when they had competition. That's greatly appreciated. But for those of you on that committee, I strongly recommend you do that. And then, of course, they have an idea where if we are able to get our airline recruitment kind of parallel with getting Humboldt State to have a pilot school there, we may be able to recruit more airlines because the people would already be based here. So anyway, well, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, and glad to see you guys worked it all out.
Thank you very much. Anybody here in the audience that would like to comment on this item, which is board member appointments for 2023, which we've just gone through a long list of them? Seeing no one coming forward, Supervisor Bushnell, you had a comment?
I have a question for Kathy, please. So I kind of remember Supervisor Bass being on Aviation Committee board, and I didn't see that here.
She was on the, if you look on the last page, she was, I believe you're confusing that with the airline recruitment.
No, I'm not. She would attend the Aviation Board, Commission Board meetings.
She may have attended, but
on
she
her
was
own.
On her own.
Okay, I was wanting to clarify that. Okay, thank you.
But we each, as district reps, do make an appointment to that. Yeah, great. Thank you for the clarifications. Appreciate it. Okay, at this point, I think we're ready to take a vote unless there's any further board discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and do a roll call.
I need a motion. I don't have a motion.
Thank you very much, Nikki. You're good backup. Is there someone who'd like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion that we appoint all the boards and commissions as we discussed.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Wilson, seconded by Supervisor Arroyo, that we approve the slate as was worked through. Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, let's do a roll call.
Okay. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Thank you, everybody. That was a really congenial process, so I appreciate it. Okay, so at this point in our agenda, I believe we are moving to item I3, and that is consider at-large appointments to the Resource Conservation District Board, and one of them is to consider the reappointment of Zach Cahill and Daniel Cahoon, who I believe have been serving on that board. And then, please, Deputy Clerk of the Board, D'Amico, please.
Hi, good afternoon.
I don't want to cut your presentation off, sorry.
It's fine. It should be pretty straightforward. The next two items come from the Clerk of the Board's office. So on November 25th, there was a notification that 3 of the members were terms were expiring. All members on Resource Conservation District are considered at-large appointments by the entire board. They were Zach Cahill, Daniel Cahoon, and Ryan Rice. Vacant notice was posted, and we accepted any applications. There's been an existing vacancy already on that board, so we were welcoming additional applications. Since then, we have been notified that Zach Cahill and Daniel Cahoon both would like to be reappointed. They've had the director, Jill Demers, submit a letter, which is attached, as well as their own letters asking for reappointment. Ryan Rice decided not to be considered for reappointment, and so that created a second vacancy. In that time period, we did get one application from Mr. Jim Cotton, who would like to be appointed and served, and Director Jill Deemer also submitted a letter after vetting that application as well. So today before you is the recommendations to reappoint Zach Cahill and Daniel Cahoon to another term, and then to consider appointing Jim Cotton to one of the existing vacancies. By doing this, it would still leave one vacancy available on this board.
Great, thank you very much for that concise presentation. And Supervisor Wilson, you had a comment?
Yeah, I appreciate this, and I'm supportive of all the applicants. And with the opening that exists, I was hoping that we might think about, do we have tribal ownership or trust lands in the district area? Is that
It's
true?
countywide now, the district.
Oh, it's countywide?
It used to be Eel River focused for years, but it's countywide.
So I would want to make sure that in our sort of search and the request to maybe reach out to our tribal organizations to see if there's any interest in this and being as a land use-based district. Just a thought. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Any other board members? Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I've never, again, these are public meetings. I attend quite a few of them there. They're Thursday mornings every month, or once a month at 8 o'clock in the morning up at the Ag Center at Spruce Point. So I think if there's an interest, somebody should show up to the meetings and then see what goes on and then go like that. I attend quite a few of the meetings.
Well, that's great.
Mainly because they do the Salt River.
Well, that's great. I've been watching them from their birth. It started with John Vovoda and a bunch of other dairy farmers out there. They went Eel River bottoms, pretty much focusing on dairy waste and a lot of other issues. And they have just expanded in their wealth of knowledge, commitment, and they're even taking on Willow Creek area in the Trinity River now and helping to sponsor some projects out there as well. Great organization, and yes, anybody out there who would like to get interested, take Supervisor Bohn's advice, show up, come to the meetings, learn about it, and let us know if you're interested.
And the Clerk of the Board's office is always available to send out applications to anybody who's interested. They can just contact us at the COB email address, and we would be more than happy to apply to give an application to anyone who has an inquiry about it.
Sounds great. At this point, we'll take public comment, and then we'll come back and get a motion. So we'll go to Zoom. I see 7454, but no hand up, so I'll give you about 10 seconds. Otherwise, we're going to move right along. Okay, no hand up there. Anybody in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, may we have a motion, please?
I move that we approve staff recommendation to appoint these 3 members. I'd reappoint 2 and appoint a new one. Thanks.
Very good. Second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Arroyo, moved by Wilson. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Motion
Thank
carries
you.
5-0.
Thank you. Okay, and our next item is I-4, and that is consider making the at-large appointment to the Assessment Appeals Board. And I'm assuming Clerk of the Board, D'Amico, is going to help us with this as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
So the Assessment Appeals Board is also an at-large membership for your entire board to consider. We had one member, which was Greg Anderson, term out, and he would like to be reappointed. I might mention that Greg Anderson has been serving since 2004 and is a very valuable member to that board. We currently do have an alternate vacancy on the Assessment Appeals Board, which we often have to tap members for that. So there's definitely availability for new applicants for that position. But today we would just like to have the board consider reappointing Greg to his current position.
Move staff's recommendation.
Moved by Bohn. Supervisor Bohn?
Second.
Seconded by Wilson. Any additional comments from the board? Seeing none, any comments from Zoom participants? No hands up. Anybody in the audience wish to comment? Seeing none coming forward, bring it back to the board for a roll call vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Sorry. Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn? Yes. And Supervisor Bushnell?
Yep.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, and item I-5, funding for displaced residents impacted by earthquakes and supplemental budget. I believe CAO Hayes will be discussing this with us.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. If I may recommend that maybe we pass this one up because we do have a 2:30 time set, and I think you might want to talk about this one for more than 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you for that advice. What about the next one, which is the water conservation landscape requirements? I think Director Ford looks ready to go. See if we can get this done.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department to present the Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance. The state law requires that jurisdictions adopt water efficient landscape standards.
Excuse me, Director Ford?
Yes.
Excuse me.
I need to read them.
Thank you, County Council. You warned me. I apologize. Go ahead.
Sorry for the interruption.
No worries.
Currently before the board is an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Humboldt amending Chapter 1 to Division 3 of Title 3 of the Humboldt County Code, incorporating by reference model water efficient landscape requirements.
Great. All
Thank
right.
you, Council.
Take it away, Director Ford.
So the state requires that we adopt either the state guidelines, state requirements, or adopt guidelines of our own. What we're proposing to do is to simply adopt the state guidelines by reference, and those state guidelines are included in attachment 2 of the board packet. This will be implemented as part of the building permit process. It will require information that is not currently needed as part of building permit, so it will be new for many of our builders and our customers. It applies to all new construction projects with an aggregate landscape area equal to or greater than 500 square feet when a building permit or design review is required, and to rehabilitated landscape projects with an aggregate landscape area equal to or greater than 2,500 square feet when a building permit or design review is required.
Move staff's recommendation.
Let's go ahead and finish, Director Ford.
I was just going to say I'd be happy to answer any questions.
He can read your mind, can he? He's been around a long time, as he said, senior member of the board. Okay, any questions from board members?
Yeah, I have a
Supervisor Wilson.
question, which is, I mean, I know this is the basics from the state, but many jurisdictions do more, like require native plants or other things like that. I mean, that's not in this necessarily, but I'm kind of wondering, does this then create a format by which maybe we might adjust accordingly in terms of how we might want to see landscaping be in our community?
It certainly may, and it raises the platform to be able to ask that question of whether or not we want the use of native plant materials to accomplish the landscape objectives that we've got within the developed environment. I'll just add that native plants often are the best plants to use to achieve water efficient standards because they've adapted to the local climate regime.
Sorry, I've just seen this in so many times in LCPs and things where it is just a requirement to straight up, or at least like some percent, 80% and 90% coverage. Is that something we're not going to talk? I mean, we could ask for that today, I suppose, or not, or is this something we would bring back at a later date for? Is this just updating us to the minimum standards?
This is bringing us into compliance with the minimum standards. I would offer that perhaps a prudent approach would be to adopt this today and give staff direction to go back and look at the use of incorporating native plant materials into the requirements for the landscape ordinance, if that's the board's desire.
Is this the minimum standards or is this the state standards?
Well, the way the
because
state,
I don't see minimum here, I see state standards.
Right. The way the state has it written is that they encourage jurisdictions to go beyond what they've written. So you at least have to comply with this, and then jurisdictions are empowered, encouraged to go beyond what the state has adopted.
And since I've seen a lot of these go through our planning commission and everything else, I think we're doing a pretty good job on that without telling the people that own the land, that are building on the land, what they're going to do. So I'm sorry. There seems to be some levity there.
Any other comments from board members?
Yeah, I mean,
Wilson, Supervisor Wilson.
Sure. I would make a motion that we approve this today with, at an uncertain time or date in the future, that some suggested updates to this occur with relationship to native plant requirements and anything else that the staff sees that would update this to above the minimum standards. Just putting out
Motion to approve. Is there a second? I'm sorry, we did. Okay, hang on. They are
sorry,
correct.
you're right. I'm sorry.
There was a motion. I never asked for a second either. I apologize for that. So first day at the job. You've rescinded? Okay. All right. So the motion, as I understand it, is to approve staff recommendation today and direct staff to come back with possible other considerations for native plants, things like that.
I'll second, but then I have a comment as well.
Please provide your comment.
I'd be interested in hearing about native plants as part of this, but I also would like to talk about native plants versus invasive plants. And I don't know if this isn't the mechanism, I don't think, for that discussion. But it's something that, if staff is bringing back information, maybe it's not through the lens of this particular set of requirements, but something else. So just putting that out there. But I'm certainly willing to hear it come back as part of the water efficient landscape ordinance as well.
And I see Director Ford nodding. You've gotten that direction. That seems reasonable. They can certainly be a real problem, especially certain types of plants. Any other discussion here at the board? Okay, we'll go to Zoom. I see there's one hand up, 7454. There you go.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is an interesting one. I'm really not all that certain you really want to say just native plants. We have some examples. One house in Blue Lake out here, they have some of the most beautiful cactus. Those aren't native plants. Within a stone's throw of the Emporium building here across from the Lager Bar, there's one of the largest aguave plants that I've seen. They all seem to grow well here. And I think that there should be a list of plants if you're going to go this. The poor people doing things here feel really constrained. I have no problem with you outlining planting of pampas grass or a few of those other things. But other than that, I think people should be able to choose their own scenery that they want to have. And I really hate to see things like this happen. I know just because of some concerns for a subdivision here, I believe Mr. Kramer's not going forward. So if you put all these constraints on it, you might lose someone who just says, to heck with it, I'm not going to go this way, and we'll lose 200 plus housing units at a time. So caution on over-regulation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for the input. Anybody here in the public that would like to speak? Seeing none, let's bring it back for a roll call vote. I'm sorry, more discussion? Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair. Director Ford, so I see that there's like 500 feet or 500 square feet, or, you know, like get out of jail type thing. Is there any consideration for rural living? So someone up in the hills like has to apply to plant flowers over 500 square feet?
Well, no. I mean, your landscape could be maintaining the native flora and fauna.
But if you're going to put a lawn in that's bigger than...
If you're going to put a lawn in, then you're subject to the ordinance, right?
Is there any discretion through the state for rural living?
It does not differentiate.
Wow. Okay.
I think that's exactly why we would like staff to come back with some local differentiations, because, yeah, Chilean cordgrass is native to Chile, but
I just
there's
have
some good points being made.
Yeah,
there.
and I just would like, when we come back, to have consideration for rural living and rural living standards beyond this ordinance, if there are any that could be accommodated.
Right, and there's going to be some penalties if you receive water from the sky for your landscape too, I believe, right?
Well, I missed that. What was that, Steve?
If it rains on your landscape, are there going to be penalties? So, you know, during the
Well,
drought.
and along that line, can I ask, I mean, are we going to go out and start looking for landscape that's over
No.
this? What are we?
No, this really comes down to when people do their initial landscape plans as part of their building permit process. There just are now requirements that they have to comply with, and they have to demonstrate that they're using the minimum amount of water necessary to provide an adequate landscape plan.
I understand the water portion of it. So why would there be the excuse me, the measurable space if it's all about water?
That's just to quantify when the discretion comes into play. If you're landscaping 500 square feet as part of a building permit or a design review, and those are the two paradigms that apply to the county, then you're required to comply with the provisions of this ordinance. I mean, frankly, one of the things that's going to be interesting to play out, and I didn't really want to talk about this, but it's something we're going to have to struggle with, is so when somebody builds a house, so they get a building permit, if they're proposing to not landscape around the house, are they subject to this? Well, if you're typically landscaping the front yard as part of that, which in more urbanized areas people do, then yeah, absolutely you are. But if you're just building a house and you're not going to put any landscaping in, are you subject to this? There's a reasonable argument that you're not.
Well, and so when I'm asking about like a restricted free, I can see most cities have their own ordinances for landscaping. I think all of the cities do. And the more rural, a lot don't landscape. And so and that's my question, are you going to be required?
Not going to require people to put in landscaping if that's not their intent, especially in rural environments.
So you could come and get a building permit, and then your planner may ask, are you going to landscape? And if they say no, you're going to be able to go about your day.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Yes, Supervisor Arroyo.
That topic actually of the no landscaping alternative does raise for me the question of whether erosion control seeding counts as landscaping. I wouldn't think that it would, but most people who are doing new construction would be doing erosion control with seed. So would we be expecting them to
irrigate for the seeding?
Correct.
I mean, it depends on the time of year. If what they're going to do is go out and spray some seed and some mat on the area and then throw some water on it to get it to germinate, no. If they're going to maintain it as a lawn, yes.
Supervisor Wilson, and then back to Supervisor Bushnell.
I mean, I will note that most of our residential units are in areas of neighborhoods that we regulate. I mean, most. So I want to, and I would also say that in landscaping around all new construction in the WUI and beyond is a subject under now increasing wildfire regulations, which will require landscaping to comply with those regulations. So I don't know how new development in the rural areas will thread the needle of not having any landscaping when we're going to have certain thresholds and requirements around that. And that's, again, something that could be brought back as a subject, which, again, I think this is the minimum. One of the things that I think by bringing this back with some amendments will both help streamline some of these issues, so you're not having to guess, as you're mentioning there, because that's where the problems come, and so we can create some maybe more specific guidelines for more rural applications, but then at the same time deal with issues around invasive species. And when I mention native species, I mean there's just a lot of language around this that isn't just real very specific, like one line native plants. It's like definitely mentions and deals with things like invasives and drought tolerant and those sorts of things. And so I think bringing something back at a later date that is an update will be helpful. And so in all of those issues that have been brought up today. So thanks.
Okay, great. Well, we have a 2:30 time set, but I think we're about wrapped up. Did you have one final comment? Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the table. Did we get public comment on this yet?
Yes, we did.
We did. Okay, thank you. So we'll have there is a hand up. Please come up, sir.
My name is Pat McDonald, and I live in at 3540 Mary Court in Eureka. Mm-hmm. And the question I have is, in some areas in this county, there are CC&Rs that control the landscaping. And CC&Rs become a problem for city of Arcata. There'll be CC&Rs, but the city is taking control over those CC&Rs a lot of times. So who is overriding? Is it the person that put the CC&Rs together, or is the county going to do that? And then are they going to get double charged for having somebody in the county staff approve a landscaping plan that's got to go back to the CC&Rs and their committee to approve it? Who's going to be in charge of that? Is the planning department going to be in charge? Building department going to be in charge? Public works department going to be in charge? I think these are good questions you have to ask, and especially with you're really charging the public for the CC&Rs that have been approved in their subdivision.
Mm-hmm. Those are very good questions. I appreciate you bringing those forward, and I think we'll get an answer from Director Ford, but I believe our county ordinances do not apply in the cities.
That is correct. They do not apply in the cities. There are areas in the county where there are CC&Rs. And this is a situation where this is not being brought forward because somebody in the county, some staff member, thought it would be a good idea to torture people. What we're really trying to do is come into compliance with state law. And the state requires us annually, and we've not done this yet because we haven't had an ordinance, to provide a report on the effectiveness of our water efficient landscape ordinance. The state has deemed water to be critical and the use of water to be critical, and therefore landscaping needs to be done in such a manner as to minimize the use of water.
Okay, and so I'm assuming that when you come back with the staff feedback on other things, that you might also speak to how county will work with unincorporated areas, CCNRs. So we'll get that answered in the process.
Because a subdivision, just for example, Steve Moser's subdivision in McKinleyville, he controls the CCNRs on that with landscape requirements. And it's a nice looking subdivision.
Absolutely.
And to have somebody in the county who, you know, is going to approve that over Steve, I think that's wrong.
Understood. Your comments are appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, with that, I believe we're ready for a roll call vote then on this.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
No.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
No.
And Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Passes
Yep.
3-2.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Okay, and at this point, we have a time set at 2:30, and if County Council could read what we're going into.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. It is the intention of the board to meet in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in order to discuss an inquiry by the California State Bar, case number 22-0-03375.
Thank you, Council. And how much time do you think we might estimate?
I would guess 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds good. No, I appreciate that's a slippery slope to ask, but so we will be back approximately at about 3 o'clock to pick up the rest of our agenda. Public comment on closed session items. I missed that twice today. I'll learn that one. Is there, yes, I see in the Zoom we have one commenter with their hand up, 7454. There you go.
Thank you. The public, of course, doesn't know. They'll know what this is. The only time I've seen a state bar inquiry happening was when county staff had been alleged to do some improper things. The state bar was inquiring, and I think the resolution never came that either of the two people who were on county staff were disbarred or anything. I'm not sure if they were censured and admonished for their actions or not, but of course, I guess until sometime this gets reported out as being settled or something, we won't know exactly who, what, and where, unless I'm able to find out, like last time, from other attorneys out there who was being censured or what was going on in the state bar. Interesting topic. Hopefully none of our staff have done anything as was done before, and I won't mention either the two people's names as far as improper things regarding state bar requirements. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. Is there anybody here in the audience today who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we are adjourned until approximately 3:10, somewhere in there. We'll be back and finish our agenda. All right, we are back from our closed session. If we could have a report out on that.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. With regard to item L5, the board voted unanimously to authorize the risk manager to enter into an agreement with Banks & Watson for the defense of California State Bar Inquiry number 22-0-03375.
Thank you for that. And now we're going to go back to item I-5, funding for displaced residents impacted by earthquakes and supplemental budget requests. So I believe that would be CAO Hayes.
Excuse me. Testing
Nice
my
way to
volume.
announce it.
It's apparently working. Thank you, Chair Madrone. Before you today is a recommendation to allocate $1 million from local and tribal assistance funding that was received earlier this year in response to COVID-19. As we all are painfully aware, we have had some significant earthquakes in Humboldt County, 2 of which were of a magnitude up to 6.4 and more than 200 aftershocks since that time, and aftershock today, in fact, to remind us that Mother Nature reigns supreme. Particularly impacted has been the city of Rio Del, but also Fortuna and surrounding areas have incurred impacts as well. We have more than 70 buildings that have been red tagged, and we do have Cal OES out in the field as we speak right now assessing. So we expect that we will probably experience an increase in those numbers, and more than 114 buildings that have been yellow tagged. We did get some positive news yesterday from Senator McGuire's office that there is anticipated to be about $3 million that can be either diverted or new dollars coming in to help support impacted folks across the county. However, you know, it's anticipated that damages experienced, particularly for individuals, could easily near or surpass $10 million. So these are funds, if approved for allocation by your board, that have a great deal of flexibility in them, which is prudent right now. And my desires would be for these to specifically be used for recovery of the homes that have been damaged or lost in Rio Del and the surrounding areas. With that, I pass it off to your board to discuss that. And I don't know, Ryan Derby was going to be around, although I think this is a little bit later than anticipated. So if he's listening, he might be jolting up here right now.
He's got his 3 o'clock storm.
He's got his 3 o'clock call right now. So.
Yep. Okay, well, I think you did a great job presenting it, and I'm going to turn to whoever on the board has any comments. Supervisor Bohn.
I make a motion, we accept staff's recommendation with a clarification. Who's it going to? How is this going to be broke down?
Okay.
Yeah.
Move approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, for discussion, and so we have a question. How to disperse?
Yes, the Emergency Operations Center has been demobilized as of last week, and now we are moving into the Recovery Operations Center. We have also identified a recovery officer who has been working to coordinate all of the funding sources that are coming down. We do need to develop some level of a matrix and fully assess the data of who's been impacted, what that demographic looks like, what the capabilities of that groups of folks are, and ensure that we're properly analyzing the data before us to utilize the dollars that we have in the most effective and efficient manner. Some of the dollars coming down from the state are going to have some pretty specific parameters around them in terms of household incomes and things of those sorts, whether they're owner-occupied properties. So we will be returning to your board at a future date to lay out more specifics on what that looks like. Right now, I seek approval to even use the $1 million for this purpose, and also welcome any feedback from your board on things you would like us to see develop into that program as we move forward.
And with that, I've painfully been aware that we can't put the most vulnerable or people that need to get back in their housing right now. We'll put them up in motels, but the problem is with this weather and everything else, the houses are becoming more damaged the longer we wait. Foundations, cracks in the running inside and everything else. So I would love to see it fast-tracked, but it's government money, so that will never happen. So I approve of this, but future, down the road, those are things I hate to hear. I'd hear tomorrow we're looking at getting something done, but.
Any other comments? Supervisor Bushnell and then Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you through the chair. So when do you anticipate that you would come back with ideas and thoughts? And also keeping in mind that our organization is wanting to utilize this money to help people get back into housing, and how that would be best served. I would like for, the city of Rio to be an option to receive that money if they have a pathway to distribute that out to their households, and also, not just Rio but Fortuna as well. There's Red Tags homes there. There's also some in other areas, but I would like that to be a consideration.
Okay. Time-wise, I would say, 30 days maximum is our hope. And I have certainly heard the board, specifically Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Bushnell, whose districts were most significantly impacted, on the urgency of these funds. And I, as well as the Recovery Operations Center, fully committed, and our community partners as well, to getting those dollars out the door as soon as possible. While also setting realistic expectations of what we are able to do. We very much have to be careful of gifting of public funds. It is not exactly normal to provide direct assistance to folks who have been impacted by natural disasters. So we are, researching that and gaining feedback from our partners across the state who have experienced these situations, and doing our best to put together an expeditious and robust program.
Supervisor Wilson.
And I appreciate this, and I'm supportive of the concept of moving forward. And and $1 million can sound like a lot of money, but when you're talking 70 structures, I mean, really, you're just going to have some sort of analysis with relationship to moving forward, because I mean, a single structure could consume half of that, that budget, if you were really just, some of those houses are probably not fixable, or there's foundation work that's just, that could consume it all. So I'm just going to leave it up to you guys to try and figure that out. And then I do appreciate, and we had a conversation earlier about, really brainstorming on what some of the third-party organizations may be or could be, and looking to outside areas about what they used in order to flow those monies out, because we have, as you mentioned, restrictions that we just can't write checks to everybody, that really it has to go through some sort of organization, nonprofit of some kind. And we're not the first to have been in this situation, so I'm hopeful that we can get all that stuff together, and I think you got a good team. So I think this step is necessary to start that process. And I think also people, it wasn't really mentioned here, it's with 70 structures and whatever the amount of folks that we have a housing crisis, and so some of these structures may be habitable under some reasonable amounts of money and time, and it's certainly going to be better than having to maintain these folks under other programs under an unhoused situation. So thank you for the work you're doing this, and thank you guys for helping to organize all that stuff. So.
Supervisor Bushnell.
So thank you. And just to let this board know, especially with what you just said, Supervisor Wilson, the city of Rio is doing, it's triaging homes, because we recognize that if you can live in portions of your home, such as a bed, bathroom, so forth. It's just like a motel room, and you're more comfortable in your own housing. And so they're doing a triage list according to, like, how many homes could we, or somebody could throw $3,000 to $5,000 at and get them back in. And that was identified last week as necessary to move forward quickly. Currently, I believe 8 or 9 have already been put back on their foundation. Most of them are there. I don't think there's not one that can't be repaired. Some of them have more damage than others, of course. The 4 in Fortuna, 2 of them have already been repaired. And so, lots of things in Riadel are post and pier, and that's what happened is they slipped off their post and pier. And just to be on the safe side, in case there was another earthquake, they can't be there. There is, of the yellow tagged homes, 102, I believe. Some of those are the people are living in portions of the home and not in the other portions. So, I really appreciate the CAO bringing this forward, and also the consideration of this board. It's been a really difficult time down there to have to, especially during Christmas, to have people removed out of their homes and not have anywhere to go. I also appreciate, with this money, I understand that we'll probably be paying for some motel room. That may be we're going to get reimbursed for that, but some where that money might go. And I think that if we could get there sooner than later, we would save money and get them back in their home. Or I'm not meaning us, but, in the long picture. It's really terrible to be displaced into a motel room.
All right, thank you. Well, I appreciate this item coming forward, and up in North County, we've had tremendous impacts as well, but more temporary stuff with electricity out. But there are homes that have been red tagged, trailers and houses that had trees fall on them. A lot of it's spruce forest coming down, in fact. But so to be determined, and a lot of times with things like these disasters, there's rarely money for the private sector. There's a lot of money for the public sector repair and stuff, but the private sector usually takes a FEMA declaration. I believe we have that now. Is that correct, President Biden, for the whole state of California?
No, we have a local and a state declaration,
Okay.
but there's a pretty significant threshold that has to be met for a FEMA
65
declaration.
million.
More than 800 homes. We're nowhere near it. We don't anticipate a FEMA declaration. The state cannot provide individual assistance. That would normally come through a FEMA declaration,
Right.
which is why, knowing that information is sort of what put the fire under us to get a little bit more creative with how we could assist as a local agency.
Absolutely. And some were saying that because these storms were like an 11-county disaster, that if you added up all 11 counties, you get to 65 million. So I know Ryan and staff are working to find out those creative solutions to how we do that, because without the FEMA, we just don't have the monies for the private sector to really rebuild and do things. I'm glad we had this money and could shift it, and I absolutely support this. Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you for the comments. However, I don't want anybody to get their hopes up, because I have been assured by everybody that we're not meeting FEMA criteria for the earthquake.
Understood.
And, I get asked daily, I'm sure, as we all do. I just don't want to put that false hope in anybody at all, because we just really need to be mindful of that.
And then, of course, there's private insurance that kicks in on some levels for some people, but not on earthquakes, because none of us can afford it.
I believe one person had earthquake insurance.
Whereas with the tree fall, in more cases, there's insurance, so hopefully they can do that. Thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I don't believe we were one of the named counties in Biden's.
Okay.
Biden's.
We're not. Okay.
In his weather thing, it was Mariposa,
floods.
Napa.
Big floods. Yeah.
More voting. But anyway, we weren't named, so, because we're used to it. We just heard. But anyway, with that being said, I will be an advocate for fixing houses. As you said, 8 houses. 2 people went down with their equipment and put their houses back up the next day and actually survived the next earthquake after that. So the costs are going to be surprising. This is not to fix up, put concrete perimeters or anything else. This is to put them back in the area that they were at. And my big push is we spend better than $500,000 a unit trying to build units to get people out of homelessness, and we can spend 25 to 50 to stop these people from getting into it, I think we should be operating on that avenue to getting that done as possible. And I know we like to use that old line, well, it's government, we have to be careful. And sometimes let's take them on and just let's really worry about the people in our county and get them back in their houses. Because you're right, some are living in parts of their houses it can be. There are contractors down there doing it. 941 people in Humboldt County have earthquake insurance. Total was the number I heard from the insurance board.
Way too expensive.
So, and a lot of this wouldn't even apply to most of them because usually the minimum's a $25,000 deductible.
Right.
So you can get it, but if you pay more, but anyway. So anyway, with that being said, I would, when we say 30 days, and I think do we have 12, 13, how many hotel rooms do we have rented now?
That is a great question. Connie Beck is watching and texting me, so let me see if she 16 hotel rooms. She did tell me we've got 41 folks stayed in hotel rooms.
So with
last
that,
night.
out of the 100 red tags and everything else, people are doing what they do best. They're living with neighbors. Fortuna actually short permitted a trailer in the front yard of one of the houses while they got their house fixed. Which they're not supposed to do, but they did it. So, I mean, sometimes in these type of situations, especially in this weather, thinking outside the box and getting things done and, asking for, John Ford loves this, asking for forgiveness later might work. But I'm just saying, I don't know how much trouble we can get on fixing houses for people that are homeless.
Thank you. Supervisor Arroyo.
In the spirit of getting things done, is it possible that, I don't know what the level of certainty is of these funds actually being received, or whether they can reimburse expenses if there's an opportunity to outlay funds and no? If there's any opportunity to explore any other outlay of funds with reimbursement from this source, I'd love to hear about it.
Yes, we have received some assurances from the state that all of the immediate sheltering needs that we're taking on will be, it's anticipated that will be 100%. I say anticipated, but 100% is what we're seeking for that. As far as the impacts to government infrastructure, we are also looking to reduce the match that the county will need to put forward for that. And but we have heard from the state in terms of individual assistance, they just can't go there. That's not their arena. So I would not expect any assistance from the state in that regards. That said, we do have home dollars and other funding sources that we've already received in the organization that we're exploring a repurpose of that. We're also asking the state for a little bit of expanded capability so that we can use those dollars to go a little bit further. So we're trying to capitalize on everything that we have. And also, we're receiving a significant amount of donations thus far, which is, commendable to our state in general. There are folks who are far away from here who are supporting us and thinking of us and trying to do everything they can as well.
That's great. So did we have a motion already?
Mm-hmm.
And a second? We did. So I'll go, any other comments?
I
Supervisor Wilson?
just want to mention that there was 8 voucher program folks that were also made homeless out of this. I mean, have been impacted.
That's the hotel vouchers, and it's not really a voucher program. It's
No,
that
you're
you.
talking about Section 8 vouchers.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the hotel vouchers. I'm talking about housing
rentals.
vouchers.
Oh, okay.
So there was housing vouchers. Eight folks were, in Rio Dell somewhere.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the city of, the city of Rio Dell and the city of Fortuna have, that is their towns, and they are governed by their boards, and they're doing a fabulous job of, of course, we as a county, are backing them up, but they also are doing a fabulous job of getting and spending their dollars as well and finding a pathway for that. It's just a lot of damage. And so, and as Supervisor Wilson just said, there are 4, and a new one yesterday, apartment complexes that were damaged, which is, that's a lot of folks when you start getting into those apartment complexes down there.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn?
And we've had a lot of local contractors go down there and are working today as we speak. We had one local contractor willing to put 6 crews on it and was willing to do that and fix houses and would put off payment indefinitely till we actually got the funding. But that's not a mechanism we can do. But they figured they could do 2 houses a day. So I'm counting how many houses would be fixed as we go forward.
And I did hear Supervisor Bohn, we have 48 total rooms that are being secured for this purpose. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't speak to the Small Business Administration, who is offering up low interest loans. I believe they're in the low 2%, which is,
Basically, it's Treasury rates.
3.3%.
Treasury rates a little bit more for business.
Nothing near what you could get right now if you were looking to go out and get your own private loan. So folks who have that capability should certainly reach out to gain some information on that. There may even be opportunities to refi and get creative with what folks are currently operating with.
And the caveat with the SBA loans is if you are unable to qualify for a loan, you can borrow the money from SBA, and you can also refinance your existing mortgage at that same rate. So there is a win-win to that. So somebody that doesn't think they can take on any more debt may actually find themselves saving. But most of those people are probably sitting on a 2.75 loan anyway if they bought it, and then,
Well, that's great. I just want to point out that CAO Hayes predicted that this would probably take more than 10 minutes, so you got that one right this time. All right, so I think we've had good discussion. I see we'll go to public comment on Zoom. We've got 7454. It's your turn. There you go.
Thank you. I did notice when I looked up what this was eligible for, it's sharing counties and eligible tribal governments for use on any purpose except for a lobbying activity. Doesn't sound like you're doing lobbying activity. On the other hand, I strongly applaud your staff looking into the possibility this would be determined to be gifting of public funds. I have not heard of these kind of funds being used for this in the past during emergencies. I don't think there's any negativity regarding loaning of public funds, and you may wish to go ahead and structure this for people to get what they need to get done right now. And strongly applaud the contractor who's down there. That person deserved probably to have his name mentioned. But basically, the gifting of public funds could be a serious problem. Sometimes when you a certain contract, we call it pulling a, not going to say his name, that you just do what you do, and then when you get caught, you pay the piper. But I can't see any problem with loaning this money out. And then when the longer term financing comes in, as was mentioned by Rex, and some of your other ways to get the money, then you switch over to that rather than the gift. That's just a precautionary thing. Anyway, good work. We need to get money out there as soon as we can. We all understand we need to do that. Just want to make sure we don't endanger our status regarding those funds and have them be clawed back because they were not used in a proper manner.
Thank you for your input. Anybody here in the room today that wanted to comment on this item? Seeing no one stepping forward, bring it back to the board for a roll call vote.
All right, Supervisor Bushnell. Yes. Supervisor Bohn?
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
And Supervisor Arroyo?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to item let's see, it's J1, I believe, which is the Hunter Ranch Agricultural Preserve and Zone Reclassification. Director Ford, take it away.
This time I'm going to let County Council.
Thank you, County Council. He looked at me like, are you remembering? I told you. Thank you.
Thank you. Currently before the board is an ordinance amending section 311-7 of the Humboldt County Code by rezoning property in the Corbell area, PLN-2022-17674 Hunter Ranch Agricultural Preserve.
Thank you, Ms. Miles. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford and Michael Holterman with the Planning and Building Department to present a request to enter into a Williams-Neck contract for the Hunter Ranch and to allow or approve a rezone this, to make the zoning consistent with the contract. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this contract, and now Mr. Holterman will give you some of the details of the request.
She's working on it. Look at all those patent parcels. Yep.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Holterman, and I'm the assigned planner for the Hunter Ranch Williamson Act contract and rezone. So here's a list of the 30 or so APNs that are proposed to be included. On our next slide, we have the areas that are to be rezoned. So of particular interest is the area that's zoned U. That would be rezoned to AE with a combining zone of B5160. And the orange cross-hatched areas are areas that are already zoned AE, so they already have that base zoning, but they need to have a combining zone added, again, the AEB 5160. Everything else is TPZ. And our next slide, we have an aerial view. Of particular interest are APNs 315-205-001 and 315-204-005. They're kind of in the upper left section, kind of where it starts to bottleneck. And we'll get to those later. They're related to a neighboring property owner. So for a brief project overview, it's 33 parcels and approximately 15,000 acres, a little less than that, 14,792. Proposed to be included in a Class B preserve. The properties have been historically used for grazing. There are no outstanding zoning violations on the properties, and there are no proposed development or changes to the land or any buildings. So there's two requirements we're going to talk about. The first is the Williamson Act requirements for a Class B preserve, all of which are met for this application. So the proposed preserve is consistent with the general plan. The land included in the contract is and will be continued to be used for producing agricultural commodities, as we had previously discussed in the last slide. The preserve shall contain no less than 600 acres of land, and each parcel shall be no less than 160 contiguous acres. An ordinance placing all land not zoned TPZ within the preserve in the AEB 5160 must be adopted by the Board of Supervisors. That's the rezone we were talking about. And land within the preserve shall be non-prime agricultural land of statewide or local significance. Next slide is going to be our rezone requirements. The proposed change is in the public interest. The proposed change is consistent with the general plan, and the amendment does not reduce residential density for any parcel below that utilized by the Department of Housing and Community Development in determining compliance with housing element law. Again, this project meets all of the requirements. For further detail, you can refer to the resolution in the staff report. It goes into more detail on these requirements. The next slide is going to be the kind of process that this project went through. It was referred to the Williamson Act Committee, who heard the project on June 27th of last year, who recommended approval of the project. And the Planning Commission also heard this project on August 18th, 2022, and also recommended approval unanimously, as Director Ford did point out. And here we come to some additional information. First would be some clarification. When the project went to the Planning Commission, the inclusion of the B5160 combining zone was not included in the recommendation for the AE zoned property. So that has been added into the materials that have been submitted to the board. That was a staff oversight, and so this is intended to correct that. As the requirements of the Williamson Act require that a Class B preserve have TPZ or AE with the combining zone. As far as public comments, we received objections from an adjacent property owner regarding the inclusion of two parcels, APNs 315-205-001 and 315-204-005, as we had kind of pointed out earlier. So some background on that, there was a court judgment quieting the title for those parcels, and it described well, two easements really, one for an improvement area and one for an agricultural preserve. It's important to point out that the removal of those two APNs from this would result in a loss of somewhere in the ballpark of 3,000 acres, if I'm not mistaken, from the contract. The parcels themselves are only 660 acres, but they form a sort of bridge between a large portion of the preserve, or proposed preserve. So some more acreage would be lost. But the properties are zone TPZ, so they're not subject to the contract that's been drafted. I believe it's on the second page. It specifically calls out that the TPZ zone portions of the preserve are not subject to the contract, as well as the legal description for the properties being included in this preserve do call out that easement as being excluded. So staff is recommending that the APNs be included. It's already kind of spelled out that the easements aren't going to be subject to those requirements. And maybe the director or the representative of the neighboring property owner can jump in if I'm wrong, but I believe we had discussed it, and where we landed was that the inclusion of the easements in the legal description and the fact that it's on TPZ was enough for the neighboring property owner to be satisfied.
If I could just clarify, Mr. Holterman did a really good job with that. I just want to make it clear that the way that the easements are included in the legal description is that it exempts them, it pulls them out. So they're in there as exemptions, not as additions. So the parcels remain as part of the Williamson Act contract, except for those areas where the easements are, which are TPZ anyway. So we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. That's your presentation complete?
There was still the staff recommendation, but
let's go ahead and get that, and then we'll get questions.
Okay. So staff recommends that the board adopt the necessary findings prepared by planning staff, adopt the ordinance amending Section 311-7 of County Code, reclassifying property within the proposed preserve, currently zoned U and AE to AEB 5160, and direct the clerk of the board to publish a summary of the zoning changes and adopt the resolution forming the Hunter Ranch Agricultural Preserve, and direct the chair to execute the Hunter Ranch Land Conservation Contract. And that's my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Bohn, you had a question?
And the neighboring landowner is satisfied with that agreement now?
I believe they will speak to it in a moment.
Okay,
yes.
Thanks.
Okay, any other board questions, comments? All right, let's ask the adjacent landowner to come up and
Well, I'm not the
representing.
adjacent landowner. I'm Dennis Reinholz, and I'm representing the adjacent landowner, which is Dan Harper. And I think you saw in the package that he had filed an objection and referred to one parcel, and then had forgotten to refer to a second parcel. So he asked us to file a letter a couple of weeks ago to refer to the other parcel. I've talked with the staff, and they've assured us that the that the easement language that's in the judgment that Mr. Harper has entitled to are exempted from the contract. And if that's the representation, I think Mr. Harper is comfortable with that.
Great.
So
appreciate you working it out. Thank you. Thank you, staff.
tow truck should be easy.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and get public comment. I'll go to Zoom first. Don't see any hands up. So I will go to the audience here. Anybody here today who would like to speak? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion for staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Bohn, a second by Bushnell. Any additional comments from the board? Yes, Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, just in plain terms, Director Ford, just really in plain terms, what's the point of this? You know what I'm saying? Because we've just talked about, but we just in plain language, like to a person from the public, what would be the reason that a landowner would want to do this transaction?
Land in either Williamson Act is an agricultural contract that allows for reduction in property taxes.
In exchange for?
Holding the property in an agricultural use.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted.
One of those incentive programs out there.
It's a super win-win.
It is. It's a wonderful one. Sooner or later, we'll have Williamson Plus, where people can even write off additional expenses where they spend money on even more conservation practices. But we're not here today to talk about that.
Not until the state starts paying for it.
All right. With that, I think we can go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Madrone. Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yep.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. All right, the next one is the Hanson Family Agricultural Preserve and Zone Reclassification, and if our county council could read the ordinance into the record.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. Currently before the board is an ordinance amending section 311-7 of the Humboldt County Code by rezoning property in the Ferndale area, PLN-2022-17731, Hanson Family Agriculture Preserve.
Thank you, Council, and Director Ford.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. John Ford and Michael Holterman again to present the Williamson Act contract with the rezone. Very much the same parameters as what we just talked about, different piece of property, and I'm going to ask Mr. Holterman to present the specifics of this particular case.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Once again, Michael Holterman. Another Williamson Act contract here for Hanson Dairy. APNs 106-101-006, 106-101-007, 106-101-008, and 106-111-002. So here's the rezone map. This property also has an area that is zoned unclassified, and that needs a rezone, which is why we're here. Here we have kind of the aerial view that shows the location generally and the size of the properties proposed to be in contract. A brief project overview. The contract would include 4 parcels, approximately 115 acres, in a Class C agricultural preserve, which is for cropland. The properties have been historically used for dairy operations. Again, there are no outstanding zoning violations on the properties, and no proposed development or changes to the land or any buildings are associated with this contract. Once again, we're going to go through the Williamson Act requirements and the rezone requirements. There's slight differences that I'll point out, but generally it's going to be pretty much the same. So proposed preserve is consistent with the general plan. The land included in the contract is and will continue to be used for producing agricultural commodities or uses consistent with agriculture. Here's one difference. The preserve shall contain no less than 100 acres of land and no individual lot or parcel less than 20 contiguous acres. The land is shown in an agricultural designation on the Humboldt County General Plan and is zoned for agriculture. And the proposed zoning contract would prohibit any parcel divisions. Also, an ordinance placing all land not zoned TPZ within the preserve in an agricultural zone with a minimum preserve size as determined by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. Land within the preserve shall be prime agricultural land or tillable non-prime land of statewide or local significance. And then for the rezone requirements, these are the same. I'll go through them again just to be thorough. The proposed project is in the public interest. The change is consistent with the general plan, and the amendment does not reduce residential density for any parcel below that utilized by the Department of Housing. Once again, we're going to go through the history. The project went to the Williamson Act Committee on June 27th. The committee recommended approval. The Planning Commission heard the project on October 6th and recommended approval of the project. And then we're going to have the staff recommendation, which is that the board adopt the necessary findings prepared by staff, adopt the ordinance amending section 311-7 of county code, change the EU zone to AE, and direct the clerk of the board to publish a summary of the zoning changes and adopt the resolution prepared by staff.
I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion by Bohn and seconded by Bushnell to adopt staff recommendations. Do we have any additional board comment? Seeing none, we'll go to the Zoom, and I do not see any hands up there. So we will go to people in the room. Anyone in the room want to comment? Seeing no movement towards the podium, we'll bring it back for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Bushnell. Yes. Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Fantastic. Thank you for your work. I appreciate it. Williamson's a great thing, as well as agricultural preserves. So we've got one item left on our agenda, and that is item number 3, the general plan amendment, zone reclassification, lot line adjustment, and conditional use permit for the Lucas and Myrtle Mini Storage Center by J&J Family LLC. Director Ford, we don't need to read anything on this, do we?
Yes.
Oh, we have an ordinance again. Okay, great. Please, County Council.
Thank you, Chairman Madrone. Currently before the board is an ordinance amending section 311-7 of the Humboldt County Code by rezoning 9,000 square feet of parcel 1 of PM 1046 from R4 apartment professional to C1 neighborhood commercial PLN-2020-16400 J&J Family LLC.
Thank you. Director Ford.
Good afternoon. Again, Chairman Madrone, members of the Board of Supervisors, John Ford with Jacob Dunn with the Planning and Building Department to present a request for a general plan amendment, zone reclassification, lot line adjustment, and conditional use permit to allow the construction and operation of a mini storage in the Myrtletown area. The Planning Commission brings a recommendation to you with a 5-0 vote to recommend the Board of Supervisors approve the request. Mr. Dunn will now give the specifics of the project.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Jacob Dunn, and I will be presenting on behalf. That's my bad. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. I'm Jacob Dunn. I'm presenting on behalf of Jordan Mayer, who is actually the assigned planner for J&J Family LLC. J&J Family has applied for a general plan amendment, zone reclassification, lot line adjustment, and conditional use permit for the construction and operation of a mini storage center. The project has been heard before the Planning Commission, as John Ford has said, and received approval by a 5-0 vote. The project is located in the Eureka Community Planning Area in Myrtletown.
Is it working?
It's not working.
Okay, I'll go ahead and advance it.
So this is an aerial image of the project site for the mini storage center, located at the intersection of Myrtle Avenue and Lucas Street. Access is proposed from the north side of Lucas Street. And then next slide, please. The proposed lot line adjustment would allow 3 parcels to be reconfigured into 2 parcels, which results in a small residential lot with a home and garage on the northern end of the site, and a commercially developed lot on the remainder of the site, as shown there on Figure 1. The remaining structures on the project site would be removed and replaced with the office and caretaker building, and the remaining commercial area would be developed and used for the mini storage center. Adjustment of the site's general plan designation, shown in Figure 2 there, proposes changing a portion of the property from medium density residential with a density of 7 to 30 units per acre to commercial general, and to change the associated zoning from apartment professional to neighborhood commercial. Increasing the area zoned commercial on the property to facilitate development of a commercial business is supported by the policies in the economic development element. While this results in a 9,000 square foot reduction of multifamily zone property, the parcel was not identified in the county's most recent regional housing needs assessment. The new buildings would be 2-story, and a decision hasn't been made as to whether the buildings would be constructed on site or purchased prefabricated and then built on site. The exterior facade would be typical of existing mini storage companies in the Humboldt Bay area. Portions of the lands to be developed include the Greenway and Open Space Combining Zone. This is due to the proximity of a neighboring gulch lying west of the property. However, the nearest map watercourse is over 500 feet west of the project site. A wetland setback extends onto the subject parcel by 10 feet, and it has been acknowledged and incorporated into the site plans. Redevelopment of the site as proposed will require removal of 25 mature redwood trees, which you see on this site plan here, as well as minor grading and fill. An initial study and mitigative negative declaration have been prepared and pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, and the documents were circulated for review from July 15th to August 13th of 2022. The mitigated negative declaration included 10 mitigation measures, which have been incorporated into a mitigation monitoring and reporting program that's going to be adopted as part of the project. There was one commenter, a neighbor, that requested the new mini storage unit had ample on-site parking and didn't interfere with parking areas on Lucas Street and businesses and residences on the 1900 block of Myrtle Avenue. Approximately 9 off-street parking spaces would be provided near the office and entrance of Lucas Street, and traffic generated by the storage facility is anticipated to be less than the average traffic from commercial uses for neighborhood commercial zone districts. Conditions including the site visibility, wetland setbacks, curb and gutter and sidewalk requirements from Public Works have been incorporated into the site plan prior to today's hearing, and the applicant has shown compliance with the recommended conditions that were proposed during the Planning Commission hearing. Staff is recommending approval of the mitigated negative declaration and approve the general plan amendment, zone reclassification, lot line adjustment, and conditional use permit for the project as conditioned. And this concludes my presentation, and county staff will be available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Bohn?
That last picture. So if I read that right, the current office space is going to come down. Is that right?
That is correct.
The house that's been there forever is staying.
Yes.
And then the property, which would be just south, that is still county-owned property, right?
Yes.
That is the county-owned property that we tried to sell and couldn't sell. And then past that would be the McKinney property that they haven't built on. So
That is correct.
and I have never seen anybody parked on that side of Lucas Street, just so you know, and I've been traveling it I grew up out there, so 63 years. Yeah, and it's been an empty lot. So this is actually our economic development tax dollars, and we haven't included it in our housing numbers. So I'm one of these guys that wouldn't necessarily say I don't like mini storages, no offense, because I think we have too much stuff already, but somebody has to put their Christmas lights somewhere. So obviously there's a need, and that's their decision on that. So very, very good presentation too, by the way. Both presentations today were excellent.
Thank you. Great. Anybody else on the board have comments? Supervisor Wilson and then Supervisor Arroyo.
I have a different take on this. I actually, from an economic development perspective, mini storage is not that good for economic development, especially in neighborhoods. It's not of the choices you have, and we do have a choice today because we are being asked for a zone change. The zoning is, it's a purview, a discretionary decision on our part. I disagree with the findings associated with this proposal in regards to the economic development element of this, but also just the idea that we're going to change a medium density residential zoning to commercial for mini storage when we have a housing crisis is something I have some real heartburn about. The removal of 25 mature redwood trees for the production of mini storage is something I think is also something we need to think about. And this is a residential neighborhood. I live in a residential neighborhood. I'm actually right across the street from a mini storage. If was one being proposed there today, I would have some real concerns about that. And it doesn't bring life or vitality to a neighborhood. It doesn't slow down traffic. There's no design review of this. I mean, as I looked, there was just some, and we were even being told that maybe it's going to be prefab. this is a conditional use permit. Again, from my perspective, I'd be really in favor of rezoning this if we were actually going through the trouble of rezoning it to something more useful for our community, which would be housing. I would like our county staff to reach out to the developer to see what we can do to support housing. We have money to be supportive of that. We have a piece of property next door which we could use to be supportive of that. And I think that would be a much better use of this location. We're being asked to grant an entitlement that is currently in the jurisdiction of the public use, or not use, but in terms of this is a public value and a public trust, and I don't see it as the highest value public trust that we could do with relationship to this. I would be extremely supportive of even mixed use rezoning. And those are the things I think is important. If this board really believes that mini storage is something that we want to see in the Myrtletown area on a street front, where mini storage is typically in most places relegated to light industrial areas for a reason, and not in commercial storefronts areas, and so, or even in residential areas. I would even consider as a potential a mixed use designation with an overlay that could allow for mini storage under maybe some sort of design review, but in its current format, I just think it's not. I wouldn't want this in my neighborhood, and I wouldn't want to subject this to this neighborhood. That's my.
Supervisor Arroyo, and then Supervisor Bushnell.
Yeah, if I missed this in your presentation, I'm sorry. I am curious about the removal of the trees. So, I see the provisions for this in county code, but could you just speak to that issue and what the general plan says about that and how we've handled that?
So I think we identified these trees not as being part of a timberland environment or as part of a natural environment, but something that was planted and came about after the fact. The area has been graded. It's been graded flat. There is, where the trees are, there is a kind of a drainage feature there that obviously has had fill pushed up to the sides of it, and the trees are now growing in that, so it's very much not a natural environment. And I think that's the way we handled it.
So is the, pardon me, because I'm just getting used to applying the county's general plan, but is there no provision related to tree circumference or limitations on removing healthy trees of a certain circumference?
I think there are provisions for like landmark larger trees. I don't recall these qualifying for that.
Okay, I would say I have, similar concerns. I think, this highlights it's an unfortunate time to raise these concerns at the very tail end of a project. And I think it highlights to me a need for there to be more, I suppose, of a design review process for projects of this type. I'll wait to hear others' thoughts before I say more.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm wondering if anybody from the project is here, and if we are going to hear from them at all. And secondly, I'm wondering, the public pushback that we got is how much?
It was one neighbor that was concerned about the parking, yeah.
And they mitigated that, you guys mitigated that with the project?
Yeah, there are nine off-street parking spaces and minimal use for storage centers.
Okay, and then how long has this land been vacant there?
Yeah, it's got a kind of an old residence on one corner and a residence on the other. I think it was graded flat and wasn't anything more done with it. I think it probably at one time was a pasture.
Okay. That's all for right now.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and again, we own the property below it, and I don't know if we'd cut the trees down for housing. But the problem being is we have put that property up for sale once or twice now. And that 10-foot wetlands that comes onto the property that they mitigated for, it's the rest of the property below it. So they wouldn't, that's one of the reasons I think we didn't get any bids on the property. Now, with that being said, there's been opportunities, and I'm going to speak out of turn for the applicant. The applicant has housing, I don't know how much, in excess of 200 housing units that he provides now. If he thought the need for more housing was there, he has the property. Yes, I think you would find more of a restriction. We had one neighbor talk about parking. The house right across the street is not a house. It's a commercial insurance office. The house next to that, I believe, is a tattoo parlor, and the one farther down the road is an audiology department. And then the house that's on there now, the structure that's on it now, is the rental property office. And then I think there's an empty lot across the street. Used to be Goldie's Rest Home. I don't know what's there now. But I don't think if we did 60 units there, we wouldn't have traffic calming. We'd have, that's a very busy intersection. And I know these are best left in commercial areas, but I think of the one on Broadway on the corridor coming into town. I think of the one on the main drag in McKinleyville. I think about where all of these are built. Sometimes they're convenient to where the people can use them. So the carbon footprint isn't as big, but then I'll notice that we're going to get another large amount of them, it looks like, out at the Midway Drive-In. So with that being said, there obviously is a need. The other problem is mini storages have become very popular because of state and federal regulations to holding on to paperwork for in excess of 10 years now. There are huge buildings around town that are just storing people's. If I'm not mistaken, we just rented areas for record keeping. We just rented out on our own. With all the property we have, we had to go out and rent something. So there is a need, like housing, there's also a need to store things. And this seems to be a location that's worked because it's been empty for 65 years. Is it an ideal location? No, but there's been a load of gravel sitting there for about 10 years, I know of, the kids like to ride their bike on. But what I'm saying, this seems like a perfectly good use for the property without neighbor opposition. And I believe that they will probably, we can put provisions in there so there's decorative fencing or decorative siding that's exposed to the Lucas Street and Myrtle side of it. But I think just down the street, less than a couple hundred yards, you have Myrtletown Business Center. So it's not really a residential neighborhood per whole, it's a mixed use, and most of the houses are, I think there's probably 4 single-family homes on the other side of the street, and most of the rest of it is apartment buildings, if I'm remembering right. So I understand your problems with this and everything else, but again, it has sat empty, somebody has found a use for it, and all of a sudden we've said, hey, we've got better ideas. A lot of developers have driven by that, and nobody's jumped on building housing there. So I think this is a good use, and the property owner would like to move forward with it.
Any other board comments? Supervisor Wilson?
I really actually do appreciate Supervisor Bohn's perspective on this, but I will say that we do have I really like the idea that the developer has experience developing housing. I think maybe that is the answer in terms of we have capacity at the county. We're looking for folks to work with. We have resources with relationship to housing, and this is a location that is very close to services, as you mentioned. There's services all around here. It's close to schools. It's close. This is where we want to do housing. This is much closer, and it's on a bus route. I mean, this is where you want it. This isn't necessarily from the perspective of from planning perspective, from a neighborhood perspective. I would say this isn't the highest and best uses, and that is on us. We even if it takes some time to have something developed, the rush isn't to develop things just for the sake of development. The idea around planning is to take the time to do the planning so that we can have the neighborhoods we want to have. And with relationship to public comment, I mean, the empowerment of people to comment usually is surrounded around, their longevity in a neighborhood, and I see there's some apartments in this space, but also around their, economic status has something to do with that too. And you can imagine that if this neighborhood was a wealthier neighborhood, you'd probably have a lot more comments around this type of development in this space. And so that's just kind of where I'm at. Like I said, if there's 3 votes to move this project forward in terms of just mini storage, I would ask the consideration that we do this under a multi-use zoning with a mini storage overlay, which would give the opportunity for the applicant to work with the county to see if there is some other opportunities that with relationship to what we could do with housing. But in its current status, I'm not supportive. And that's kind of where I'm at.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. My question through the chair is for Director Ford and I'm sorry, I can't remember your name.
It's Jacob Dunn.
Mr. Dunn. Have either of you in conversations throughout this project talked with the applicant about housing and their feeling towards that and why this property has not been developed in the past for residential?
We have not had that conversation with them, though.
And so are they here? Because could I ask them?
Yes, they are here.
This would be a great time for the property owner to come forward, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. And then also, I just would like to make a comment around what Supervisor Wilson said about public comment. I don't know, Mike, it seems to drive things many, many times. And we've sat here on this board many times and even heard you say, public comment, if people have problems. So I might push back on that just a little bit, but I do hear you. And thank you. Hi.
Hi.
So you've heard the discussion, and I was curious to your thoughts around what the comments have been about residential for that area.
Great. My name is Pat McDonald, and I am with Pacific Builders in Arcata. And one of the issues is you talked about the property next door to the south. And Tom DeAnge from Humboldt County, he's in charge of real property management, came next door to us, and he was talking about these little white houses on the property that we're going to have to move because they're right on the county's property and not on Jim's property. They were built a long time ago. And so I went over to the property because he said he was going to be selling this property. And I went over to the property with Philippe Laporte, who is a local architect, and we've done quite a bit of housing projects with him. And we looked at that piece of property, and there's probably really only about a site. If you were to build on that, there'd be a site for about 8 homes. Not very much because of the trees and because of the topography of the property. And so there really isn't adequate areas on that piece of property. And because of the drainage, and there's a lot of reasons why you couldn't build very many homes on that piece of property. And that's why that property hasn't sold.
So you're talking about the county surplus property,
Yes.
just south of your property?
Yeah, we walked it.
Which is
you know, we
primarily
were
wooded,
thinking-
very wooded and has some wetlands, yeah.
We were thinking of transitional type housing. And we built some in Pine Hill. Right now we're building this type of housing in Wairika, and over in Corning, in Ukiah. Excuse me. And so we're doing quite a bit of that. And so that's the perspective I looked at that. And there isn't enough property there to do what you want to do.
That's on our property, but we're here
Yes.
to talk about your property.
Yes. Well, he brought up the question about.
I understand, yeah.
Why we were not building, or, you know, had the county talked to us. Yes, they had talked to us about that piece of property and adding property. There's when one of the planners was on, they were talking about redevelopment of property and coming to the county and describing if you can make changes to your property for housing. If you didn't want to do that type of housing on your property, you had the opportunity to say so. Well, Jim said so to one of the planners, and the planner forgot.
Excuse me, sir, I thank you for all that, but my question was specifically, and because this board seems a little concerned, with the property that the mini storages are proposed on, have you thought, or I understand you're the agent, has the property owner considered housing on that piece of property? And if so, yes or no? That, I'm not asking about the county's property. I'm sorry for that.
Oh,
I
he
should
was
have,
asking
but
about
I'm not, and I'm asking you the question. So could you reference to the property where the mini
Yes.
storage? Thank you.
The property where the mini storage is, we talked about housing. I like, you know, as far as adding additional residents on that property, but there wasn't enough property that was zoned for that. And
Talking about rezoning, so.
Hang on, you guys. So, go ahead.
okay, so the property there wasn't enough property there for the rezoning, and Jim decided, well, he wanted to put mini storages there. He's got one unit down there at the end. We left that unit, and we're not taking away units. It's an even trade. That office is now being moved over to the corner and to the entry, and we're putting a unit up on top of that office. So we've added units, or a unit for that mini storage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So I've got Supervisor Bohn and Supervisor Wilson, I believe, and Supervisor Arroyo. Actually, Supervisor Arroyo was first in the queue a while ago, so I'm going to go to her first, and then back to Bohn and Wilson. Go ahead. I have her in my queue a while back here.
Yeah, I got skipped. It's okay.
Yeah, that's all right. Thank you.
So I had a couple of questions about a few items, thinking about the one public comment that was received, and then thinking about the appearance of the facility. And then I'm looking at it and seeing also that Lucas, it looks like the sidewalk doesn't continue along Lucas. Now I realize there's not really a destination, but my understanding is that when there's new development, we encourage sidewalks to be completed. Is that part of the plan for this facility? Okay,
Yes.
great.
And the other thing is, we submitted a package at that time. We submitted a package showing what the buildings were going to look like, what the landscaping was going to look like, and what the fencing was going to look like around there. Because it was an outside planner who had the project, and this is what they requested, and we provided that information.
Okay.
So it's already been to them for the approval of the way it looked.
I just
they
haven't
liked it.
seen that because we just saw the presentation that you also saw today. So there's a sidewalk, and then you're saying there's decorative fencing as well?
Yeah,
Okay,
we wanted to put in decorative fencing.
Okay.
that's great to hear.
All right, and then Supervisor Bohn?
And we sit up here and talk about what we want, and I know the applicant very well, and I know Pat well. Pat builds affordable housing, built a beautiful unit up on Pine Hill that we had to work PG&E through to get it up and operating in time to qualify for the funds that were used for that. And I would be remiss, I mean, I can't believe that the property owner, who I have said owns multiple housing units, did not look at all his options to do what he thought would make a best return on his investment on that piece of property at this time. So I know we talk about what we want, and I think what we want is important, but sometimes the property owner, I would probably be more sympathetic to this if there were people lined up to jump on this, but I don't see people jumping online for this piece of property or the McKinney property down there or anything else wanting to build anything because there are restrictions. So I'm fine with this, and I think that they've done their due diligence, and I'd ask the not just the applicant, Pat, I appreciate it, but the property owner, Jim Pay, if he would like to speak, you can come up to the podium, Mr. Pay, if that's okay with the chair.
Yes. Okay, and then we'll come back to the queue.
My name is Jim Pay, and I live in 18th Street in Myrtletown. When we first put this idea together, my family and I, there were a couple of people in my family that brought up the idea of public housing. So I took the opportunity to go out and talk to most all the neighbors, to what their response would be in relation to housing or the mini storage. Not everyone, but most everyone said, Jim, we don't care what you do with the property, and mini storage is fine, but just so long as you don't develop low-cost housing. That was the response I got.
Hang on, go ahead and ask a question.
Yep, and I know your daughter runs the company now. You and your wife oversee it, but I mean, I know you run the company now, or your daughter runs the company. With that being said, how long have you owned this piece of property?
Well, I owned the one right on Lucas and Myrtle probably for 15, 20 years.
Okay.
And the one between, which is north.
Where your
this
office is?
And the owner with that property was John Ford. I bought that 4 years ago in July.
Okay, thank you.
And I started the process at that
So
point.
and it was available if somebody wanted to buy it and put housing on it, so.
Absolutely, I bought it through a real estate person.
Yep.
Okay, and back to the queue. I have Supervisor Wilson. Did you? Yeah, go ahead.
So just a reminder, we're being asked for a rezone representing the public's interest. In my perspective, I appreciate and I believe that the property zone interest is in the mix in there. It matters. But I also am thinking about, what is this property 20 years from now? What is this community 20 years, 30 and 40 years? And we're asked to be made, make a decision on this, and it will be impactful to this space. I think it can be done better, and it is a rezone. So the zoning is something that it sounds to me like there wasn't a lot of creativity with relationship to what the zone may or may not be or could be. And from that perspective, again, I think a multi-use zoning with an overlay would be something I would consider, and coming back to us with some finer design understanding, because again, I think the only thing in our packet was this. Is that correct? Did I miss something?
I'm looking to verify that. There are some renderings within the environmental document.
Oh, within the environmental document, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Still, nonetheless, I just think that and then overall, in terms of the economics of things, when we take our commercial zonings in these types of zones where that's abutting residential areas, this isn't what produces really great tax revenue for our community in general, and it doesn't create vitality and vibrance within the community. And I think for that reason, again, in its current state, I'm not supportive. I'm willing to consider a change that moves this to multi-use zoning, and then the owner has a lot of creativity with what can happen there. Thanks.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. Through the chair, if I could ask Director Ford, what does a multi-zone with an overlay mean exactly? And with doing that, would that allow for the property owner's wish to go forward?
Well, it could mean a lot of different things. I mean, and it really depends on what the board wants to accomplish. It could be a mixed-use zone. That was one of the things I heard Supervisor Wilson mention, and that's typically a combination of commercial and residential uses, usually the commercial being on the first floor or being on the street frontage with residential either above or behind. Although it could be that there is an allowance for a larger number of residences incorporated into this, although this is currently a two-story proposal. So to allow residences up higher would just increase the heights of the buildings, which may cause some concern for some people.
So thank you for that. And I guess, first of all, if we were to consider to go that way, we would need to talk with the property owner. So would it need to come back, or would it be, what would you suggest? I guess, is there a way to do a straw poll vote to see where we're at, considering that, you know, I don't think we should make that decision for the property owner.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I think, you know, there's both the property owner and, as was said, the future, you know, what we're trying to do, and housing certainly a huge need. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I always love it when we talk about the future, because I think the plan by the Bay would have been done now, but it still sits empty. As we talk about this, John, and what I see, a mixed commercial development would have a one ingress on Lucas down there by the caretaker's unit, because we would not be able to put an ingress egress on this property on Myrtle because it's too close to an intersection, and Myrtle is a class 6 thoroughfare, which means it gets over, I think, 5,000 trips per day. So I'm thinking you would not have to access to commercial properties or your housing. So you're talking about having one driveway on Lucas, and I think as the property owner said, he talked to the neighbors, and I don't know this for sure, but I bet you don't get any noise complaints or parking complaints from a mini storage from the neighbors compared to having 40 or 50 units there. And with that being said, are there areas to build? Is this one of the last, this isn't in our arena numbers, but there are plenty of locations to build housing, isn't there?
Well, we're currently in the process of preparing an EIR, encouraging people to rezone their property to allow a higher density of development.
Okay.
And this would
housing
be
development or
housing,
any development?
Housing
okay.
development.
All right.
And this would be, just since you asked, the type of property that we would look at in terms of.
How would you access it on these busier roads? I mean, it'd be pretty hard to have that one ingress egress on Lucas for 60 units. I don't even think fire would be, because you're not going to be able to put an ingress egress that close to a major intersection on Myrtle, I wouldn't believe.
The driveway question is a good question. That's a legitimate question that we need to take a look at. I don't know that we have, so I'm not prepared to speak to that. I need to talk to Public Works a little bit and find out what the design parameters are. It's unlikely that we would want a full driveway that would allow left turning movements out onto Myrtle. And so that would certainly be a limitation.
Yes, please come back up. The property owner. Thank you. Sorry. Thanks, Pat.
Again, I'm Jim Pay. But I'm just wondering if you considered the traffic count. Once the mini storage is occupied, fully occupied, I would bet we wouldn't get more than 5 to 10 cars a day in and out of there. And if you have a housing development or commercial development, you're going to get tens to hundreds of cars going in and out of there. So
Sure. Just like any housing development, there's a lot more traffic. But please, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to ask you, you're fine.
Excuse I'm sorry.
That's okay. You're fine. You know, you kind of hear where this board's going a little, well, some of this board is going. And I guess I would like to ask you if this board doesn't approve this, would it be your intent to build housing, or are you just not interested in building housing there?
As Rex has mentioned, I'm just about burnt out with housing. We own quite a few places. And I'm not in favor of developing for housing.
Yeah,
But if you say we can't do a mini storage, well, I guess I just throw my cards in and see what happens.
Well, I want to get your feel, because the property owner, it matters. And I want to get your feel as well, as, you know, what, you know, if we say, no, you can't rezone, then what would, you know, if that's not your flavor, then please say so, which you just did. So that was my question.
Well, I'm going to stick to mini storage. That's what I would like to do.
Okay.
You know, that's my number one. But if you say I can't do that, or whatever, and that can't be rezoned, I understand that as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So at this point, Supervisor Arroyo?
Thank you. And I wouldn't say that I'm planning to oppose the property owner's request. I do think when we're talking about this type of property, I mean, Eureka's largely built out. Eureka, Myrtletown, these kinds of properties are rare, and we're being asked to, you know, consider this that's a little bit unusual. So I would say, you know, hearing from the owner and their agent, and seeing now I'm seeing it's in attachment 6 on page 18, the rendering that includes some of the landscaping, and I can't tell if it's public art or just representations of trees, but then some of the fencing and siding choices, you know, so that is available to us. And, you know, I'll just note that even if the property owner does not want to build housing, you know, in fact, we need more high-income housing in our RENA counts. We actually have the greatest need for high-income units to serve, you know, people in our community who make big incomes. So I just want to note that housing doesn't need to be low income when we're talking about it. But I hear loud and clear what the property owner's wishes are. And, you know, I like the idea, you know, mini storage is something that is potentially so transitional of a use that it's in some places allowed as an interim use. So I think, you know, it's not, the impact of those type of structures is not so significant that it couldn't become something else in the future. So I like this idea of allowing for this use for the time being, but making the zoning such that housing could be developed there in the future. I think that's sensible. It allows the property owner to fulfill their wishes, but still creates the opportunity should the chance present itself in the future. So those are just some thoughts. I don't know if Director Ford, if you feel prepared to articulate language that would address that, but it seems like that might be a good compromise that we could use to move forward.
Yes, please, Director Ford.
Thank you. I'd be happy to come up with language. I could offer it now, but one of the things that, in all honesty, if we were to modify the proposal that much today without giving adequate public notice, we would be in danger of violating noticing laws. So if that would be the pleasure of the board, I would recommend that you continue this to allow us to renotice this to incorporate what you said. I'm hearing the idea would be to allow the current proposal to go forward, but to structure a zoning that would allow for future development of residential units at such a time as there's that demand to transition to something other than
Okay, hang on.
storage.
So, thank you, Director Ford. I've got Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Wilson in the
So,
queue.
thinking into the future, since that seems like we're doing, so if we approve this project down the line, and then we find out in 10 years, 20 years, the need for housing is so extreme that it's so lucrative for the Pays children to switch over to housing, do you see in the future, since we're talking about the future, do you see a planning commission, which already approved this unanimously, do you see a planning commission saying, no, we want to keep it mini storages, we don't want to allow for housing? So instead of throwing, I'm just saying, no, I know, but in the future, if they think this is viable to turn into housing and they bring it back to U4 in 20 years, that they would deny that. I mean, that, since we're being speculative. I mean, if we need housing and we're out of housing and it's the last piece of earth in Humboldt County, I think we'd say, let's tear it down and build housing. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. So I'm going with the unanimous choice of the Planning Commission if it needs to change later on in the future, because we can't predict the future.
Supervisor Wilson.
Okay, I hear let me just articulate a little bit, because I think what is being offered is actually a broader entitlement, is really what's happening here. So it's actually not a more restrictive entitlement, it's actually a broader entitlement. It actually increases the value of the property, doesn't decrease the value of the property. So I just want to be clear about that. So if it's mixed use, it still can be housing, correct? Or does it have to be commercial? And how do we give it sort of, how do we give sort of some, broaden the entitlement in terms of the use flexibility, while allowing for this, what would be an overlay for the current proposal? And I want to preface all that by saying I probably am still not comfortable with that necessarily, but I think that's what's going to get us the votes to move forward. So can you?
So I think it could be as simple as leaving it C1 and incorporating an overlay Q zone that allows for the site to be used used as residential used for residential purposes, and we could specify density. I need to say one more thing. That one of the things I'm concerned about in doing that is because you did say this is an expansion of the entitlement, which would be true. I want to go back and look at our CEQA document and make sure that we're not getting outside the bounds of what was evaluated there, and see if we don't need to do an addendum.
Because like an R4, if you just said it has a Q zone of an R4 over it, or whatever density would be appropriate for more housing. And again, I want to emphasize, I wasn't thinking necessarily a bunch of apartments necessarily. I mean, it could be 8 houses, it could be 4 houses. Okay. It's still more than the housing that's there now, which is 1 or 2 units currently. Yeah, and so I'm just saying, like, right now we're going to be losing potential for housing in the current, what's being, in terms of potential units, in what's being proposed in the current concept. Now what we're saying is, like, can we do a Q zone that basically allows for expanded housing opportunity and even expanded commercial opportunity, even mixed use. I'm just saying, like, this is the direction we need to be going in these neighborhood zones, is to allow for creativity for higher density developments, both commercial and residential, especially in mixed use zone. This is where you want to have this. This is the neighborhoods. You already have people trying to do that when they're putting the tattoo parlor in one house and the insurance thing in one house. I mean, that's where it's going. And what we're trying to do is not remove that that potential for future opportunity. Do you think you can create language that does that?
I think I can.
Okay.
Again, the concern I have is getting too far outside the CEQA document. And I just want to make sure that if we were evaluating a certain number of units or a certain mix of commercial and residential, that it's not beyond what we anticipated within the CEQA document, so that we don't open ourselves up to liability that doesn't currently exist.
Well, when you bring something back, maybe there is an option that doesn't and an option that does, and some discussion with the property owner in terms of those opportunities.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
What's the size of this property?
2.2.
2.2 acres? So even if you had a 15,000 square foot lot or whatever, you'd have 3 houses to an acre. You have 6 or 8 houses. With that beautiful mature redwood grove in the middle is a little mini park. I mean, there's a lot of interesting concepts that could happen. I'm sure you've thought about various types of things, because in a way, that redwood grove is a bit of an amenity. And I think in the rendering, the big trees you see behind the mini storage is our property, the Lucas Street property, with the big trees behind it that would still be there. And that parcel is even harder to develop because we've tried to sell it, and it's covered in trees and wetlands and stuff. But at any rate, no, that's not, well, that, I was looking at the rendering of looking at the buildings, and there's these trees in the back, right? Anyway, I've got Supervisor Bushnell here in a minute in queue, and we'll call you if we want to ask more questions. Thank you.
You can stay, because I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Come, go. Sorry.
I have 2 questions, one for the property owner and one for Director Ford, through the chair, if I could. So when we're doing all this work and doing it at the request of this board, does the property owner get billed for this? This is not what he requested.
It's a good question.
I would, if we're going to do it at the pleasure of this board, I would like for the property owner not to be financially have to do that when this isn't his request. So that would be, I would like my board to think about that. And then also, do you have any interest in this or not? Because do you have any interest in what is being talked about up here in adding zoning or doing the overlay? Because I don't want the planning department to spend all their time working energy, you know, it takes time, and then you to say, forget it, I'm done, I don't want to do this. So I want to clarify and then you also, I think, had something to say, so I'd like to ask what that was.
I don't think I'd give an answer to that right now.
Okay.
Because I got to talk with my family as well.
Okay.
So I can't say yes or no.
Okay, that's fair. And I guess if this board makes a motion, then it could be, you know, that, John, can we continue and you meet with the property owner and then come back?
Yeah, we would need to meet with the property owner to flesh this out, because obviously to come back with something for the board to view favorably, ideally the property owner would be able to envision what that looks like for their future too, and want to see that happen.
So given that statement, then I would like to make a motion that we continue this item for, would you like a time, or would you like it to come back? I'm sure the property owner is tired of waiting.
So I'm sure they are. I would recommend that, I'm going to think out loud for a minute.
Sure.
We probably are going to need to renotice if we do anything different. So a continuance really doesn't help us there. But at the same time, would be good to give Mr. Pei some definition in terms of the time frame in which we're going to come back. So I would say that this be brought back before the end of February.
And with that statement, if, again, through the chair, I'd ask for a straw vote to see if it would go, you know, if there's interest in this board going forward as it is, which is what the property owner wants, or, you know, to just see where we're at, I guess.
Understood.
Before we do that.
Well, that's the second time you've asked for that. I want to honor that. I just want to say that I appreciate the discussion. I think, you know, you're seeing here a board who's really trying to honor the property owner and their wishes, also looking to the future and opportunities to be flexible, those kinds of things. If there's a way to be able to meet the current, you know, vision, but also creating an opportunity for something in the future, I'm hearing that as a possible compromise that might work here. I haven't really said which way I would go. I'm in a different position now as chair, and I appreciate the conversation on both sides, frankly. But if we did a straw vote, I would ask that who would, on the board, just straw vote, no commitment, feel like they want to proceed with the proposal as it is right now.
Can I clarify one
Please,
question before we
yes.
do that? Director Ford, so if this goes forward as it is now, and in the future, that the zoning someone would like to change that zoning for residential, is that a probability that can happen?
Absolutely.
So, okay.
So there's a couple routes.
Yep. Thank
absolutely.
you.
As it is right now, who would support it? Just raise your hands, please.
Can I throw one more word out there?
Go ahead, Supervisor Bohn, before we go to the straw vote.
And this is and I'm just trying to reiterate that our planning commission voted for this unanimously. We got this packet with 17 attachments that has basically tried to answer all the questions they have. The property owner has said he has no interest in housing. Now, you have to understand, housing is his business, and he has no interest in it. Now, I can name 6 housing guys right now that aren't doing any houses right now because there's no return on investment on housing right now with the costs, with solar, with everything else. And we have the property owner seeing a return, and his family seeing a return on investment on a piece of property they've owned for both 15 and 4 years that was bought through a realtor, so anybody could have bought it. And the other thing is, I don't see a lot of houses being built on Myrtle for that basic reason. There's 6 acres down below on McKinney's property we could build that would even be better. You'd be surrounded by groves and wetlands. So I'm just saying the best use of this property by the property owner, I think, has been brought forward with all avenues. So, and our planning commission, and then all of us in our wisdom are going to try to tell John Ford to tell the property owner what he needs to do and give him his options. I guarantee you, the man that was just at the podium has weighed all his options. I'm just saying, and he is the one that's. And looking into the future, if we look in the past, like I said, it's been empty for 65 years, 60 years, 60, 70 years. Mm-hmm. And now there's something going on there. So, I mean, we're supervisors.
Understood. And I also, I think Supervisor Arroyo said this earlier, that, it's always so difficult to bring these kinds of changes forward at the very end of a process where a landowner, an agent, developer have worked on what seemed to be the right way to go from their perspective and other things. So I often do have a problem with that. It really is very uncomfortable for me to want to change course after such a long period. But at the same time, I think we're really, just trying to figure out, and I've heard some nice compromises being offered up here. And that is something that would allow you to do what you've got on paper, but create the opportunity for something else to happen in the future by just doing that right now. It was also pointed out that that zone change could happen later as well as another route to get there. So, personally, I'm just kind of leaning right now towards wanting to keep our options open in the future, but not constrain what you're trying to do right now. I thought that was a good compromise, and I think if we did the straw vote, it'd probably be 2-3, but when we look at the compromise situation, it might very well be 4 or 5-0. So, Supervisor Wilson?
I think ultimately what this speaks to is the weakness of general plan process for the county versus within the cities. Because if this was in a jurisdiction, a city jurisdiction, there would have been done some visioning for this neighborhood. There would have been, there would have been a lot of process about how this works. Certainly there has in my community, certainly there has in Eureka and various other places. That hasn't happened here because the county has not been good at that in the past. And I think that we're going to be, I'm hoping that we'll see more of that so that there actually is better direction and more opportunities given to developers to and in terms of getting and doing those spaces right. It took, the general plan process for Arcata was 20 years ago was very controversial, and there was a lot of developers who thought, oh my God, there's just too much in this. But ultimately, it gave them the vision to fit in, and now there's more housing and commercial development there than by density than almost anywhere else in the county. And I think the lack of that in in these spaces, especially these neighborhood spaces, is part of why we'll see, you know, this kind of thing. So I'm hoping that this tees off. I mean, people don't even know that they have that opportunity in these neighborhoods to have those conversations because no one's ever asked them. And I think that's part of the issue. I mean, I really appreciate the property owner walking around asking people, but there's never been, like, you know, the neighborhood level assessment in this area that I can remember, and I don't see a plan necessarily. So I think this is an opportunity to, we've just broached that discussion, and I'm hoping that we can get something better out of this process than what we have in front of us today. That's all.
Supervisor Arroyo?
I just want to thank everyone for their patience as we go through this. I think this is a representative project. I'm not necessarily, as I indicated, opposed to letting this project go forward, but I do want to find a way to signal that, you know, we don't just want to convert land that's suitable for housing development into neighborhood commercial willy-nilly. This is a really important decision in that it signals to, you know, to others potentially that, you know, this kind of conversion could happen as well. So I don't want to say it's like setting a precedent, but it is in a way. And so in looking at the project description and the CEQA analysis and everything, as a cursory look, it does seem like the project itself is this development. Of course, those underlying changes are a part of the project, but I'm not seeing a lot of analysis here that would preclude us from having an overlay. So my hope is that this could come back as just an overlay, and that there wouldn't need to be a lot of additional analysis, and that this project, you know, can proceed, but with the opportunity to develop it differently in the future should that happen. But what I really hope to convey is that I don't want to lose land that's suitable for infill development in our core, the core of our community when we so desperately need housing. I understand the applicants' wishes are different, but, you know, and I don't know what tools we need to employ in the future to make sure that that's clear and to kind of give us a little bit more, because we're going to have to make these tough decisions.
Again, yep. Absolutely.
It seems I am done. So I'll move that we direct staff to analyze the feasibility of bringing this back. Who did?
And it was seconded?
It wasn't seconded.
I'm sorry. That's on me. So let me clarify.
I missed it, I'm
Let
sorry.
me clarify again what your motion was.
Well, my motion was for staff recommendations, but then I asked you for a straw vote, which we haven't done.
Tried to do.
Yes, and then, so I got cut off, but you know, I don't think you can assume other people's votes, which you.
Understood.
Yeah.
So is there an interest on the part of the board to do a straw vote real quick? Is that something we can do? It's just to get a sense of where we're at. We'll call upon you if we need to. Thank you.
Okay, I just have an idea, a comment to make.
Go ahead, make it brief, please.
Okay, the brief comment is there a way to move this project forward and have something in writing that says the most expense to building a subdivision, one of the greatest expenses is leveling out that lot.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna be leveling out that lot with the mini storage. And to be able to come back in 20 years when Jim's kids own the property, to be able to build housing on there, if that's what they want to build, they'll have the opportunity to build it.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about trying to allow for.
And that's what I'm saying.
I appreciate that.
Maybe have a document that goes with the title or that goes in the escrow account.
It can be done through the zoning process, and so that's what we're talking about doing, trying to create that possibility of the future. Thank you, appreciate it.
So I'm going to go away from making a motion.
Okay.
Then, and I'm fine.
Okay, well then let's go ahead and just go with the motion process and move forward and see where we're at with that. I mean, I really think at the end of the day, if we can respect the wishes and the effort that's been made here, but also create this possibility of something else in the future, much like what you were just saying, much like others have suggested, I think that could be a real win-win here. So let's go ahead and go forward. You had a motion, Supervisor Arroyo?
Can I ask Supervisor Arroyo to consider, I wouldn't want more expense on the applicant at our wishes.
Oh,
I was planning to include that.
Thank
so.
you.
Great.
Yeah. So I move that we direct staff to please bring this back and consider whether a zoning overlay is feasible given the existing environmental documentation, and also to not bill that additional time to the applicant.
I'll second.
There we go. Look at that. Okay. Let's go to the public. Do we have anybody in Zoom that is got a hand up?
Yes, Chair Madrone, we have 7454.
Okay, you're up. 7454. You know the drill.
Thank you. Personally, you know, if I were to help make a motion on this, I would have moved staff's recommendation. That overlay can come anytime later. And I just wish some of you to have a little bit of perspective of what's happened, you know. Supervisor Arroyo, just to let you know, we had a general plan process, and under Kirk Gerard, just about every single community plan was either gutted out or eliminated. And the county has never gone forward with the community plans that may reflect these desires in these areas. So you're right. There's a really big dysfunction in the planning process. We never did finish zoning. That's why you're seeing these things come in like they are. Being a developer, and I'm a landlord, and right now, half of my tenants have to have mini storage because they have too much stuff to keep in their rooms, even though they're large rooms and we have some other additional storage. But there's a very strong need for this out there. I think you recognize back when I looked at it years ago, it was like a 5 to 7 year payoff for mini storage. Very good return on the money. But the useful life of that structure could well be like 15 or 20 years, maybe 30 if you do maintenance and things. So I really don't see how this really has any negative consequence to just go ahead and give this person the bird in hand right now that he's asking for, and bring this back at another time whenever you have time. And I appreciate you not wanting to charge you more money, but you do understand we lost over 200 units here because this same kind of technique came involved where coming up last minute someone said, well, we should all be electric, we should all do all this stuff. And so developers get tired of it and they just throw up their hands, and I won't speak for the developer here, but a lot of us are getting to that point, and then you will have nothing because we can't afford to build houses anymore. I don't know, unless you're a certain developer here who's getting whatever $450,000 or $600,000 for a 2-bedroom government financed unit, the costs have gone through the roof. I strongly suggest that you just at this time reconsider and allow this person to go forward, and then you do your work after the fact. It takes time. There's always construction time periods. I'm sure they have a timeline they wish to meet, and I strongly suggest that you follow that. And everything you consider what are the repercussions if none of us can afford to build your affordable housing. And it's strictly grant land money, which is probably going to dry up. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone in the audience here today other than the applicant or the owner that wishes to speak? And that's only because I think we've given you good time. We've heard from you really well. I appreciate your participation. I don't see anybody here, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any closing thoughts? Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I want to say first, Pacific Builders does a lot of wonderful projects. Seriously, like really great stuff. Yep. I'm very appreciative of the work they do and their staff on not just housing, but on clinics and all kinds of really great stuff. And I know from personal experience what a wonderful group of people that is to work with. I'll be voting yes on this today because I think it opens up an opportunity, hopefully, for some change in not just how we view this area, but potentially this project. I'm still very reticent to approve of any rezone out of residential to commercial for the purposes of mini storage in a zone that has residential areas around it. Just for me, that's just a very hard, line threshold to cross. I'm not committed to that, but I'm just saying that's a tough one for me to swallow. But I am hopeful that we may see some change direction. But even if we don't, I think that the owner, if this is done well and right, actually will have expanded entitlements ultimately at the cost of us, although they have their own costs embedded in sort of time delays and other things like that. But that will be beneficial in the future in the value of the property to both lean on, but also in future opportunities. And so with that, I support the motion.
Okay, great. And I'll just make one final comment, and that is that I think what we've done here today is try to really listen to the landowner and the applicant's agent, but also try and send a message that at least in the current configuration of this board, I think we want to send a message earlier in the process that we really would like to think about, you know, some of the highest and best uses of these things. And housing is such a huge need. I know you're tired of doing it. Thank you for all the housing you have built, you know, because you've been a huge part of that. You're not part of the problem. You've been a big part of the solution. So thank you personally for that, both of you. But, you know, what we're doing here, I think, is trying to not only respect the efforts that you've made and investments that have been made, but to send the message that, you know, we'd like for the possibility of thinking even bigger and getting back to some housing components in these things. And it sends a message to others that might be looking at developing these kinds of parcels. So with that, I think we've all had a lot of opportunity to speak. I'm going to wrap this up really quick. One last comment.
Well, I want to remember what was said today about we need to do everything we can for housing, because as was just spoken over the phone, we've lost 321 units that were on the books because we nickel and dime the project to death, and they don't want to do it now, and they're walking away from it. So as we move forward and we nickel and dime, I mean, I would imagine Pacific Builders has a lot of work coming this summer. This site can actually be worked on during the winter because it is sat and it's got a pretty good base to it and everything else. So there's, you talked about giving more property value. That property value is going to be eaten up while it just sits with nothing going on it as we decide what we think is best in the future for his property. And Director Ford just answered, if later down the road, do you see any problem with them rezoning this property for housing in the future if it's going to be so needed? And he said none or not at all. So it sounds like we have everything we want, but we want to get a little bit more on it. So I don't know where we're sinking our sword, but I will not be voting for this because I think the applicant has come forward. Unless we want to, he said, we wish we had this sooner, Supervisor Arroyo said. So maybe what we should do is you guys not look at the permits, bring the permits to us, and before you put in 100 hours of staff time and then run it through the Planning Commission and get a unanimous yes, run the CEQA findings and all of that, bring it to us before you do that so we don't tear apart all those findings. And I guess maybe that's what we're going to look at. But again, I'm going to respect the property owner and his rights because it is not that far out of the box.
Thank you very much. I'll let you have that second to last word. And last word is I think we're all trying to respect that, trying to figure out a way forward. At any rate, we've had good discussion. A lot has been brought forward. Do you really need a final comment? Go ahead. Make it quick.
It's not a comeback. It's just making the observation that this is not by right development. We were asked to judge the merits of this project and, you know, see how that aligns with the vision for the future. And I think I've made clear, you know, that I'm certainly willing to compromise on this. And the vision for the future that I have is that we preserve housing development opportunities. So this isn't one where we are, you know, necessarily going against existing rights of a property owner by making this kind of determination. So I feel ready to vote.
Okay, thank you everybody for your input. And this is not a final decision on this project. This is simply seeing if we can come back with something a little bit different but meets both the needs. So with that, let's go ahead and call the roll, please.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Chair Madrone, I apologize.
No worries.
Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bushnell.
So thank you to this board, and I am also going to vote no, even though I seconded, because I do appreciate you three being willing to come back, but no.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
And Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah. Thank you all. It's been a long day, and we're ending before 5. Look at that, 5 minutes on the table. Appreciate everybody's input. Thank you for your efforts in the community, and we are adjourned.